finish line. Cause we out to get it feeling fine. Keep it up or we'll be creeping up. Running up the mountain steep and rough.
The team hits a shadow of his own and pins Choron to the wall.
As long as he can, the point is allowed to flip down the mayhem, sweep them away. Unbelievable.
Are you ready for the show? Now we caught up in the flow. We gon' give a little more. Ready, set, go.
Another one falls to Muse. Oh no, you can't do this. Vince really starting to go off now. What the hell did I just witness?
Pardon? All right, looks like Pork's back on the menu, boys.
Lupus killed 2, and Z drops at sight 3.
It's a double pulse! A double pulse in overtime! Massive opening is shy! Looks incredible. Mary, what? Wait! Was that triple collapse?
Where did that come from? Welcome to Watchpoint. I'm Audrey May with Jonathan Reinforcement and Scott Custa Kennedy, and welcome to our mid-season slumber party. Who brought snacks?
I cannot believe this is where we ended up.
What do you mean?
Esports! I'm having a crisis.
We can do whatever we want.
I just want to point out the fact that I think it was a couple weeks ago I started tweeting about how I was frustrated that for esports broadcasts, big shows and everything, they always want you to dress up, put on a dress, put on a suit, and I'm like, this is esports.
Welcome to esports. Honestly, this is what the people want. You know, chat, you guys might think you want a professional broadcast with hard-hitting analysis, with serious tones.
No.
No?
Not
It's this.
No.
Actually, chat, let's get this. Let's get some squeaks in chat if you like Johnny's onesie. Let's get some oinks in chat.
Oinks in chat?
If you like Custas. And then,
Yeah, so some Winston in chat.
He doesn't, I don't know, peanut butter or bananas, start spamming it in the chat for me. Well, for those of you who are wondering why we're rocking onesies, we'd love to tell you, but you're just gonna have to wait a little bit because first up, we've got breaking news. It's the bracket.
Brackets!
4 teams are out, 8 remain, and 2 more will be out of the tournament today. We see the winner's bracket on our screen right now, and of course, we do have the loser's bracket right below it. Now, gentlemen, quick hits before we, move on through the day. What's the biggest surprise of the bracket so far, Custa?
Oh, it has to be Seoul Dynasty going out in the first round.
Come on.
And the Dallas Fuel going out in the first round. Obviously, they've had a worse tournament, but Seoul looked to be on form, so I don't know. I'm just lost.
And here's the schedule and how today is going to break down. We have our first match at 4 p.m. That's Atlanta taking on Houston Outlaws. Then we have, of course, Florida taking on Philly. Spark taking on the Gladiators, and Shanghai Dragon taking on the San Francisco Shock to wrap. Huh?
She's bleeding. She's bleeding into me at this point.
Philly, yes.
I think I'm a Philly fan now.
He's a Philly fan.
Through power of association, I think I'm invested in the Philadelphia Fusion. I kind of want to see how it's going to play out.
Corruption spreads.
Johnny.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get you too. By the end of this week, you're gonna be a Fusion fan. By the end of today, you're gonna be a Fusion fan. You're gonna be squeaking and wiggling those little hamster ears for the Fusion whenever they. So cute. Guys, as you said, the bracket hasn't been exactly what most of us have expected so far, but then again, neither has our attire been for the week. Now, to celebrate getting to the halfway point of the Mid-Season Madness tournament, we all wanted to rock our Overwatch spirit animals and talk about our strengths throughout the week so far. So, Johnny, does it get hot rolling around in that ball all day for our players?
No. Because it's made in America. We got AC in the wrecking ball, all right? Fresh, cold air, right in. Hamster, cool and ready to go. Just like these 4 wrecking ball players still remaining in the Mid-Season Madness tournament, all right? They're stacked, okay? So let's kick off with the Fusion. The Fusion vibes. It's Belos Rio, all right? Great wrecking ball. Keep your eyes on this dude. The tech keys displayed, it's been amazing so far. We got Bernard as well. My dudes on the Hangzhou Spark. I've been impressed with Bernard being able to pick up the wrecking ball. He's supposed to be like an off-tank player, right? We got Fate spinning the hamster wheel of Fate. Is Fate on the wrecking ball, all right? Be ready for this guy. And also Mikey picked up, of course, was part of the Boston Uprising a couple of years ago for his wrecking ball play, but now he's a fully fledged tank and he's bringing the wrecking ball play as well. Look at these moves.
Oh.
Sayonara in hamster speed. I don't know what that is. That's something. Keep your eyes out for these wrecking ball players because they are going ham so far in the mid. I am loving what I'm seeing for these. The four ballmen of the apocalypse. I don't know. Am I putting it too far? That's my new. The four ballmen of the apocalypse. Belosria, Bernard, Fate, and Mikey. Woo!
He committed. That's commitment if I've ever seen it before. I'm impressed.
I'm laughing so hard that my stomach hurts. Now, Custa, or should I say, Pigsta, I'm a little confused as to your attire for today because I don't think we've seen a single Roadhog in the tournament so far.
When we pitched this idea, I thought we were talking about players, not heroes. So I feel like I missed the memo on this one, but hey, it works. Let's talk about Piggy on the Houston Outlaws. He's been absolutely incredible so far in this tournament. We saw in the kickoff clash the Houston Outlaws were kind of one-dimensional with that Dante Doomfist, and it didn't feel like Piggy was ever getting any legs, but oink oink, he's here in the Midseason Madness tournament. He has been playing everything as well. He has been playing the Zaya, as you can see right here on the screen, pretty good against that Doomfist. We've also seen him move over to the Sigma on maps like Circuit Royale. He's even picked up the Winston here on Dorado. He has been impressive on them as well. Like usually when we see some of these other off-tank players move over to the main tank role, it can be pretty hit and miss, but Piggy has been impressing me so far, even on the Reinhardt, the Pig Heart, if you will. I don't know. I don't have as good a ones as you, Johnny, but honestly, you can't, the Pig Queen, and you can't be too upset with what Piggy has been doing so far in this tournament, and you can't not love him either. He's so animated in his cams. He's such a funny personality to have in the league. I'm a Piggy fan. That's why I got a Piggy onesie on.
I love it. Okay, well, it's great from Wrecking Ball and Roadhog, but guys, listen, you have been like flaunting your analysis all week long, and I really wanted to catch up and really want to strut my stuff as Winston, and I chose Winston because not only am I a genius scientist, but I also love peanut butter.
All right.
And so that's why I chose Winston for today. Where are we going with this?
Oh, you got a banana as well. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I am Winston.
You are Winston. Okay.
Where's the analysis in this?
I am Winston.
Who's your favorite Winston? Oh God, no.
Did you?
I am Winston.
Is that?
Custom, what do we do? What do we do?
Hex, I didn't get us out of here. Hex, we need you to get us out of here. Maybe give me the peanut butter. You don't need the Hex, get us out of here. Hex, out of here. Break, no. Give me the peanut butter.
Welcome back to Watchpoint. Although we weren't invited to Hawaii, we made up for it by harvesting a nice coconut harvest for ourselves in sunny Irvine, California. Also, if you live near the Blizzard campus and saw a girl in a monkey costume stealing coconuts from your trees, no, you didn't. Boys, there's coconuts here. It's California.
What?
I'm pretty sure I've seen coconut trees.
I don't think that's true.
Palm trees, don't they have coconuts in them?
I don't think so.
Oh, maybe.
Are they?
Maybe so.
You're asking a Sweden and Australia. You're the one who's supposed to know this.
I thought palm trees have coconuts. Boys, regardless, these are very special coconuts because inside each and every one of these are the teams which are the lower seeds in today's brackets. Now, you are going to select a coconut without knowing which team is inside, and then you're going to explain how that team is going to pull off an upset against the higher seeded team that they are playing against. All in a segment that we like to call Coconut Upset.
We didn't. It was late when we had to come up with the name for that one, so I feel like that wasn't our best
I was
work.
not part of that conversation.
I really like it. We were here until like I think 1 in the morning, and I think that was our best. I think that was our best idea. But Reinforce, we're gonna start with you first. So pick your first coconut, show us who you have, and tell us how that team is going to pull off the upset. And you get that one. Yeah, you start with that one. You ready? Reveal its wonders.
What do we got?
It is the Florida Mayhem.
Good luck.
Do I have to say
Yeah.
what Florida are going to win now?
How they're gonna win?
But what if they can't?
No,
Have
that's
some
not the. No,
positivity.
they got,
That's
you
the
got
segment.
this. Come on.
Coconut
Florida,
upset.
they got upswings.
There don't have many ball players. I'm lost. Florida Mayhem. Yes, of course. The Florida Mayhem. They have a chance to beat the Philadelphia Fusion here today. I was impressed by the way they reverse swept the London Spitfire. Big mental strength there, being able to overcome the 0-2 deficit. I like their first engagements here. Checkmate, I think that he's a very tactical Tracer player. The way they took down Hadi early on and gained themselves a man advantage. The pull spawns are great, by the way, from Checkmate. That's a very hard, looking downwards Widowmaker shot. If you played Overwatch, you know how hard it is to hit those shots as well. They have the strategical depth here for the Florida Mayhem to overcome the Philadelphia Fusion.
What is that depth?
Brookies!
Yeah, so you said
all over the place.
depth. So
The
what's
Florida
that
Mayhem.
depth?
What's
What's their strategical depth that you like about them?
I like their plans, their compositions. They're well thought out. The shot calling, the rotations, the team planning, of course. For example, we could see that on Ikevalde Point B yesterday, the way they decided to approach the payload instead to draw the opponents away from the castle, the high ground, in a way to force player movement. So I like their strategical things from Florida Mayhem. They're very smart team. So maybe they could outsmart their opponents in the Fusion today.
So if they play smart, that's how they could pull off the Coconut Upset.
I did my best.
I just have to keep finding ways to say Coconut Upset. But Custa, you're up next, so go ahead and choose your nut.
I feel like
I think this one's calling to you.
you
This
say I
one's
have to
calling
choose.
to you.
This one's
That's
calling, the
calling
blue
to
one.
you. I can
Don't
tell
trust
that it's
Odin.
calling to you.
Don't.
I got the Overwatch league. Oh no.
Wait a second.
I got the Atlanta Reign. The Atlanta Reign. This is an easy one,
Wait,
actually.
what?
I got. Yeah, this is you got. You got a
This is
hard
an
number.
upset?
The Atlanta Reign just beat the Seoul Dynasty. This should be. If they can beat the Seoul Dynasty, they can beat the Houston
The
Outlaws.
Soul Dynasty did go out first.
Yeah, but Seoul Dynasty are the best. And you know why? Because they got Kai. Kai is one of the best hit scans we have in the world. We were always like, ooh, is Kai really the best? The East have such great hit scans. Kai dominated Fitz on their attack. He was all over them. We know that he has that prowess to take over games, so he can do that. Then you look at this backline. They have Ultraviolet and OG. OG has shown the ability to play these double flex support heroes if they need to do it. So they're just this talented backline that is just starting to get into their own on the playoff stage. And then, Venom on that Tracer, he went toe-to-toe with Prophet in Map 5 in the final team fight of all time and won the Tracer 1v1. You know how many other people have done that before? Nobody. Nobody has ever been able to shut down Playoff P in the moment. Atlanta Reign, they got this easy over the Houston Outlaws. Houston Outlaws are going to choke as they always do.
That was pretty good.
Oh, well, ouchie for all the Houston fans who are watching us right now. But Johnny, for you, squeak, 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 squeakums.
Yes. Squeak.
Which means, of course, select your next coconut.
That one's just too far away.
No,
There's
you don't get
way
the
I can
pink
get
one.
that
You get that one. It's closer to you.
Wow, real mom vibes today.
Mom
Yeah,
vibes?
very bossy,
Mom
it
vibes?
feels
Give me-
like, yeah.
You took
Yeah.
my bananas.
That's true.
That is true. I can
I
give
am
them back to you
Winston.
later though. for our next team is going to be the Shanghai Dragons.
You get an easy one.
The Shanghai Dragons. I mean, I don't even know who put this thing here. Number 5 against the number 1 San Francisco Shock. But look, okay, the Shanghai Dragons, they're going to win this one easy, okay?
Easy.
They are the 2021 champs. They found their group. They figured out the 5 versus 5 issues. Lip, he is the best hit scan player in the world. That's right, he's better than Shy. Lip is just a phenomenal player, and he's going to dominate in today's game as well. They have the experience. They played so many playoff games together, whereas San Francisco Shock, they're coming in with rookies. San Francisco Shock, of course, they underperformed in the kickoff Clash tournament. This is just prime time for the Dragons to come out on top and really show us that veteran experience, being able to live up to the moment. I think the Shanghai Dragons are looking so good right now, whether it's Void here playing Sigma on Circuit Real, Lip on the Widowmaker, Faith and his shot calling, the way he approaches the Wrecking Ball. I think it's phenomenal. Yes, the back line, been a bit of a question mark. For the Shanghai Dragons. It hasn't really been, Summer Showdown 2021 levels, but it's going to be completely fine. The Dragons, they're going to come out on top on the San Francisco Show.
It's just way too much confidence going up against the number 1 seed.
I didn't badmouth your Atlanta Reign pick.
But it's because I had. They're playing against the Houston Outlaws. You can't really defend that. But the San Francisco Shock are a phenomenal team, and they look to be coming into their own. I guess I feel like you're being too unfair to the Shock. But he's right. Shanghai Dragons are. The fact that they're even number 5 seed is shocking.
Yeah, I mean, didn't the San Francisco Shock have that one C9 moment? So they aren't flawless.
Everyone's had a C9
They can bleed. Oh no.
Everyone's had a bad day.
All right, well, there's only one Coco Nut left. So, Scott, I believe that is yours to
Through
select.
power of deduction, my last one is going to be Hwacha. I've even dressed up for the
that's good.
occasion.
That's good.
Oh, you
It's good.
match!
The Hangzhou Spark are looking dominant. This is a team that has always struggled to show up in the playoffs, but they had a great first match, knocking down the Seoul Dynasty into the low bracket. So they've been incredible. The Los Angeles Gladiators.
I need you to be more convincing right now.
Well, okay, I'm ramping up, Johnny, okay?
Oh.
The Los Angeles Gladiators, we always talk about how great this team is, but they just dominate the West. The West schmessed. The East is where the real powerhouses are. That's where Shy is. That's where Alpha Yi
The
is.
Valiant, the Guangzhou Charge.
Yeah, all those great teams that exist in the East. The Shy and Alpha Yi, though, have been on a different level. We always talk about Shy, but Alpha Yi on that Tracer in that match against Seoul was absolutely ridiculous. He went toe-to-toe with the GOAT and came out on top. But Na has shown his flexibility so far, and even Gushue has come in to play that Winston. And I've been harsh on the Gushue. I think he's a little washed, but he's been performing so well in the playoffs right now that I can't even, be too upset about it. And Irony and Super Rich were able to deflect the dive of Prophet Smurf.
The Sippy Cup.
And he has the T that I don't know how to pronounce. He has that chrysanthemum.
Yes.
You were almost
Chrysanthemum. Chrysanthemum
That was it.
tea in his little cup. That will lead them. A little cup, big hopes and dreams in that cup. And he's sipping it every day, and that's why they're going to get the win.
What are you flicking all these cards?
He's flicking it. You don't see that he's making.
I'm making a pile. It's a very neat pile in the corner.
We're environmentally conscious here. Yeah. Well, mercifully, that segment is over. And that's the segue. Because we've got a new Mercy skin, Royal Knight. And this. And this lovely design can be yours for the low price of 200 Overwatch League tokens, which I recently just learned that you earn by watching the Overwatch League, but I can't get any through hosting.
Yeah,
So,
we don't get any.
Overwatch League, Kamish, hit me up, please. Now, link your account and tune in, and you get the Mercy skin, or you get the opportunity to buy the Mercy skin, I should say. Please send me a code. I want the skin. Now, we've got a day full of games ahead of us, but the match that caught our eyes is the Battle of Champions, Shanghai versus San Francisco. And actually, guys, I have the name of the winner of that game in my coconut right here. So I'm gonna open it up.
Open it
yep.
up.
And I'm gonna predict it.
Okay,
So I'm just gonna open up.
You got the script
my
in there?
coconut. I got the script. I have the script in it.
Yeah, start waiting.
You got it. Yeah.
I
Do we have anything sharp in
I
here?
need to get the Preds right.
We need a knife.
I need, how hard is your head?
Hammer.
Oh yeah, hit me. Hit
Okay.
me on the head. Ready?
All right, ready? 3, 2, 1.
Did it
It's
open?
not working?
No.
I need to know who the winner is. Okay, you know what? Gonna break break, and by the time we come back, I think I could go break it on the pavement.
Yeah, we can break it on the pavement. Let's
You need
go.
a banana?
Okay, let's go break it on the pavement.
Oh, God.
Okay, let's go try this really fast.
You need a banana?
A banana? I'd love a banana.
Yeah.
Can I have the banana?
Yes.
Okay, give me the banana, and then we're gonna go break it on the concrete.
All right.
Can I have the banana?
Yeah, but it's too far away.
Welcome back to Watchpoint. I just want to point out this one message that I saw in the chat really fast. This is from Ashura Kujo saying, Custa will now vote for the Justice every single time because of Avali. No.
Yeah, no, I do feel a little woozy. I'm disappointed. I'm
what it is.
disappointed the Washington Justice aren't here. You know, they are the best team in the Overwatch League, and I think I'm their #1 fan. So
That
somehow.
explains so much.
Where'd the coconut go? We got to give him another bonk. Knock everything back into play.
Get him back out of his head.
Get him back in. All right, guys. Well, it may be the last match of the day, but we couldn't wait to talk about the San Francisco Shock versus the Shanghai Dragons. Both of these teams have been dominant in the last few years of the league, so this is the battle of the Giants. For the uninitiated, let's take a look at what these teams have accomplished. Scott?
San Francisco Shock, one of the best franchises that we've ever had in the league. We don't talk about 2018, but they've been dominant since then. The 2019 Grand Finals, 2020 Grand Finalist winners, they were incredible. They were just above everyone else by such a large margin. They have had a bit of a stumble in the 2021 season. They just didn't live up to the expectations with a couple of those newer players, but they're back. 2022, they've added a lot of new rookies. They look to be a dominant franchise, and they're currently undefeated in the regular season.
Yeah.
So Shock, poised to take a championship.
That's a pretty nice looking resume, but Johnny, how are the Dragons looking?
They're looking pretty good. All things considered, recently, Shanghai Dragons have been on top. So yeah, San Francisco Shock might have 2 championships. Shanghai Dragons have the most recent championship, and they've been so dominant since the 2020 season, of course, dominating in the APAC region, separate from the Shock, winning all those stage titles there, and then also winning the grand finals last year. Dallas Fuel, they started out a bit ahead, I would argue, last season, of course, winning the main melee, etc. But the latter half of the season, it was all Shanghai Dragons. So this is really the battle of the 2 most successful franchises in Overwatch League history. So we're in for a treat.
Yeah. Now, Custa, while the Dragons have been winning and have looked good so far throughout the tournament, you have some concerns about the backline?
Yeah, the backline has been a little iffy so far for me. Lee Jae-gon and Izayaki, you just talking about the dominance of them recently. They were really the pioneers of the backline, especially with Izayaki on that Zenyatta. He is just an aggressive player, likes to use that Transcendence as a personal healing tool and a get-out-of-jail-free card. But the rookie Finn has been stepping up this season, and in the Midseason Madness qualifiers so far, he has just been incredible. Look at him, beating him in damage, healing, final blows, offensive assists, and has less deaths. And I want to give credit to Finn because he is a rookie. The rookie is becoming the master. But for me, if the Shanghai Dragons are going to make this big comeback, it needs to be back on the back of Izayaki. I think he has not been having those same level of performances on that Zenyatta as he has in the past. So, come on, Izzy. I believe in you.
Now, Johnny, throughout their history, the Shock have been dominant, and a lot of that comes off the back of innovation and strategies that other teams just quite frankly don't run. And they're doing it once again.
Yeah, the San Francisco Shock, I mean, we're about to show a stat card that is just so crazy when you actually take a look at it. They have been playing more Diva than anyone else, and I just don't mean more Diva, they've been playing all the Diva. What is this? Kalush with almost 30 minutes of playtime on the Diva so far in the Midseason Madness tournament. And meanwhile, Hanbin is second with 1 minute 15 seconds on route yesterday. Sorry, what? So, of course, a bit of an odd pick here, bringing out the Diva in the Midseason Madness tournament, but I like it for the San Francisco Shock. The added defensive capabilities with the defense matrix, it ensures that you can protect Sam, you can protect Kilo as well on those long-range hit-scan picks, and it makes it difficult for the opponent to come in and get value. You have the defense matrix, you have an immortality field. It gets hard to wrap up those final blows for the opponents, and so I like this added defensibility for the core of their team, which is the backline and their long-range hit-scan. And Proper, he can just, blink around, do proper things, get a couple of picks, and well, there you have it. You survived long enough to find yourself in a mad advantage. So I like the Diva pick coming out from the Shock, and it's an added extra little bit of a quirk for the Shanghai Dragons to deal with.
Unfortunately, we didn't really have a Diva onesie for one of us to wear as we're talking about, the tank matchups, but
I don't think I would do well in a Diva onesie. It's very tight. I feel like I like the baggy Piggy outfit a little bit more.
I heard that you pulled off a good Mercy, though.
My Mercy cosplay was good. Yeah, I committed. I shaved
Google
the legs. Or don't.
Google it.
Content warning. But no,
again, as we're talking about tanks, we don't have the Diva. We also don't have, I guess, a tank onesie for the next player that I'd like to talk about, because the tank matchup is getting very interesting because the Dragons are throwing in some wrinkles as well.
Yeah, the Shanghai Dragons and Fate most recently said in an interview, yeah, we have played a lot of Wrecking Ball, but that's just been because that's all we've needed to do. No one has really pushed us into our other strategies that we have in our back pocket. And we most recently saw one of those strategies with that Doomfist. Fate picking it up. He hadn't played it at all so far this season, but in the playoffs, he picked it up and was very good at it. And we know how great of a player Fate is on this tank role, and he was able to step up. So I think that might be an important thing. You just talked about Johnny, the Diva, a different look coming in from the team. I was a little worried about the flexibility of the Shanghai Dragons coming into this, playoff situation. Are they only going to be able to die on that Wrecking Ball hill? But I actually think there's a lot more there than we give them credit for. So I'm excited to see more from Fate and the Shanghai Dragons and what they can show us.
Definitely excited. And again, this is the final match of the day, so we do have quite a few other games to get through before we get to see these two face off. But gentlemen, it's that time once again. It's time to see predictions, of which I'm leading. I'm leading in predictions.
That's not true.
Only me.
I think it is
just me.
true.
No ties. Just me. Don't fact check that. But let's go ahead and take a look at our predictions for today.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes, Scott.
Okay, I want to defend. Oh wow, that's a back and forth on the Shanghai server. Let me defend my Houston pick as well because it's completely something out of the server. Atlanta Reign, I know how short this turnaround is for them to play another match because we were also here late last night. They only have like a 12-hour turnaround to recover, get ready for the next match, while Houston should be rested. I think that might weigh on them, and I think that might be difficult for them to get back into the server, but it's going to be a close match.
Okay, but Kai tweeted a LeBron gift. I would be scared.
He did?
He's
Hex, I need to change.
Kai is ready to go. And for my Hangzhou Spark pick over the LA Gladiators, I don't have anything to say.
Oh!
No, what does he do?
That's cursed.
What are you doing? Is this how hamsters eat fruit? No one wants to watch us anymore.
God.
No one wants to watch us anymore. We're going to go to a quick break because that's it for Watch Point. Day 4 of the Midseason Madness tournament starts right now. Oh, stop it!
No,
what are you doing?
Bet I beat you to the finish line, cause we out to get it feeling fine. Keep it up or we'll be creeping up. Running up the mountain, steep and rough.
The team hits a shadow of his own and pins Choron to the wall.
As long as he can, the point is allowed to flip down the mayhem, sweep them away. Unbelievable!
Are you ready for the show? Now we caught up in the flow. We gon' give a little more. Ready, set, go.
Another one falls to Muse. Oh no! You can't do this. It's really starting to go off now. What the hell did I just witness?
Pardon? All right, looks like Pork's back on the menu, boys.
Lupus killed 2, and he drops and snipes 3.
It's a double pulse! A double pulse in overtime! Massimo putting a shy. Looks incredible. What? Wait, was that triple collapse?
Where did that come from?
Well, I think we can all agree, Matthew, that the mid-season madness so far has delivered. And here in the lower bracket, the stakes are continuing to get higher and higher. It's elimination time for both these teams. And hopefully somebody there is helping Johnny out, maybe giving him some counseling, because what he just did to that banana, that should not be allowed.
Yeah, I think I saw Soda Pop and eat a banana like that once.
Yeah, I say no more, Matt. That doesn't really help Johnny's case, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, the desk is, you know, look, it was a late night last night. Crazy games. Like, we were just talking off camera, like, the games have been incredible this week for the most part. Like, every game has been, like, relatively, like, even if it was, like, a 3-1, 3-0, it's, like, been close, like, back and forth. I think this first game is kind of set up to be something like that as well. They talked about Atlanta with, like, a quick turnaround from last night to today. But Atlanta's a team that rises to the occasion. I would not be shocked if they come in and, you know, look pretty fresh.
Oh, I love that you point that out, because obviously the Atlanta Reign are coming off an incredible match against the Seoul Dynasty, a team pegged by so many to be the best, or at least one of the best, over in the Eastern region. They overcome that ridiculous challenge, but their next matchup, it's supercharged with emotion. All right, Houston versus Atlanta. It's a classic matchup, and the last time these two teams met, it was an unreal C9 situation in Map 5. An expression on Hawk's face that will be immortalized. The shock of what had happened to the Atlanta Reign. They're here to run it back now, not only for their survival here in the mid-season madness, but also to settle an old score.
I think a lot of C9s this season is players just try and figure out.
There's one less player,
right? Diva or Lucio, right? Those would be the players that would get on and touch. You know, this is kind of like where you would say, like, they're definitely going to be up for it today. Like, there's not going to be a situation where they forget to get onto the payload. I also thought one of the more interesting things is, like, you know, how they've committed to this setup with Hawk as the tank. You know, he's able to play against Seoul Dynasty last night, against Smurf, like in Winston and stuff like that, which is like right up Smurf's wheelhouse, one of the best in the world. And it looked fine and took the win.
Smurf is so similar in that regard. He was hailed as the really flexible tank that, you know, was rotated. He was super back in the heyday of that San Francisco shock. But here's the man on your screen. A lot of investment into this guy to make the tank role on this team indomitable. Let's, though, have a look at the other side of the aisle here, as again, these two teams are in the same room. Now, an inauspicious loss to the Los Angeles Gladiators for the Outlaws, with some extra spice at the end on social media. You'd better believe a fire in their belly for this team, and they've had a day off to prepare themselves now, fighting for their survival. The winner of this game goes on and takes on the winner of what? Shock and the Dragons? The loser, they're headed home.
Yeah, I mean, that is this tour. Whoever wins this tournament, like, this is the hardest road, right? Like, there, you know, tournaments in the past, you have like 4 teams, even like, you know, 8, but not international. Like, just think about like, oh, well, after you get past this round in losers, you'd have to play the loser of Shock Dragons. Like, it's not really a great prize, you know, you can kind of go home with. Dante starting here for the Outlaws, so that tells you some Doomfist here in map number 1, and it is the Outlaws map pick.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll be selecting Oasis first up in this series. Spoilers, as they come in as the higher seed. Not by much, but again, being able to select that control map makes a big difference, especially when you're playing with a tank that we know Dante doesn't play a ton of stuff outside the Doomfist, right? This team, this Outlaws team, they are opposite to the Reign in that they're pretty telegraphed in what their composition choice is going to be based on what tank they've got in up until now.
Oh, we just got a smile out of Kai.
Hello.
You know, one of the first times ever, I think, caught a little glimpse of why. I think it was something funny one of the Outlaws players did on their side of the setup. But I think Kai versus Merit's like a crazy matchup, right? When they were ranking the Sojourns like a few weeks ago, they were up there. Like really like near 1 and 2, both of them. Like a really strong argument for either of them being one of the best in the region, in the West. So excited to see that matchup.
Yeah, I think that Merit flew under the radar for much of this season, honestly, until Sojourn was playable. And then we started to see him alongside a lot of other hit scans really make their mark. Something to look out for. No one can take away that triple clap, a triple kill with the one rail that we saw from Merit on Colosseo. That was obviously an incredible moment. But he's looking to add to that cache of memories here with some dominant play on Oasis. It's going to be our first map in this series. And again, it's going to be loser pick here in this first to 3 series. And to reiterate, ladies and germs, winner takes on the Shock. The loser of the Shock and Dragons, and the loser of this goes home. And what a match to have for an elimination match. Already trash talk in the lobby. There's trash talk in the room. There's going to be plenty of that from start to finish.
That's what I love about Atlanta. You know, some people are like, I don't really love the trash talk, right? But I mean, I love it. No, coming from Call of Duty, no, it's kind of just ingrained in you.
Listen, we all want something different out of this whole experience, right? But even people that sort of don't like the vibes of the Atlanta Reign have to admit that this team has been impressive for quite some time.
I like the trash talk. I know you've been asking for years that they just add like a little pip in the bottom of the gameplay that's just you standing there casting.
Do you remember World Cup? Was it 2019?
Make your dreams happen.
Was that 2020 World Cup when like we were able to pip ourselves because we were like producing the stream?
Yeah, that was so funny.
Pipped ourselves while we were coming. Anyway, go back and watch those games. That was a hell of a time.
I think I casted with Josh because he started the match and Brent was in the bathroom.
Yeah, and we just like picked the headset up. And someone heard me getting angry because there's no water cooler. Branded as a diva forever.
Damn. Tracer versus Genji here. That's really kind of the thing you look at from both of these teams. That's the difference where Pelican, he's had like, you know, some big moments with like blades, I feel like, but just kind of without that ultimate, a little bit up and down performances on the Genji. So see how it works out.
His Echo's been great, especially against like the anti-Winston or on the anti-Winston plan. It's a good start here though. Hawk eventually just kind of loses out in the neutral there, if you could even say there's one with these compositions. Iris and Merit though, Merit obviously doing a lot of work here from the sidelines. It's definitely an Outlaws fight win to kick us off. Started off by Pelican.
Yeah, and he got in there. There was a Discord onto Hawk, and then they were able to put down some damage, and I think that's a little bit more of the advantage of the Genji versus the Tracer. Like, I think the Tracer can get in and finish those kills off, but obviously takes a little bit with the blinks, depending on how many of them you still have available, right? You have to get in there, finish it off. Pelican just dashes on in, just able to cut right through Hawk and take him out pretty easy.
I'd suggest that this is the kind of game that Venom really has to go above and beyond here. It's a tough matchup at all times. Matching Pelican's impact is going to be crucial, and that's a great start. Take that, Caster Curse Doubters. Venom finding an opening here in this fight by removing Dante, but again, point can be hard to flip here. You better believe the Outlaws are going to try and make this a little difficult, but with Iris going down, they lack the infrastructure to mount a response.
Yeah, and that's a nice long-range sleep there from Ultraviolet onto Lastra at long range, and it's one that you're usually able to stall out for a little bit, but like you mentioned, the Outlaws not able to hold on really there at all and keep that one going. You know, they do come back, though, here with a Nano Blade available. Potentially all 5 ultimates available coming into this next fight. So if they're able to get a good blade here out of Pelican, they can flip this rather quick.
OG drops off the high ground. They're just concerned about getting picked off as he would have to wait for a bit for that passive to kick in. Yeah, this is Nano Doom for sure. And it's in response to Dante jumping in. Hawk trying to deal with the enemy Doomfist here as Dante goes low, but he gets a Nano himself and is going to Meteor Strike on out of there. Oh my! He's not ready for this Meteor Strike, and that is a flat Ana. Unfortunately for the rain, Dante's been going to work on the backline himself. It seems neither team's been able to stop the Doomfist from getting in there, but Dante has a bigger impact.
Yeah, we don't see it there because Ultraviolet is in like a really nice spot. He's trying to sit in the corner, get a biotic grenade from behind. But I think Dante just kind of like shoots out of a cannon there on the Doomfist with a Nano, and he's able to just roll through players on the Atlanta Reign. So just like that, Atlanta, they do get up to 45%. They make it close, but Houston able to flip it, and with only using the Meteor Strike and the Nano Boost.
Merit once again into the middle of the map, and that's a big hit that Venom just took. Discord auto bottom there, so he has to recall. Annoying for him to waste that so early on. He'll have to hope it comes back online quickly, but Kai's found Dante. Headshot with the rail, and now he's looking for the back line. Doesn't respect the Transcendence, but doesn't see Merit coming with an overclock of his own. That's 2 for Merit now. Clearing the way for the rest of the Outlaws here to continue to mount this pretty nasty looking score. 84 and counting, Matthew, and Atlanta are struggling to keep in step.
Yeah, and that is one where it looked like Atlanta potentially was going to be able to come in, make a play for the point, but Mero with the overclock was just too strong there, and Lastro able to keep a teammate up using the Transcendence. Dante gets right on top of Kai, forces him out. Is going to be Venom getting on the touch.
Venom looking for Lastro. Oh, the Hawk goes down. What a huge pickoff. Lastro has time to flip the bird to his opponents and get a huge kill like that on a Hawk. That's ridiculous. Houston in a great spot now, and Pelican's really just trying to do this for insurance's sake. He'll chase OG down. The kick is, it's so frustrating as Genji as he struggles to get to grips, but Pelican's done more than enough this round as the Outlaws secure it.
It's, I think just really first kills there. You know, Marriott was able to pick up a few on the Sojourn. They did a nice job of discording Hawk and making his life pretty difficult on the Doomfist. We'll see if they're able to replicate it yet again. I'd also say for Atlanta, if you don't win this map, it doesn't go your way, you could really kind of force the Outlaws into what composition they play moving forward, right? With your map selections, as we know they kind of rotate those tanks around and have specific looks for each one. And
yeah.
Take a look from Merit's POV. So got a kill earlier, yeah, and then one with a disruptor shot, and then finishes off Venom. Biotic grenade, yeah, that's nice.
Very tidy little finish there for Houston, but that really was about the first pick. I think OG just ripped, Lastro ripped Hawk a new one at the start of that fight. Having no Doomfist means you have minimal pressure on the enemy backline. Makes it even easier for Lastro.
And we're going to see Kai come out on Ashe. And something interesting is, like, we haven't seen a ton of Ashe in general, really, for the Western teams. Yeah, we've seen it in the East, but not exactly in the West. As Venom gets left there.
Someone tried to surgically extract Lastro's foot from Venom's behind before they can respawn. Yeah, look, and you can see how, like, the disadvantage at range that Merit suffers against. Ashe can be circumvented by power sliding forward and just trying to belt that enemy Ashe before they have a chance to respond. So nice aggression from Houston, taking the space away from Kai.
Maybe Houston knows how important this match is for Lastro.
There's a lot on the line. There's two
extra prize money. That extra prize money is going to have
$2,000 at least. And we'll have a tally for you.
Yeah, maybe that's what he was trying to give his teammates more motivation. Like, hey.
Damn, if only the Outlaws had more scrim bucks to pay that off with. Unfortunate. I mean, he's earning his keep, you know what I mean? I don't know if Lastro is on.
He hasn't been able to get anything going, man.
No.
Like, the Outlaws just upping the pace, like pushing Atlanta back, where, like, there's not even a lot to talk about from Atlanta's POV. Like, let's see how they come in here, like a Nano, maybe on a Hawk. But, I mean, look at Houston. You got the overclock, you got a Nano of your own, you got a blade. Like, now you win these fights in such dominant succession, like, you're going to end up like 70% on the point, all the ultimates that you can or dream of here.
I want to reiterate, Venom has to have a big impact here. Last time we did, like, he stuck a really nice pulse to Dante. That's how you should start these fights. Hawk is getting shut down consistently. Oh, the Nano on the Zen. Didn't know you were walking to that, did you, mate? Oh my, Pelican. Absolutely ripped limb from limb by OG there, who then has himself a quiet sit down with Iris. And that'll be Atlanta Reign back in control. A little bit spare in that fight, to be fair. But again, nice job there, really setting OG up to bring the pain.
Yeah, so now you have a Transcendence, so no Blade on the other side. You use it pretty freely. What they have to worry about, though, is like the last time they used it, trying to keep Ultraviolet alive, it was Iris with a nice Biotic Grenade. And then you still had Merit able to take him out through that.
Right.
You have to be so careful going up against Merit. He's able to like just build up this charge on the Citron, just make these railgun shots connect. It feels like almost every time.
Iris under pressure. Transcendence aggressively from OG. He goes forward, but it's a bit of a non-though because Hawk actually got out of the fight as OG was trying to go aggressive, and there's Ultraviolet felled by a railgun. Kai at least is able to fire one back, but it's just not enough. And again, it's Dante having a way bigger impact than Hawk has been able to so far. There are a lot of things going right for the Outlaws here in the Atlanta Reign. Need to sort themselves out quick.
I also feel like, they really made Hawk's life pretty difficult. Atlanta trying to play around him, maybe not the best setup at the current moment, because he went in and made an impact there, and him and Venom going to chase down Pelican here. But they tried to follow it up with the Meteor Strike and the Transcendence, and it just wasn't enough. The Atlanta Reign may flip this year, but everybody's alive for Houston coming back.
No, I don't know if they're flipping this at all, Matt. They're down to 2 players before this fight really starts. Kai had to go and touch. He had no choice. But man, the Reign could have benefited from his firepower in a moment like that. Surely the Houston Outlaws, a strong start here. And they're looking pretty pleased with themselves. Well, I mean, the faces actually they normally pull, so it's really up to your interpretation. But I'm going to say for the sake of a good story that they're looking pleased. Smile on the face of Lastro there, and a great start for Houston, Matthew. Got to be feeling pretty good about that first round.
Yeah, I do think, though, Atlanta Reign, with their map selection, can really force what they want out of the Outlaws. That's what I'm interested to see moving forward.
Yeah, keep your eyes on that. Let's see what Atlanta end up choosing and how the Outlaws respond. Can they exploit the telegraphed nature of Houston's tanks? We'll find out.
Please don't let me in.
Please don't let me into my zone. I just need some time on my own. All these people trying to get a conversation. You can conversate to that tone. My gut eye on that throne, yeah. So I'm never alone, yeah. All these people trying to box me in. I'm at my weather, it's on, yeah. Now they ask where I'm at. Making hits that line back. I'm MJ, I'm 2-3, man. I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense. My life gone, no recess. But I live my best one, so I got no regrets. I'm gone. Finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin' can't beat me up, cause I'm back in my zone now.
Having the highest seed in this match, the Houston Outlaws make their selection of control map up first and able to take Oasis away pretty comfortably. Now that the Atlanta Reign get to make a selection map, they're definitely looking to play to their strengths. So what do Houston have in response?
Yeah, so Atlanta ends up picking King's Row here for map number 2. I believe we saw them play this against the Seoul Dynasty the other night. They ran Hawk on the Winston. And Dante will stay in for the Houston Outlaws. So tells you you're going to be dealing with the Doomfist comps. And I think if you're Atlanta Reign, you kind of know, like, hey, where can we take advantage of some of this stuff? Maybe you feel like it's King's Row.
All right, let's go a little deeper then. How do the Atlanta Reign take advantage of presumably going up against the Doomfist setup here for the Outlaws?
So, what, on King's Row defense, like, you have, like, multiple options, right? Like, could they play a Winston-based setup? You know, that's a possibility for the Atlanta Reign here. Now that we've seen Hawk play that, Sigma is available, right? Where the Houston Outlaws don't really, we haven't seen Dante play Sigma. I'm sure, you know, he can play it, but just at what level? A lot of different options here for the Atlanta Reign to play, where Houston is kind of just full committing here to the Doomfist, where, yeah, so on defense, like I mentioned, you can play the Sigma Winston. They're going to play Sigma here to try and control some of the high ground.
Now, we've seen this matchup happen on a couple of different maps, actually, where, and Midtown is one I think of, right, where we see Doomfist going up against the Sigma, often tries to unseat the Sigma, force him away from his backline, or just deny him that handy off-angle setup that those Sigmas often go for. Again, to what degree is Hawk going to be able to respond to, you know, Dante's dives here? That's probably a question for the Atlanta Reign to answer.
I do feel like there's better options for high ground control here than, like, Midtown on the defensive side of things, right? When you think of Midtown, like, you just kind of set up by that subway. In that choke, they can just kind of run through. Like, here, you're just going to allow them to move through the choke, but once they're through, right, you have complete control of this high ground still.
So you can see how the Reign is spread here along that top causeway. And again, the Outlaws have a lot of checkpoints they would need to pass if they want to get to the back line at all. First pick here would be huge, obviously. Usually like a Sojourn, manufacturing a pick across the map. Can't count on those, but they've been crucial in the past. I think Patapan, the kind of player that's been able to manufacture those. But Merritt closes the gap already. Through the hotel, wants to pressure Venom down. The orbs are coming in thick and fast, and OG claims one.
I was going to say, the supports for the Atlanta Reign up on the high ground. No, Ultraviolet was able to hit a big biotic grenade that hits Dante and Pelican the first go around. And you can see it at the top of the screen, just kind of like paying attention to, you know, Dante's box in particular. Now he jumps to the high ground, he got hit with an accretion, Discord Orb on him constantly. makes it very difficult to stand up there and kind of try and trade as a Doomfist against the Sigma-based compositions. And I think the supports, especially with OG getting a pick there on the Zen, even just kind of dealing with the players to his left, dealing with players on the point, doing a nice job this far.
Merit knows he can barely interact with people in OG's position unless he closes the gap somehow. His primary fire is not built for that kind of range. So the Outlaws give it a tickle. Drop onto the point briefly now as Pelican looks to try and isolate some plays, but oh, he sees a Sigma and an accretion immediately after. He's able to back away, and Dante tries to dive again, and OG deflects another.
And they actually use the nano boost there onto Dante, but falls before he can get the effect of it. Yeah, and I don't even know if the actual impact made it there, even of like the damage structure or anything. I think it was something where I know nano, like you can kind of almost like, it's like really weird, like almost like in flight, like, you know, kill somebody like, and they don't get the effects of it. That's what it kind of looked like. So you don't have that big key ultimate here for the Houston Outlaws.
Devastating because Ultraviolet sure as heck holds onto his. That can go from to OG or Hawk. Hawk obviously not a great candidate for that in any case, but still an option. So Dante takes the low ground here and is hoping to bait Venom in to the line of sight of Merit, presumably. And the Outlaws are still trying to maneuver, trying to force the rain out of their hiding holes, but so far not so great. Venom gets a nano, but has to recall out. So Dante's able to get in position to protect Iris against the nano tracer, and then step towards the point. Here's the transcendence from Lastro, though. A Gravitic Flux might break this up, though, as Pelican looks to try and get some free damage in midair, and that's the bio to follow it up. Ultraviolet douses the Outlaws in his concoction, and Houston, it's back to the drawing board, isn't it?
Yeah, that is 3 players hit with that biotic grenade. Has players landing there for the Houston Outlaws, as that'll be a kill on the Venom, as Outlaws still lingering around the point.
1 minute left here is Lastro. Sat on the point now, Dante moves into position. Kai, the cogs turning in his head right here, deciding whether or not it's time to go for the ultimate. Pressure on Merit, but Pelican is coming out of a mile off. He sees him, and the Transcendence is in place. OG comes to the rescue just in time. Then Pelican's not able to find any value from that blade. Here's the Doomfist, Kai being pressured. OG yet finds another one. He's having such a big impact against the enemy tanks, and now supports as Lastro is felled as well.
Yeah, the supports for Atlanta Reign have dominated this first half of play. They have been tremendous being able to stay alive on the high ground. I know some extra damage from OG. Ultraviolet constantly hitting these big biotic grenades. Pelican's going to switch off the Genji. Not working here.
But no tank switches, of course, from Houston, because they don't with this setup. Which means that the Reign kind of know what they're going up against at any time. Pelican again wants to pressure Hawk, this time with the Echo. Dante takes a health pack here. Venom, there was no health pack for him to pick up, so he has to recall instead. Frustrating for the Tracer as Venom's out of the fight for a couple seconds. But Pelican finds Kai. The sticky bombs connect on the Sojourner. That's a key defender down. Pelican with a second. And this should be Houston finally breaking through. Clever little sleep there, but it won't be enough.
Clutch break here from the Outlaws as Pelican on the Echo made an impact, right? You know, the sticky bombs being able to get a little bit more vertical, like even above where Atlanta's setting up. So Atlanta looks like they're making some changes, as you can see. Edge gets right into the window as Kai, nothing you can do about that.
Beautiful stuff. Pelican makes a switch at the last moment. One of the pieces of this Outlaws composition that is extremely flexible. And they make use of that when and as they can. So 2 minutes 10 on the clock here. Atlanta Reign have got to be happy. You know, I mean, King's Row, it's a long map. Plenty of pitfalls for the unwary here, and they got a pulse bomb to work with. Venom, not expecting that little stoush.
And something of a change here for the Atlanta Reign. They've actually switched Ultraviolet off of the on-end over to the Batiste. So having the Immortality field, being able to fight a little bit longer there. Nice pulse bomb. That's going to connect on the Iris. The Houston Outlaws, they just push up right after that first pit.
Yeah, it's getting OG at the start of that fight. That's really impactful. Ultraviolet doesn't really have the chance to respond to railguns with that Immortality field. So if OG is like, if he's low enough in health, if he takes enough poke damage, Ultraviolet can't save him. And that's kind of what happens in that fight.
And this might be fast enough where you're going to make up, like you're not going to make up all the time, right? But you're going to make up enough time to give yourself an opportunity here at the end. The Outlaws are able to take this second checkpoint right now.
Pelican waiting for Venom to come out. He doesn't do anything. He knows that he's just going to force a recall and not get a kill. Here's the Gravitic Flux though. Lastro affected by it, but W use Transcendence pretty much immediately. Merit banking on being able to build up that ultimate before this fight really gets hot and heavy. It's going to be Dante down to start with. This is great for the defenders here. Immortality Field going to force Pelican back and away, but Hawk eventually falls. Both teams without their tanks and the Transcendence in play here for OG. Mira trying to get value off the railgun. Here he'll eventually bring down the enemy Zenyatta, but it's going to be a trade. 3v3. Pelican was in a dupe of Sigma for a time, but it's Kai to stand up. 3 for Kai and counting. That's 4 to really break this deadlock down, but Dante's back in the fight. Venom has a recall though. He actually can't fight the Doomfist right now. He needs to wait for Hawk, and finally the cavalry is here.
Oh, they're able to hold on as that goes right down to the wire. So Ultraviolet being able to use that jump from the Batiste to get to the high ground there with Kai, as Venom was able to contest. That was clutch, as I know Atlanta Rain, you have this Ant Matrix you can use on the high ground. Pelican goes off of the Echo now, goes over to the Genji.
All right, what kind of value do you... Oh, that's a great start. Dante low, but he gets netted immediately. That's going to inoculate himself, but oh, yep, that's a classic, isn't it? That's just bloody brilliant. The Atlanta Rain and Outlaws, known for their C9s, and there's another one for you.
Well, look, Dante's low. There's no Tracer there, no Lucio, right? So I think teammates probably expect him with the Nano to get onto it. We didn't see it from his perspective, like whether he used the Seismic Slam to maybe like...
I think he did to try and get away or got stuck. Either way, he wasn't doing it towards the card, right?
Yeah, or he could have done it to like more of the left or the right of the card, and maybe he thought he's within like the hitbox radius of the card, but not actually. But still, pretty good defense there from the Atlanta Rain. Really good on point A. You know, all the way through that Streets phase, it was looking like the Outlaws type of game, but Atlanta able to clutch up at the end.
Yeah, look, I mean, and like you said, a lot of that is really set up by how stoic they were on that first point. The Sigma composition, and like you mentioned, a little bit harder to unseat the Sigma, or at least he has sort of more favorable defensive positions than a map like Midtown, where you sort of play by the train card and hope you don't get knocked off. Here it is, the anatomy of a C9. Okay.
So really you're kind of looking at from, so the Ant Matrix nobody wants to walk into.
Oh, the punch!
Here's the Nano.
The punch on the Genji was what got it. Pelican can't touch, he tries to, I think, but he gets knocked back. That's filth.
Oh, yeah. So that's a huge play from Hawk there.
Look at me, I'm screaming at a replay, sorry. Carry on.
Yeah, he'll scream at anything.
It was pretty crazy. Ooh, all right.
It's a huge play by Hawk, though, right? Because they fully probably expect Pelican to be the one that touches there. It's a good catch. Yeah. Obviously not able to do so. That ends their whole half.
Coming back on the Doom, big play. Dante, nice early pick on Ultraviolet. Dove deep for that one, but he comes up with a good.
I wonder if we see the Batiste switch here for the Atlanta Rain. Pelican playing the Tracer here, not the Genji. But, you know, if you're going to be prone to this dive and not be able to get in a really advantageous position, you know, maybe the Batiste and play a little bit more defensive is the right way to go.
Yeah, Hawk just trying to get his team in a position to poke down. This sets OG up, right? Gives them a safe vantage to try and do this damage from. Get 5 orbs, as we've now coined the term. Disrupt the shot there. Just between Hawk and his backline, so no huge impact there. Nice little rail connection. OG getting hit markers. Dante's extremely low. It hasn't been topped up yet, so almost 2 ticks now and counting. Houston, they're playing this on hard mode and Pelly's asleep. Yep, that'll be the finish. Venom finds him. Kai brings Dante down. It feels like we found a critical mass here in this attack for the Atlanta Rain, and they're going to have a pretty smooth sail here into the rest of the map.
Yeah, that is a 6 sleep with just so much pressure being put, and look at this. This is going to be a pretty long stagger, so you're going to be without your Ana for a while. But what sets that up is they just get Dante so weak right at the beginning. A Biotic Grenade, a Discord Orb on him. Takes a ton of damage and not able to like really heal him up in time because it looks like everybody was quite low.
Yeah, you were asking about the potential Batiste switch, right? But obviously that Ana sleep against enemy Doomfist is pretty crucial, and if you hit a Tracer, then it's all over Red Rover at that point. 435, that is a beefy number.
And the Outlaws it doesn't feel like they have the luxury of being able to come up here and fight pretty aggressively. It looks like they're going to have to wait, and especially now losing Lastro, they're in a world of trouble.
Yeah, Atlanta Rain building up like an avalanche. He's getting a bit hot in here, though. Kai wants to pressure down. The pulse bomb lobbed there by Pelican. Just, I guess Pelican trying to play safe and not get too close, but it makes it impossible for him to guarantee a stick, and this cart is still on the move. Oh, man. The Outlaws under extreme duress right now, and they need to come up with a way to break this surge in momentum. Merit, that's what you want. Explodes forward and gets rid of Venom immediately with a railgun. He also has plenty more up his sleeve with that overclock. Hawk's able to pick himself back up and get a shield, but he's in a very compromising position, and desperately Ultraviolet was trying to keep him alive, but he just couldn't do it. Houston find the stop they need at the critical moment.
Yeah, and for Atlanta, you invest the Transcendence there, and obviously it doesn't work out. Still a ton of time. Kind of happy you don't really throw anything else at it, right? Like, don't try and throw a Gravitic Flux at it, you know, if you would have gotten the overclock. Like, save those, because the Outlaws are in a spot where they cannot hold on to anything. They're going to have to use ultimates constantly to be able to hold this on defense and secure it, and then eventually you'll figure you're going to get an ultimate advantage at one point.
Yeah, it may just be a matter of waiting for that to come around. Let's see how much patience Atlanta are able to display here, as Lastro is all he's showing the strategy book of the double birds right now, and that blows up in his face. What a huge mistake to have made here. Dante with a nano, though, he can go in and pressure, but he's taking a ton of damage, and Kai, he's already made short work of Iris. Oh, golly gee. OG, though, can't get himself out of that situation. No Transcendence, so Pelican might have put the Outlaws in a position where they can salvage this scuppered ship. But there's 3 on the card, and that's moving awful fast here. The Outlaws have Pelican to step up, and he combusts. Yeah.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Maybe if you would have been able to get a touch there, the accretion from Hawk knocks Dante back, because you had Transcendence rolling there for the Outlaws. Maybe you're able to make something out of it, but Atlanta secures their map.
Images taking moments before disaster. I feel like on board with Lastro the Zenyatta, trying to flank play a cheeky angle and immediately getting absolutely ranched. Not what the Outlaws were looking for there, but it feels like they were always playing from behind with their composition. So let's see how they try and play to their strengths. We've got a match on our hands, so don't go far. Map 3 after the break.
2 shots, dead in the ground. We ain't the same, pull up. 3 rounds, bro, you done. We let it rain, head pop. So look out when we in the zone. Don't play around. I got a strap, put to your back. Tell you now, we laying it down. Yeah, bands up, trapped out. I bring the dogs, gang out. Look. Don't wanna fade and drop out, got no clout. Think smart, this crucial. We ain't no average usual. Nah, we let it rain, ain't seen a savage who you.
And there's no better time than now. It's the Midseason Madness Global Tournament rages on. Submit your art celebrating the team or region you'd like to see win it all on the Overwatch League Fan Art Gallery. And if you're looking for a game to draw some inspiration from, this match is already establishing itself early as a bit of an instant classic. The Reign and the Outlaws are getting locked in this seemingly endless struggle. This time it is for survival. And they've gone back and forth, Matthew, in these first couple of maps.
When you're just reading that for the art gallery, I just thought about you know, the desk for their predictions, being able to just like draw them out tomorrow or something like that. Like they've just been going wild there in the truck.
Johnny with the Hangzhou pick as well, by the way. That's giga spicy.
That was spicy. That was spicy. But you know how Johnny selects. You know, if he's wrong, he's like, I was just just trying to be entertaining.
Content.
If he's right, he's like, see, I told you guys.
Yeah.
Well, you know, it's it makes a not-lose situation. You know, yeah. So
that's the point.
Piggy in for Dante. Houston Outlaws map pick. They picked Dorado here. So we've seen Piggy play a little bit of Winston recently. You know, obviously Piggy a very good Sigma player. So maybe you want to bring that in to try and match Hawk in that type of role. Maybe we get like a really, I mean, it's not really bizarre, right? Because this is kind of what you're going to see in like Overwatch 2, obviously in 5v5, but like a battle of 2 players who are traditionally off tanks playing main tanks, possibly. I also think potentially setting up for a really good, long-range hit scan battle between Kai and Merit.
That's definitely going to be exciting on a map like this. Neither team, I mean, I don't feel like Atlanta really prefer to play that much Widowmaker, right? I definitely seem more comfortable having Kai on the Sojourn. Hey, he dubs it a quote-unquote boring hero, but when you see him play it looks, I mean, nothing but exciting. So that's definitely something to be looking forward to, and we've seen that matchup already over the course of this series, but like you said, Matt, Dorado is the kind of map where that particular head-to-head gets amplified. That head-to-head really comes under the microscope here as we see teams often leveraging that longer range hit scan potential to create space, or at least to pave the way forward for attackers. I'm excited to see this battle of tanks especially.
And Merit has actually had a really good series so far. So if you are the Outlaws, like, put your faith in him, start making some plays even further. So it'll be the Outlaws in defense, and look at this. So Pelican, he's been kind of going back and forth between like Tracer, Genji, a little bit of Echo there on King's Row, but he'll come out with Tracer here to start. And then you're going to have Merit on the Ashe. So not like a Widowmaker here, no Sojourn. You're going to play the Ashe at long range. The Ashe pretty good in combination with the Sigma, right? Being able to kind of stand behind the shield. Put some damage down with the Zen. Players come in, you got Coach Gun, you have the Biotic Grenade, right, to kind of like stop that dive. Atlanta Reign, obviously, with some options here as soon as the door opens. They get a look at what is going to be on the other side. For me, does Hawk end up staying? Hawk is asleep. Does Hawk end up staying on the Winston? I think this is like another big test for Hawk because trying to play some more Winston. He's looked pretty good on it thus far.
Again, the Reign will look to leverage a bit of a difference in tank styles here. This time, shoes on the other foot, right? We already saw Hawk on the Sigma beforehand, but there's hardly any presence here from the Outlaws early. They really just want to play this choke map.
Yeah, they're gonna back up, but this choke is where like space opens up and the Winston can get in, get behind, make a play here in combination with Venom. We'll see. Pelican's got to be super careful here with the Sojourn and the Discord orbs coming down that staircase.
Every time he peeks his head out, he takes an orb or some incidental damage from somewhere. Pelican, good purchase on Venom so far. He's been able to stave him off, but the pressure is mounting. The Atlanta Reign are definitely trying to force an error.
there are no kills being happened here, but Atlanta is just getting so much space. Like Hawk, like I mentioned, was able to just jump into the back, stay alive inside of his Winston bubble, and that just forces the Outlaws to keep backing up, backing up, backing up. Like eventually, look at this. I mean, you're going to get this payload pretty close to getting on in. It's going to be a nano boost built up already. Is going to give that on to Hawk. Is a pretty odd first point here if the cap goes across the line.
Yeah, love that sleep down on Hawk there. Makes it harder to get value out of the nano boost, and the Outlaws have some players back in position to defend. Venom, though, looking at the fringes, and he's found Lastro now. Can he deal with this? And oh, flying foot came his way before he recalled. Pulse, no good. Lastro comes out on top, and he gives the Rain another gesture. This one shooing them away. Far less, far less against the rules. This one won't get fined for it.
Yeah, it's, Houston battles back there at the end. They end up using the nano. I believe that is actually on the Lastro, and I think it probably just in response to the pulse bomb. Iris probably doesn't know at that point kind of whether it's been stuck or whatnot, so ends up just kind of like firing it off. But you won't have it here. And this is what I was looking forward to at the beginning of this map, potentially. We get a Piggy Winston versus Hawk Winston battle.
Yeah, nice to see that switch back there. Houston realizing or deciding they'd like to be a little bit more proactive here instead of kind of hoping that the Rain overextend in some manner or another. So with that said, still the Outlaws can't really take the high ground. They've given up a lot of map control already. Kai is safely embedded here, and obviously you'd still need to get through Hawk and Co before you did anything like that. Trying to punish Pelican there for that positioning. Kai not able to catch him out.
Pelican's still here lurking behind enemy lines.
This would be big. Yeah, Ultraviolet hatched that one like an egg, Matthew. Pelican has to recall again because it's just pointless to commit onto a Zenyatta. But still, it looks like the Outlaws get what they came for here in a big way.
Yeah, outside of that odd first push, it's really been all Outlaws as they've been able to stand strong on defense here. As OG not in a position to be able to like save Ultraviolet there. I know from a pulse bomb stick is Atlanta. They're going to bank on having all 5 ultimates coming in this fight.
Kai trying to keep that charge nice and high. An early pick here would be immensely helpful. Whether he does it with the rail or with the ultimate, not so relevant. Primal Rage here from Hawk. I'm here and Bob on the scene. Yeah, Mera gonna let that one go here. Piggy taken down by a pulse bomb that went Atlantic here. I mean, they build up those ultimates, man. They kind of let them go here. Hawk with a bit more work still to do, and Lastro wants to pressure him down. He has the Transcendence in place, so now he transitions that towards the card itself. This gives Pelican the ability to be a bit more aggressive, but eventually that Zen ultimate is going to be over, and Kai nails him there with that rail. Over the top comes Piggy here, trying to buy a little bit more time here. He needs to be mindful of the card. He's pressuring Kai, but who's on the card? Well, there is a player there for the Outlaws, but they're eventually felled as well. And the Rain, a lot of low numbers on that top left there, Matt. They had to spend big to get that point.
Yeah, I was going to say, not really too surprising there, considering you come in and you're able to use every single ultimate to be able to take that. But the Outlaws, they invested pretty heavy into that fight as well. They come out the other side of it with just a pulse bomb. So we'll see now if Atlanta Rain can get this high ground control, get some more payload progress. I think it'll be, obviously Atlanta on offense here. We're going to see where their push ends up. I'm really kind of more fascinated about like what the Houston Outlaws offense looks like. Especially like, are you going to run this Winston? Are you going to play a Sigma-based setup? A lot of questions as we go into that next half.
Good chance that we're contending with potential Winston high ground defense as well, so we'll see how they respond. Kai finds merit early on here. There's that early pick that we alluded to earlier on. Great sleep. That does Hawk in easily. Yeah, Pelican's just going to scoop that one up, take it all the way to the bank. Kai is still a threat, though, and Pelican picks his head around a corner just long enough to have a steaming hole bored through it. The Rain is still on the move here, even without Hawk. He'll be back in a moment. The Outlaws need to make a decision.
Well, you just have Piggy like jumping down, contesting the cart, then backing up. You're not going to get a lot of progress here with just Venom, but now maybe a little bit more serious. Hawk back in the fight. He jumps out. Yeah, he gets slipped right away. Special
delivery for Hawk. He'll be topped up, though, as he tries to go after Pelican, maybe hoping the pulse would blow up on him. But still, him surviving is enough. Gonna be an out-of-boost on Piggy, though. This could get dangerous, and Pelican's gonna bring Kai down before he can let that rail go in the direction he would have liked. Transcendence here for OG, but doesn't feel great for the Atlanta Rain as they are extremely split. Hawk a long way away, and the Atlanta Rain have to regroup without their support ultimates at all.
Oh, yes, this is gonna be tough. It's Now, last show getting close to a Transcendence. You don't really have anything here for the Outlaws. Maybe Hawk with a Primal, able to kind of like, you know, displace Lastro if they're going to use Transcendence. Don't get the best use out of it here. It's now low 20 seconds.
15 and counting. Kai finds Pelican early on here. Good signs for the attackers, but Merit has a pretty powerful spot up here. Can they pressure him away? Extreme long-range railgun action here, but Piggy's gone low. It's a double bite, a great connection. Lastro's Transcendence is for nothing. The Outlaws could have held there surely, but that the healing gets turned off. And the Rain hurdled towards that second checkpoint. Primal here, this should deal with the Zed. Lastro can top himself up, but eventually Venom will converge. Dealing with Piggy now with the Primal Rage. He's buying some time, but there's an Orb of Discord on him to make it harder to hang around. Beautiful pick from Pelican though. OG goes down. There's 4 up for the Atlanta Reign though, where they have the numbers to pressure. And they get that checkpoint, Matt.
Man, in the clutch, the Atlanta Reign comes up yet again, where no, the first pick there from Kai is huge, right? You're able to get Pelican, who's obviously got to play pretty aggressive to get any value out of the Tracer, able to catch him off guard a little bit, land a shot, and that opens the door for them to take that second checkpoint. Not a lot of time here left, though, at the end. I mean, what, you know, a minute on the clock. You're looking at 2, maybe 3 pushes here, depending on how this goes.
Yeah, 3's definitely going to be a bit of a struggle. Still, though, good early progress as the Outlaws weren't really able to slow Atlanta Reign down at that choke, just based on how the last fight ended and where it ended, specifically. Bob here for Merit. Can't really interact too much until he goes to the high ground now with, of course, that coach gun. Great pressure there on Kai. Hits him with a dynamite, which is huge, and then able to finish the job. Trade, though, is... Iris is down for the Outlaws. They need that nano boost here for Piggy.
And I'm not sure if he sent that Bob in to contest, but he runs like all the way through. He actually goes through that like tunnel there and ends up hitting the wall. So not able to contest. So you got a little bit more progress there from the Atlanta Reign. Not a ton, but Final Fight territory, Transcendence available for Atlanta.
It's got a word for OG. So the Outlaws had their plans ruined by a Bite Grenade. This cannot be the same. Piggy's hit with that nano boost of his going to be put to sleep. Woken almost immediately, but the Discord Orb is a problem. He has to back away and just bide his time, and that causes that nano to expire. Here we go, though. Transcendence in play. Merit trying to pressure down. He's hit with a Biotic Grenade. But Venom's not able to take advantage of that while that's in play. Still, the Atlanta Reign muscle their way through. Pelican is down, and Hawk has a Primal now. Lastro is not going to be touching the card, so Piggy's the only issue, and he'll be knocked away.
Oh, he gets knocked away. Man, that is some nice play there on the Winston from Hawk, right? Using the Primal, you know, knocking Lastro out of the way just in case he had like a Transcendence or something, right? And then able to, obviously Venom probably a little bit worried, right? As he's Tracer on the card, gets back to it, and then they just knock back Piggy and get him out of the way.
Yeah, I mean, with Lastro was too far away from the cart to do anything. I think clever from Hawk to sort of identify that, and all they needed was such a small amount of progress on the cart, so it goes back and buys enough space to get the job done. So all things considered, Matt, pretty decent result here for the Atlanta Reign. You know, we saw Houston, they ended up switching to like a Winston Nero, and we saw that Piggy is very capable, I think, for the most part, in making that pick work. I'd also suggest that Iris shutting Hawk down with, you know, frequent sleep darts was a huge part of the Outlaws' ability to buy time defensively. Hawk seemed to run into some trouble with that crowd control.
Kai comes out on Sojourn here, so no Ashe for the Atlanta Reign on defense, but obviously a much different setup, right? When you're going to play the Winston Sojourn with the dash, and then the jump can be a little bit more aggressive than, let's say, an Ashe would be. Ashe, I think, kind of combos better with Sigma for a little bit more of a, you don't want to say like a bunker comp, but one that's going to be a little bit more static. So the Outlaws, see Pelican,
yeah,
maybe he stays on this Echo. I think
let's
the
talk
Echo's
about
an
that.
interesting pick.
I think
Echo's pretty good against Winston, right?
There's some risk, yes, there's some risk here, and obviously Pelican having to cross this expanse, so you notice he's very mindful of just how much altitude he's gaining and how vulnerable he would be to a rail from Kai. But he can sort of deny positioning on top of these buildings pretty effectively, right? There's nothing Hawk can do about this poke damage that's going to constantly come in. So by the time Piggy jumps up there, Hawk's already half HP. Great way to deny like a high ground hold here. No guarantee it works fully, though.
And also, if Hawk gets a little bit low, right, you always have to have the threat of Pelican coming in on the Echo with the focusing beam and just kind of burning him down, right?
Yeah, it's a great point, which means Hawk effectively has half the HP that he thinks he has. In situation, he has to play as if he did, you know what I mean? Ooh, OG doesn't know what was coming from behind him, but it took him very low. And here we go, that high ground, that obnoxious high ground defense has basically been thwarted, and Pelican is in the back line, getting rid of OG first, Ultraviolet second. The DPS of the Outlaws converge on their prey.
Yeah, and I wonder if you stay on like the Sojourn, if you stay on this composition here for the Atlanta Reign. Just kind of figuring out how worried you are about this Echo pick. So, looks like at least for now, Atlanta going to stay. You're going to have a nano boost here available for Hawk. So you'll be able to get another fight at this.
A great opener for OG. You need those.
He takes a merit.
Yeah, that's so big. Hawk, though, Discord ult, but also with a body grenade and a sleep dart first. This is what I'm saying. Iris just unleashes everything. He's like Khajiit with the wares. He just throws them all at Hawk and shuts him out of the fight. But Kai's there with a headshot on Piggy, both tanks being down. And again, tough stuff for the Outlaws there as the DPS of the Reign come alive, especially Venom standing up in a key moment.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate for Iris and the Outlaws, because that started off pretty good, right? When Hawk gets the nano, he's a little bit low and hit with a biotic grenade pretty much like a second before he gets the nano boost, so doesn't get any of that health from it. Gets a little bit of the damage reduction, right? But not enough to keep him alive for long. They end up taking him out, but
the dive!
It is.
He finished the job, he got it done, he didn't even have to focusing beam that. Now he's Ana, which is great. Obviously, body grenade impactful in these situations, but the barrier was a problem for him to get through. I mean, that is beautiful stuff. And this is something that not every team can do. I mean, I think you might even need to bring Nero in if you're Atlanta and you want to play this way. And that's why you asked about the Ashe, right? Is Kai going to play that? It can be good at shutting down the Echo. There needs to be something leveraged to deal with Pelican. He's a menace right now.
Yes. Oh, look at this. He's going to try
Oh, God!
Oh, that is... oh, that is too funny. Hey.
Oh, let him know.
I feel it from Kai's POV. Like, he's like, come on, man. Like, really?
Oh, man. Damn, has to hit him where it hurts, though, doesn't he? Sheesh. All right. Well, pejoratives aside, 3 minutes 18 on the clock there. Hawk's gone digging by the looks of things here. Venom tries to drop a pulse off at the door, but it's the wrong address, apparently. So now he'll turn his eyes towards Piggy while he can. It's a Transcendence from Lastro here to try and, again, inoculate the Outlaws from the impact of Hawk's Primal Rage. He'll head back upstairs now, and they are trying to keep tabs on Pelican if they can.
Yeah, and Hawk does drag a few players back, right? So both supports, Merit there, and then Piggy had to come back. Now Piggy, we're going to get to see his Primal Rage, and he's out. He's
like, getting flambéed on the high ground, man. He had lost 500 HP in a matter of seconds. Oh, yeah. Go on, Kai, put it in chat again, mate. Merit, huge pick there. He gets nanoed, okay. Does he elect to use the ultimate? No, he doesn't need it, apparently. Hawk goes down. That Transcendence from OG is looking extremely sad. You may have entered the Iris, sir, but the rest of your team is stranded outside of it.
The payload is still moving, though. Somebody is on the payload here for the Outlaws. It's going to be Piggy. So Piggy was actually still here with Pelican. They got to get out. Yeah, I was going to say, you hang around here for a little bit longer. You're going to end up dead. Will be the Outlaws probably trying to get some high ground here with Merit's overclock. They don't exactly kind of have to push like pretty standard. You see right here coming around this outside.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Ooh, connects right. It looked like it hit like the Echo's wing there.
Yeah, Pelican obviously not really airborne there, so it's a valuable opportunity for Tracer to get a pulse bomb stick. And now that Outlaws time bank's been cut in half since they got that second checkpoint. Still a one-fight sort of situation here if they're able to win it, but we've had some real scrappy engagements, man. Kind of like early 5 versus 5.
And for Atlanta, you don't really have anything here to work with, right? You're going to have a duplicate in the overclock on the other side, so you're just trying to find maybe a support a little bit further off on their own at this time.
Ah, yes, the intellectual choice once again from Pelican. Extra healing on board for now for the Houston Outlaws.
Oh, you just have to wait this out. If you're Atlanta, you're going to get the nano now. It's probably going to go on the Hawk, yeah.
What can he do from here? Iris has an Orb of Harmony on him, but that's it. That's all the healing he can get. He didn't have a body grenade available. Pelican's still able to trade and get rid of Venom of all people. And there it is. That's how scary it is as Winston to deal with Echo. As soon as Hawk goes slightly low, Pelican just lasers a limb off.
Yeah, and I think if you would have had Ultraviolet alive, it would have been a little bit more of an interesting fight there, because Hawk was getting, like, he was 3% towards Primal Rage. I know you have the Ana alive there, a little bit more healing output than just the Zen solo. He might be able to get that and keep that fight going.
Transcendence here for the Outlaws, so the Rain need to be wary. If they're tracking this, they'll know that any dive would be extra dangerous. Pelican under a bit of pressure here. That Discord Orb stuck to him. He's able to shrug that off, though, and he wants to get Hawk out of the way. He wants to guarantee the high ground control, but so far, not so great on that plan.
You can be pretty aggressive. Oh, yeah, that nade comes in huge. You can be pretty aggressive on the Echo because you have the ability to just fly out of the way there. Not using it to kind of access that high ground, that part of the map. So we're able to use this as an escape tool where the Outlaws rolling here this last part of the map.
Now we're looking at extra innings at this rate. Look at those ultimates the Outlaws have been able to bank here. Venom, can he break the deadlock with a big pulse bomb is the question, but Piggy's gone with a primal. So Venom cleverly is stalling on his own right now. He knows that the rest of his team are being waylaid by the frenzied scientists, so he stands his ground for now. Iris, pulse, no connection there. Iris should be able to step away from it, and so he does. Merit punishes Venom as he tries to get away, and a cringe from Venom there. As Merit hits the mark once more, the cart tantalizingly close here. But the Outlaws have lost Pelican. Can they get it done without him? They have a nano boost here still, and Merit can pop off, but it's Kai's moment right now to go for the overclock.
Yeah, this is going to be a nano boost coming in onto Piggy. He gets actually put to sleep. Hawk comes out on D.Va here for a little bit of a stall here at the end. Merit can't find anything here at that moment in time. Then going to find Venom on this floor.
Big biotic grenade there. Huge one from Ultraviolet. Isn't enough to break the deadlock here. Merit obviously able to find a sleeping target. I like this. Hawk's so defensively oriented on this particular pick right now, and Pelican tried to imitate him, and unfortunately it was a cheap approximation. He tries to get a remake on Hawk as well. The audacity of it. But the Rain hold, this is getting scary for Houston.
Well, we talk about how good D.Va is in like these one-on-one scenarios, and oh, you see why. Flies right in with the missiles. Discord Orb able to try, and they're going to try and finish off Iris as well. That's going to be both supports down for Houston.
Gets you a man that can do everything. Hawk with another switch to one of his old, I guess his old flames. Yeah, the D.Va comes out and he's able to control space, play defensive, and shut Piggy down. That one's going to be frustrating for the Outlaws. That's a map that they, sub Piggy in for. They feel confident after switching to a Winston mirror. But man, Pelican, jeez, Pelican almost gets them there, Matt. Incredible echo play, but it's not enough.
Yeah, I mean, that's the Pelican of last year, right, on the echo play. But man, the switch to the D.Va at the end with getting the nano and just being able to really just brawl out with targets on the payload paid off for the Atlanta Rain.
Now we're starting to get to the business end of this series. The Houston Outlaws need to have an emphatic response on the other side of the break. Don't go anywhere, because map number 4 is sure to be a doozy.
I can read it in Korean, you know. Nuku Ayo. Hey, not funny.
Who's the biggest prankster on the team?
I'd say Nero.
Hulk and Nero.
It's definitely me or Hawk.
I'd have to go to Pelican. This guy's just always up to something.
100% Pelican. Maybe Piggy and me.
나 팀에서 무조건 장난꾸러기는 스파클 선수가 장난꾸러기를 넘어선 그냥 선을 넘었어요.
Always doing something to mess with people. They like making people mad sometimes.
Me or Hawk just troll the team, like everyone on the team. No one's safe.
팀에서 장난꾸러기는 제가 생각했을 때는 마제드인 것 같습니다.
What? Probably Hydron. I guess it would be me. I like pulling everyone's leg a little bit.
He'll go up and change someone's wallpaper or something while they're not looking.
Or if someone's mad, just making them more mad, just for their own entertainment.
It's just something that we do and we find it funny.
Who has the best fashion in the league?
To be honest, I don't know how any of the other players dress, so I'm just gonna assume it's me. Hydron. I think Hydron.
다른 선수들에게 그렇게 관심이 많은 게 아니어서 잘 모르겠는데 플래타님 아니면은 보이드님 아닐까 싶습니다. 왜냐면은 리그에 많이 나온 것도 그렇고 인스타 같은 것도 보면 옷 잘 입는 것 같아가지고 그런 것 같고.
제가 근데 사적으로 옷 입는 걸 본 적은 없지만 제스처 선수가 조금 옷을 잘 입는 것 같고요. 리그에서는.
For our team, who would it be?
Maybe 이리스?
I don't think our team got dripped. We're not dripped out.
리그에서는 잘 모르겠는데 팀에서는 이제 피어리스 형이 옷을 좀 좋아해서 아마 제일 잘 입지 않을까 싶습니다.
In the league, I think Shu has the best fashion, and I think on our team, it's probably Kai.
And Kev's there, actually. Yeah. What teammate always has your back, no matter what?
Probably my Jed. It's my Saudi brother.
I think they all have my back. You know, we trust each other a lot, and you know, we're a team, we're a unit, and I don't think there's any like barriers between us.
한 팀원은 제가 생각했을 때 한빈 선수가 제일 믿음직한 것 같아요.
I'd say everyone on the team, we're all friends. We help each other through everything. Probably Pelican.
Maybe 단테?
뭐 다 제 소중한 팀원들인데 어떻게 하나만 골라요? 다 소중한 믿음적인 팀원이죠.
So it comes down to this. 2-1 in the series. The Atlanta Reign lead the Houston Outlaws. A frustrating map for Houston. They select Dorado when they cannot get across the line. It's close. It looked like the Outlaws would even finish with some time, but in the last minute or so, the wheels fell off the cart. And now they're going to have to try and find a way to stay in this series on an iconic map for this team, Matthew. Colosseo has had some huge moments for the Houston Outlaws in the past.
Yeah, we'll see Dante come back in for Piggy here on this map selection for the Houston Outlaws. So, gonna go back to running some of these Doomfist-based compositions. As man, the last two maps have really been close. Even think back to King's Row. Dante almost able to get back to the cart on defense. Like right when Atlanta won it, they had a Transcendence rolling, not able to do so. Some big plays from the Atlanta Reign late here on Dorado make this a game point scenario for them.
Great point. It's been like the last minute of each map where it's really been decided. And it's been Atlanta Reign finding an extra reserve of energy in those moments to give their team enough to make the difference.
They're just a team that seems to be coming up clutch pretty consistently, right? Like whenever they need a play to happen, they're able to get it and work it out in their favor in some way. No, can you win all of the time that way? Probably not. You're going to see some kind of like results where
you don't want to win all the time
sometimes.
like that.
I mean, no, not really. But you know, you need some of that like big game playmaking where things don't look as good. All right, well here goes like Ultraviolet and hits a massive biotic grenade, right? Turns a tide in a fight. Or here comes Hawk and he's able to switch over to the Diva and come up clutch, right? It just seems like they constantly come up with that.
Shout out to the, obviously, the Doom switch from Hawk to sort of knock Pelican away to sort of make it not a C9 and actually a legitimate hold. Shout out to the nerd on Twitter, got mad about that. But that was an incredible switch as well. So the Reign, in a pinch, always seem to have the right answer. What on earth is this approach?
Yeah, so Atlanta, they'll actually go with a Doomfist of their own. So they're going to play the Doomfist with the Lucio, and they want to go fast.
Oh, that's
they want to up the tempo even more.
2-for-1 trade, they'll take those. Pelican also looking awful haggard there. Merritt able to pick OG out of the mix here. This one is going to go to the wire in this fight, but Venom and Kai are loose ends here late. And it will be the Atlanta Reign taking an extremely roundabout, literally and figuratively, approach to winning that first fight.
Yeah, and the last time we saw them, nice shot.
Oh, he knows it too.
He even knows it too. That was nice. The last time we did see the Atlanta Reign play against like the Doomfist setup, I thought Dante and co did a really nice job. I think specifically on Oasis, right? Getting into the back line and making it trouble for OG, who's playing the Zen at that time. So the Lucio's a little bit better in terms of the defensive setup too, right? The boop's a little bit harder to hit, obviously, than his Zen. You still get a support ult, right, to keep teammates alive.
Oh, what again?
You lose Hawk here, but Kai with another shot on the Pelican.
These railgun headshots on Genjis? They're unlikely even in the best of situations, but Kai is stringing them together like they're nothing. Like the macaroni necklace.
That is not what you want to see if you're the Houston Outlaws, because when Kai starts to heat up and like get going, like there is nothing like watching him play the hit scan heroes when he is starting to click like that. So a few times in a row he's come out, hit some big shots, and that keeps continuing. You can see this go pretty far for the Atlanta Reign.
Yeah, that's when it starts to get a little breathtaking. Right now, Atlanta be satisfied with that early lead they've been able to dig out here. They're also playing sort of along the outside of this area at the moment, not wanting to expose themselves to too much of this poke damage. You think the Kai be happy to take this fight, but
they don't want to play where their barrier is because of that high ground. Merritt just deletes Venom as he takes a little bit step to
Sorry, I think I saw Dante get knocked down twice in quick succession. Once a sleep and once a punch. And still, Matt, the Outlaws are able to come out on top. Merritt, huge fight from him.
Yeah, the first kill onto Venom. And then just putting down enough damage on the Hawk to finish him off. Losing some charge here on the Sojourn. So going to go back to 0. But still a decent amount, though, for the Outlaws to make up. It doesn't seem like a lot of like meter push from the Atlanta Reign at the start. But they've gotten it like a little bit around the corner where, you're going to have to fight this high ground here if you're Houston.
Hawk happy with that. That's his staging ground. He tries to drop on top of Iris, but it's Spider Grenade, Sleep Dart, all of it hitting him. Crucial timing from OG, finds the sound barrier, but still the Outlaws able to find a kill off Dante's Meteor Strike, and then Pelican's there for the follow-up. Beautiful stick. It's so clean from the Houston Outlaws. They will be run away at this rate, looking to get into the lead. Again, look, they had to take that fight in the disadvantageous position, but they turn it around.
Yeah, and they'll take the lead now in terms of push as OG will go over to the Zen. Feel like you maybe need a little bit more damage. This time you capitalize on a sleep, so Houston gonna have to hightail it out of there without Dante.
That's where the Outlaws push ends, but they've got to be happy enough with getting a lead there, especially from winning a fight from the low ground. It's scary.
Not a
Iris
significant one, though.
That's true.
Right?
It is close. Woo. Nicely done, Pelican. Lands that one on Kai. Sometimes it hits a little bit diff when you're playing in the same room, huh? Venom ain't going to get much done in the back line. Yo, that's dirty. Iris chases him with a Bionade.
Yes, it doesn't look like you're going to be able to find anything here if you're Atlanta. You're just trying to back up as Hawk using the power block to try and escort OG as they actually find a player off to the side. I believe that was Lastro, so you're going to be able to get a pick off of this.
Kai getting some value there out of that railgun. Iris, another big sleep on Hawk, but can he handle this kind of heat? The answer is no. Atlanta cede a little bit of extra ground in that fight, but it's time now to get back to neutral.
There have been a few times where Atlanta has been able to catch like Lastro off kind of like on his own, right? We've seen it, remember King's Row, right? He was going on that like flank and trying to make a play from behind, didn't work out. They've caught him a few times, in an off angle. Right there, they're able to capitalize on it, and it kind of turns the tide.
There's a lot of volatility that's predicated on these Sojourn picks. I mean, you'll see these early headshots from Merit or from Kai, and it really paves the way for a fight win for your team if you can get one. OG, pressured. Pelican trying to chase. It's Ultraviolet he ends up coming out with because OG was flattened by Dante. Kai finds another consistent whale connection, but the Outlaws have some momentum. They're looking to leverage it now. They're still behind the rain. Houston hoping to put this to a stop. This is a very defensive play. The Hawk takes too much damage, has to get out. Health pack, but no healers to top him up, so this is a little scary for Atlanta.
Yeah, as Venom is just trying to stay here to prevent the bot from going so far back, right? So we're a bit more than halfway through this game. Both support ults will be online for the Atlanta Reign. Hawk, you know, he was doing some big damage in that last fight. You give him the nano boost here and, you know, same type of part of the map. Maybe he's able to make a big play.
Another pulse from Pelican would be just what the Doctor would never order because he's trying to preserve lives, but could be on the cards here. Is this nano for... Oh, okay, gets a hit there, but Hawk's able to finish the job on Pelican. All right, so the Atlanta Reign, by the way, coming into this fight with what? One ultimate? One! And they're able to push up here. This is huge. Transcendence comes online for OG and Dante falls. For the Outlaws, they've got to be furious. Yeah. They have 6 ultimates here, Matt.
And a few kills towards the end here is going to be huge for the Atlanta Reign. And that's why Venom, you know, stalling that bot there was so important, because if the Outlaws are able to get it back to 50, like, yard line of the map, the Atlanta Reign are not going to be able to take the lead off of this fight, but they are now.
Mate, those are meters, not your ridiculous freedom units. 60 meters now for the Atlanta Reign. And that puts them, but you make a great point, right? Like, keeping that bot at neutral, at worst, is what allows the Reign to get into the lead here. Now, can they capitalize? Can they follow up? Venom dueling on the barrier for now. Pulse bomb thrown down, but it looks like Ultraviolet was able to get away from it. Hawk currently sleeping. Here's the Transcendence now for the Houston Outlaws. Ultraviolet blowing up there, and whew, that bot's already been moving this whole time, by the way.
Yeah, just a little bit further, you know, for the Atlanta Reign. They don't get to that, you know, infamous butt scratch, right? So Houston Outlaws is going to try and get there here first as Hawk back off spawn. Probably going to want to try and contest this as soon as possible. Do not want to give up the lead here.
Both these teams fighting for incremental leads. Back and forth. No pulse connection this time from Pelican, although Dante looks to go deeper. Iris is taken down, though the Atlanta Reign able to stave off. For Houston, this is devastating. They're in a position to really start to pressure and get an advantage, but their attack, it just collapses on itself.
Yeah, now Atlanta will get going the other way, and this is a scary moment here for the Houston Outlaws. You're going to be coming up on this defense right before the, you know, the infamous butt scratch, that first checkpoint unlocked.
We get it! It's infamous!
You're going to have a nano boost available here and an overclock. You lose this fight, you know, this is going to get a significant amount of progress for the Atlanta Reign that you may not be able to come back from.
They caught Dante and Kai just fight to pick on Iris. This is all going wrong for Houston. The lead for Atlanta is going to continue to increase, and now we're under the 2-minute mark, and we've hit the butt scratch. Because that's huge.
Well, and you can't fight here either, right? Like, if you could fight here, if you're the Houston Outlaws, stop it there. We've seen games end in that type of capacity. You're not able to kind of play defense here directly on that checkpoint. So you're going to get a forward spawn from Hawk. He'll be back a little bit sooner than normal.
Venom jittering in his chair.
Yeah, the barrier's still moving, though. Like,
yeah, with
OG
OG
on it alone, and yeah.
I feel like Atlanta might have just gotten a free 5 to 10 meters there, even in a losing scenario.
And because of the way, you know, they kind of win that fight, they're in a spot where they get past that checkpoint. This is huge for Houston.
This is the push,
all
right?
5 ultimates, obviously. If you're the Atlanta Reign, there's a good chance you have an idea that they have all these ultimates. You want to take a fight early, which is exactly what they're doing. You want to take this fight early, get some of these ultimates out, and then play for a last-second fight, because the bot's not going to move fast for the Outlaws, right? Because it has to stop at that checkpoint.
Pelican tries to blindside Kai, but it's him that falls foul of Hawk. Pelican dropped Hawk, eventually going to go down here, so a 4v4. Great pulse down. Dante, as soon as he comes back down to earth, reality hits hard. And the Atlanta Reign are not going to allow Houston to control this. So now Houston have to full-scale retreat. They have to group up for one interrupted push to win this. It's all on the line here. Houston, this has to be the push.
And they have 4 of the ultimates available. Atlanta does not want to push it much further than this, right? They don't want to run into the high ground, because that's a fight they most likely lose. And Houston doesn't have to use anything for it, as Houston will have to get touch on the bot, keep it moving. It's Atlanta trying to build up some ult here.
Hopes on the line here. Mid-season madness is in the air for the Outlaws now. It has to be an uninterrupted push if they want to stay alive in this tournament. That's a good start. OG falls. Pele good pressure and Dante goes overhead. Both backliners for the Atlanta Reign are down, so that's the first tick in the box for the Outlaws, but there's many more that must be satisfied.
And you only had to use the nano boost there for the Houston Outlaws, so that is massive. Only use the nano. The bot is going to hit the barrier here shortly, and then you see at the top of the screen, it's going to stop at that checkpoint. It's going to have to unlock that. This is where maybe Atlanta can make a play, right? If you can get Kai up on that bridge with the overclock shooting down, maybe that's where you can get a hold here.
Getting the butt scratch.
Merrick with a biotic grenade.
Yeah, he backs away, playing inside of his own disruptor shot. It actually works out, but Dante, he's so low. Kai finds two. Kai from the high ground. This could be it. The Houston Outlaws looking to make magic again, but Kai ain't about that life. Lastro, the last one standing in overtime, and 2 extended middle fingers won't be enough to keep the Outlaws alive. They're going home as the Reign continue their lower bracket run.
Man, what a play from Kai. Comes around the corner with the overclock. I was mentioning you can come from the high ground, use that ability, slides down, connects with a few shots. And that kind of seals the deal there for the Atlanta Reign as they stay alive in the tournament.
I mean, more than just stay alive. We talk about survival, and that is on the line here. But the Atlanta Reign are starting to flourish. A victory against the Seoul Dynasty went all the way. This time, they handily dispatched the Houston Outlaws. And let's not forget, multiple Houston picks are won by the Atlanta Reign. And they're showing us that maybe they're onto something. Hawk has played so many different tanks across this series, and many times they've been able to exploit the Outlaws' lack of flexibility in that way. The backline for the Atlanta Reign is showing that sort of, incredible power they had in the first few weeks of the season, returning to that hyped sort of OG and ultraviolet phase. This is incredible stuff from the Atlanta Reign, and I got a feeling they're far from done.
Yeah, I think that commitment to Hawk and really giving him the time to play all these other tanks, it's a huge difference for the Atlanta Reign, not just overall in the season, but in this series, right? You kind of see what Houston has to do in terms of swapping out tanks, trying to get the exact kind of composition they want. And rightfully so, because Dante is so good on the Doomfist, and then Piggy's so good on the Sigma. But man, Hawk was the player of the match today for all the things we just talked about. Being able to play the Sigma, play the Winston, the Doomfist, right? Diva, right? We saw so many different tanks from him today. And he was a huge difference maker.
I mean, I feel like on King's Row, there's almost a sense of inevitability. But whatever. It was guaranteed that the Atlanta Reign were probably going to win that because of how they're able to exploit, the opponent tank. Like, Hawk's able to play whatever he likes. The Sigma looked huge. Even on attack, he plays it, and they sequentially take this space. Obviously, returning to the Doomfist on Colosseo. A great series. Incredible series here from Hawk, and we're continuing to understand now why it's so important for that one tank player to have so many options.
Yeah, it is. It's something that I think a lot of teams are going to look at, how Atlanta handled this. I know pretty early here in our season. And I imagine they're going to try and copy some of this format, right? There's a nice break, after this, before we start our third tournament of the year. Where I think a lot of teams are going to look at their roster and say, like, is there one tank we can focus on who can play a lot of these different things? Because, Junker Queen, right, coming in, like, there's a lot of tanks now that they're going to be able to utilize, and you want to utilize as many as possible map to map.
Yeah, fantastic result here for the Reign. The Outlaws, of course, a bit to work on. They're definitely sitting well within the pack, but they need to break through later on in the year. So they'll have a break now, as Matt mentioned. We're going to have one too. I'm going to learn how to say words while we go to the desk and have them wrap this one up. Of course, we'll come back with our next very spicy match after the break.
Okay, I can go.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Touch one.
Choose me.
Demand. Go. Stop. And no sleep. Nice. Clara. Good shit. Kill them. Or done.
We won.
Good shit.
Oh my god.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to Game Break, everybody. I'm here joined now by Hawk from Atlanta Reign. Hawk, congratulations on the win. And yeah, apparently you're the jote. There's a new term going around among Overwatch League tank players, and it's a jote.
Yeah, jack of all tanks.
Jack of all tanks.
Jack of all tanks.
So
I mean, it's been going around the Western players. People have been calling everyone jotes, but I guess today I had to flex around the tank role, and jack of all tanks today.
Is there a limit on like how many tank heroes you have to use in order to acquire that term?
I think it's mainly just having one tank like always in the lineup. Like if you're flexing around tanks, then you're not a jote apparently.
But you are definitely a jote.
I guess so.
You are a jote.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm talking to the jote of Atlanta Reign, everybody. Yeah, let's talk about this match a little bit. I mean, I think you guys, Atlanta Reign, were very dominant this whole match. But other than the first map, Oasis, so what were some of the problems that you guys had in the first map, and how were you able to turn things around at the end?
First map, Pelican was just taking a lot of space on Genji. Just hit orb, and he was pretty much playing like a second tank, just walking up, and we just didn't poke him out that well. But on the second and third map, we were able to abuse their tank player that was in, and able to just pretty much just worry about he would have to go to Echo, and then we didn't worry about the Echo. So it's complicated, but yeah.
Sorry, every time you talk about tank players now, I just think about that joke tournament. Yeah. Sorry guys. All right. I mean, yeah, we were talking a little bit about Houston. You were talking a little bit about Houston. I mean, so my second question is actually about Houston. I mean, how were the Houston Outlaws today in your perspective? Were they sort of better than your expectation?
Well, last time we played them, it was a complete tragedy what happened on in the well. So yeah. So they're a slow team. They like to play very slow, and it's a different environment here. Everyone's face to face, and it's also a tournament, so you get to pick your map, and yeah, just a different environment if you get to pick your map, and we just won our map, so yeah.
Yeah, and you guys did a great job. And last but not least, apparently, so your next match is going to be up against either San Francisco Shock or the Shanghai Dragons. The loser of that match will be going up against the Atlanta Reign. Who would you want to see as a next opponent?
Who do I want to see? I'd rather see Shock, but I think we might see Shanghai. Cause I'm not sure yet, though. We'll see how it goes, but I think we might see Shanghai.
Why do you want to go up against Shock?
I mean, we have a pretty good matchup against them in tournaments, and happened last year in grand finals. So, but it's a different game, so anything can happen. And
a little bit of revenge that you want.
A little revenge on both ends.
All right, well, Hawk, that is it for the interview. Thank you so much for your time, and again, big congratulations on the win. With that being said, let's go back to the desk. Avali, take it away.
Thank you so much, Danny and Hawk. The jote. Is this a term that...
This is a new one. Yeah, it's a new one coming around.
We're making history here?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
All right.
They used to call me the boat back in my day.
What's that?
I don't know. I haven't figured it out yet. Someone else may have to figure it out.
Everyone guess what that could possibly be in the chat, because I don't know what it is, so hopefully the chat is a little bit more in tune.
Boat.
The boat? I don't know, man. Are you buoyant?
I'm going to call you the boat from now on.
This can go on for
what does it mean?
What does it mean? But again, congratulations to the Atlanta Reign 3-1 over the Houston Outlaws, destroying my predictions. I believe yours as well. You predicted them.
Yes.
You predicted them, though, Johnny.
I am dominating Costa this tournament in Preds.
Yeah, no, I've gotten a little spot. I think it's you. I think you're the problem. You are rubbing off on me. The analytical way to predict this would have been Atlanta.
So gullible.
Atlanta is always better in the playoffs. Houston always kind of struggle, but I don't know.
I was looking at like the bigger picture, because Atlanta Reign, they were the last match yesterday. Yeah. They could be a little bit tired. They're on Hawaii time, a little bit of relaxation, and then to be the first game the next morning, that's a pretty quick turnaround, Johnny.
It is a pretty quick turnaround. But it didn't matter, Costa. because Atlanta Reign are just that much better in this one. No, for real though, like these are pretty two evenly teams. Then I mean, I think it was a bit of a coin flip going into it. I sided with the Atlanta Reign because like purely historical narratives really. I mean, they've been the better team so far this season in general. Houston Outlaws, they've struggled to get over these kind of playoffs humps so far. And I do feel like we've seen a couple of standout players for the Atlanta Reign. Kai didn't even have the greatest of games in this one specifically. And I'd say it was one of the weakest players, honestly, the way Kai got picked many times. But Ultraviolet, even yesterday, the way he impacted the game with his sleeps, with his bionades. OG is finding picks on the Zenyatta. Hawk as well, the flexibility, as they talked about. He's been impressive on so many different heroes. But Venom specifically, has been a standout player on this Tracer, and in many ways stepped up from its regular season performances. And this is a rookie, keep in mind. I think Venom is having a bit of a breakout performance here in this very tournament and starting to make a name for himself. Crucial pulse bombs, crucial picks here in the duels. And even though Pelican isn't the strongest Tracer player, I feel like Venom is very much in charge of the game. He's not put on the back foot. He's not trying to peel off for his team. He's going aggressive. He's aggressively finding picks. He's being proactive. These are great traits for a Tracer player. So liking what I'm seeing from Venom, and if he can keep up this momentum, that's going to be a huge boon for the Atlanta Reign the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, on the other hand though, the Houston Outlaws, their woes continue in the playoffs. They literally a mirror matchup of what happened in the kickoff clash. They go to the lower bracket early, they beat the Toronto Defiant only to lose in the next round. And you know, there's a couple of things that really stood out to me in this match is Lastro, I understand that the flanking catches people off guard, but the Atlanta Reign was so ready for this and he was punished time and time again, and it just felt like they were just kind of relying on individual performances rather than playing as a team, and you could see that in their ultimate usage. But bringing it back around to Venom, I completely agree. Venom on this Tracer has been exceptional so far, not just in these matches, but over the entirety of the season. And you can understand why he is playing over a great player like Nero just on this Tracer. So excited to see more from him. You know, we just heard they're going up against the Shanghai Dragons or the San Francisco Shock. Neither of those teams are going to be easy, so I'm excited to see how long this Atlanta Reign run can go in the playoffs, because you know you're new here, but they do it every single time. Like literally, they did it in the 2021 finals. Like this team, they went to the grand finals. No one expected them there. No one did it. A kickoff clash, they did the same thing again. So I'm curious to see where the train's going to stop.
Definitely. We'll see if it just keeps on a chugging. But with that game come to a conclusion, let's go ahead and take a look at our updated lower brackets. And, you know, as you said, Atlanta Reign going to move on, take on either the Shock or the Dragons. I believe he said that he preferred to try to take on the Shock, but probably could see the Dragons as well. There we see Atlanta Reign moving on, and then we will see the Philadelphia Fusion take on Florida Mayhem. That's going to be our next match. So, gentlemen, going into there, you know that I'm biased. You know I'm a Fusion fan. I predicted them. You predicted Fusion as well?
Yeah, I did. We all predicted them.
We all predicted Fusion. So we're all in agreement. There's no analysis that we need to jump into. I'm just kidding.
Run the game.
Going into this match, what are your anticipations?
Yeah, for me, I don't know. I can't speak for Johnny. Philadelphia Fusion, they haven't been the most impressive team in this tournament, but the the Florida Mayhem were lucky to come out of yesterday's match, reverse sweeping the London Spitfire. They did start to have that sort of realization, and someone said that in his interview, if we lose this match, we're going home, and they sort of flipped that switch. Someone, XE Checkmate, really sort of hit a fifth gear, and they started coming through. If they are going to beat the Fusion, they need to start in fifth gear. They need to be coming out and relying on that dive and that hit scan of Hexy.
Yeah, I mean, Florida Mayhem so far, I've said it many times already now, the past couple of days. I like the compositions that Florida Mayhem are bringing out. I like the play style they have got going. But the Philadelphia Fusion, I mean, I think their individual skill is just so ridiculously high. MN3, of course, had a bit of a breakup performance against Seoul Dynasty. It was just like, you know, made waves. Like, really, everyone was just like, wow, MN3, he popped off in such a dramatic way. Cest has been like a consistent carry performer for the Fusion. So that's a great damage duo you got already. Fury is one of the best tanks of all time on the Philadelphia Fusion as well. And Belosria, he's had some nice Wrecking Ball tech, you know, navigating around the map. So the Philadelphia Fusion, I feel like they have this rookie roster, you know, a bit inexperienced. They did have a nice kickoff clash run. But really, in these global tournaments, like the Fusion, they could really impress people here and, you know, elevate their reputation a little bit, because I do think that people think of them as a bit of, you know, a middling kind of team, and they could really like make a name for themselves and really elevate that to a top tier contender.
Yeah, for me as well with Philly, This match isn't as much of are they going to win it or are they going to lose it. I'm curious to see the form that they're in. Are they going to be firing? Are their individual performances going to be up there? Because how far can they go? They're a team that always does seem to show up in the playoffs, and they can just like all of a sudden just be like, if Zest, MN3, Aim God all start hitting peak performances, they can start knocking out teams that we wouldn't expect to be knocked out by them. So I'm really just sort of getting a vibe check. And if they get knocked out, then, you know, that's the vibe right there. They're not going to be very good.
Really quick, I'm going to add on top of the predictions. I think they're going to go 3-0 for Fusion.
I think they're going to go 3-0 as well. I think they're going to come out firing, and I expect Fusion to hit that 5th gear.
I'm going to go with a 3-2 for the Fusion Air.
Oh, you think they're going to
I think Florida Mayhem have some good stuff up their sleeve. You can't underestimate someone's flexibility on the tank role. Like even bringing out some Reinhardt stuff. That could be a good matchup for the Florida Mayhem. So I like the strategies and compositions from the Mayhem. So maybe they can, you know, catch, not losing Mora. Just don't play losing Mora.
Yeah, no more
Overrule the other stuff. Yeah.
You're going to break poor Reinforce's heart, but spicy predictions hopefully going to lead us into a even spicier match. Everyone, we're going to be taking a quick break, but don't go anywhere because when we come back, we're going to see Florida take on the Philadelphia Fusion.
Our second match of the day features another lower bracket head-to-head between two teams that used to play pretty frequently. Now it's been quite a while. Matt, what ties both the Florida Mayhem and the Philadelphia Fusion together is they were both teams that turned up at the kickoff clash, and there was some hype about them early on. They suffered at the kickoff clash in their respective regions, and they've been trying to rebuild some form since then. On the Florida Mayhem side, right, we were very excited about their new support line, seeing how Hydron fits in. Exy, we're waiting on him to see him come into the roster. On the Philadelphia side of things, there was absolutely a honeymoon period with this rookie-laden team, but getting battered in the kickoff clash, they're still looking for the glory that seemed within arm's reach at the end of that first tournament, and they're going to have to get through the Mayhem to keep going.
I think for Philadelphia, like, they have the higher ceiling of the two teams, right? Like, if you were to look at just kind of like skill across the board, like kind of where they could potentially go as a team, I think you would definitely say the Philadelphia Fusion. I know if everything goes right, they could, you know, find themselves up there with some of the best in the league. Florida Mayhem, I think what you're looking for going into this match is that, like, they're not just like content with yesterday's result and it's like, oh yeah, we reversed, we blend in, we're still in, like, that's great. Like, you know, a win like that can almost feel like you've just, like, you kind of completed your mission and you're just done, where it could be a little bit hard to kind of get up into like game form today. So I think looking at how Florida Mayhem starts, that's what I'm looking at in this series.
Well, speaking of that, Matthew, we got our starting lineup here for the Mayhem featuring Rupal alongside Sir Margin. So we're expecting to see potential double flex support action. We've seen Sir Margin on the Lucio before. We've seen it on Ilios before as well. It's incredibly aggressive. Not unlike Sir Margin's every other hero, to be honest with you. Matt, Exy is the superstar of this Mayhem team after what we saw against the London Spitfire. What a reverse sweep. An incredible back end of that series from the Mayhem. And Exy was the one that really put, I feel, the Spitfire to bed in those last couple of maps. This team is riding a high, but it was a long day yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Exy has definitely made a huge impact since coming over and joining the Florida Mayhem. It's a little bit unfortunate. I think Hydron is actually playing quite well, but I think when you have a player like Exy and you're able to get your hands on a player that before he kind of retired, took a break, whatever you want to call it, like due to injury, he was one of the best hit scans in the league, so being able to acquire him is huge. Philly, we can take a look at their starting lineup coming into today, and like the desk mentioned, I think the sky is the limit for this team. MN3, we've seen what he's been able to do. I know Aim God really, with Carpe and Fury, like the veterans of this squad. But if they can get everything clicking, and I think use this tournament, maybe you get past Florida here, maybe you can even give the next opponent, right? You come in, play well, run for their money. You start to, I think Scott said, like, kind of just like make more of a name for yourself, but I think just more give your team confidence that you can contend with those top teams and build even further, right, going into the future with this squad.
Now, you talk about this Philly Fusion roster having a high ceiling, but the question for this team is how long can they operate at that level 4? The issue for them is that consistency, right? Such an explosive start in the league. They slowed down in a big way, sort of following that into the kickoff clash finals, but this is a team that is, it's a couple veterans, like you mentioned, surrounded by these rookies. Here, it's going to be Aim God obviously being the old head in this permutation of the roster with Bellis Rare coming in and playing main tank here, or rather tank. I've got to say though, MN3 and Zest, there's a reason why everyone's talking about them. At first it was Zest, it was the Genji, and later the Tracer play that really excited us. Zest comes in to the Midseason Madness tournament, tied for first on solo kills per 10 as Tracer. Pretty important when we see a lot of teams just try and have their Tracers without support go and try and hit these backlines hard, and it's so hard to get those solo kills now with Zenyatta being as powerful as he is. Zest is overcoming that particular issue in a lot of situations, so it's a real boon to the Fusion when he can get rolling in that way. The team's really exciting, but again, people are not really sure where to put them. I went against the Dallas Fuel, though. Dallas looking a little bit weaker in this current metagame, to be fair, but that's still a huge patch to put on their shoulder as they try and advance here through this lower bracket.
It's still a huge win. And I guess like an unoptimal meta or an ideal meta for the Dallas Fuel, they're still a very talented. They'll still be on a lot of teams in that state, and you can see Zest. Tracer stats so far this season, very impressive all around in terms of really just kind of in the top, what, 7 across everything pretty much. Top half of the league. That's really impressive to kick off the season.
Yeah, and I think that now in a 5v5 format, those solo kills are something you really can't rely on, right? Especially with backlines, you know, starting to get patched in such a way that they become a little bit more self-sufficient. So being, like I said, being able to achieve those, these are the stats that matter, right? Pulse 1 kills also is, you know, is pretty important. But again, if you have a player that can truly be a low economy, high impact individual, it reduces the pressure on your team in other areas of their game. That's something to keep an eye on here as we, you know, want to see more from Zest, as this team really needs someone to push them over the line here. The desk says they expect a 3-0 between the Fusion and the Mayhem here. That's pretty high praise for Philly when they had their shakiness as well.
Well, I think if you are the Florida Mayhem and you come into this series expecting to just, you know, maybe we'll kick it off, you know, and fall down 2-0 and then you kind of like wake up. I don't know if you're going to be able to do that against this Philadelphia Fusion team, right? You're able to get by the London Spitfire with it, but Philadelphia, you know, just has a lot more firepower, right? I imagine, you know, if they're clicking to the point they're up 2-0, they're going to put you to sleep.
The Bellis Rio Wrecking Ball, something we're seeing more of lately, has been a pretty good look for Philly Fusion. And MN3, if he comes out on that Ash, obviously, one of the sort of earlier adopters of that pick in that Eastern region. We always talk about how we rarely see it in the West. Definitely was incubated in the Eastern region, and MN3, one of the core proponents of that pick. If we get an XC Widow, though, that's going to make this pretty spicy because, I mean, MN3 has some of the best Widow stats in the entire league, and it's not even particularly close. So that'll be fun if we get that, but out of the gates here on Ilios, someone will be on the Wrecking Ball, the backline of Rupal and Sir Marged here. But I think it's interesting, we've actually got Brig Zen for Philly.
Yeah, Brig Zen has been pretty popular with the Wrecking Ball in combination. You have the Harmony Orb at range for the Wrecking Ball. You can also kind of protect some of these players in the back with the Brig, but Sir Marged finds an early pickoff.
Okay, both teams able to get key eliminations on the superstars of either side. I mean, the Fusion that move up to try and set up on the point here. Bellis Rio wants to try and pressure in Marged's direction. Yeah, he's in trouble here. Now, bear in mind, Marged, very aggressive Zen play, but also boasts some of the highest deaths per 10 in the league because of that play style. So it's a double-edged sword here from Bellis Rio. He takes that one upstairs.
Yeah, it makes it look easy getting up there to the high ground as he's going to chase Exy as well. Doesn't want to give that Widowmaker any sightlines. It'll be the Philadelphia Fusion getting in control first. The Wrecking Ball also really good against the Widowmaker, right? Being able to just constantly put pressure onto Exy.
Both immaculate bone structure and aim for Exy, but getting around the Wrecking Ball in his face is no mean feat for even the greatest of our hit scan players in the league. And Exy's trying to worm his way around a little bit here. Oh my! MN3 gets a free haircut. He didn't want that one. He's quite happy with the loss.
Yeah, he was I think looking at the Brig. Maybe for a second the Brig shield went down, and MN3 just kind of walked right into that one.
Absolutely filthy.
Nice job there. Yeah, you see Zest through the outline, right? Just kind of holding in that position, allowing Bellis Rio to come from the side and put down some damage. Look at how much they're trying to get Exy out of the way.
Yeah, I mean, Exy can't, he struggles to do much from this position, right? It's so close. The recall there from Zest, MN3 pressuring, no grapple available, and Bellis Rio sends him over the edge with a fond farewell. Getting rid of some of these proximity mines here, as remember, it's the Mayhem who flipped the point back, and Bellis Rio lacks the backup to get the thing done. Freebie on Rupal, though, and hang on, Philly are back on the point.
Yeah, a little bit of a cross-mapper there, so Rupal not able to stay alive. It's like what is it, like a Modern Warfare where you throw the tomahawk up?
He just like the claymore back there, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's kind of like martyrdom, right? Yeah, it's more of that.
All right. Exy with the infra sign, he would love to handle MN3. MN3 knows he can't contend at long range here with Exy. But the latter is forced to play some of these awkward close angles while he's under duress from the Wrecking Ball and such. Zest versus Checkmate here. Zest forced away. The pack a little too far off, but AimGod opens up the account nicely here. Without Bellis Rio, the Philly Fusion just going to try and get aggressive with their DPS there, and that, oh my! Okay, Immortality Field forced there from Rupal. I think you're happy enough with that here, as the Mayhem can't play onto the point. They can't get to the point with the Immortality. They use it already. Not a good sign.
Yeah, Name God has the Transcendence in case they just kind of jump onto the point, start a brawl. Someone will try and contest there. Yep, he'll get it for a second. Now he's going to get stunned and knocked out of that animation.
But again, Bellisria right in Xy's face. Forces him away. Marjet decides to try and come to the rescue with the Transcendence, and sure, he keeps the Widow in the fight. But what else can they make him achieve with that ultimate? Someone can't even be kept alive, and that's a big problem. Checkmate kind of whiffs the pulse bomb there. Nothing doing, and there's an immortality field in play, but it's looking a little bit lonely. Nobody's basking in those rays. Marjet eventually is removed, and the Philadelphia Fusion really kicked the pace up a notch. Zest is limbering up for what may be a spicy series.
I was going to say, they had no answer for Zest there early. He is able to just cause havoc for the supports of the Florida Mayhem. So even though, like, right, you're playing the Widowmaker there too, so not like any ton of like DPS help. Like Checkmate can kind of try and shadow him a little bit, but man, that is tough to deal with if you're Florida. We'll see how they handle it here going into well.
So here's Rupal taking a elegant swan dive onto a bed of spikes.
It's a bit unlucky.
Yeah, okay. Unlucky for Rupal there, not able to clear the way for himself before he dropped down. Had other things to worry about.
My dog is unamused by that.
Yeah, Hugo, not a fan. Yeah.
Yeah, Hugo's not a fan.
You tell him. Yeah, you tell him, homie.
He's a big Fusion 3-0 believer, so he can go on a walk.
For those wondering, Matt is at home alone with the dog. So much responsibility for this man. Still finds time to chop it up with me on the cast. Exy is, oh man, he's feeling the pressure.
Yeah, well, you know what? We tried to get everybody else to work with you, but I'm the only one who will do it. So.
Oh, thank God for that, huh? All right.
Oh, they get Bellisria early. He just like went to the high ground and then just jumped down and got taken out like basically instantly. So like this is a really good start for Florida, right? Like as a bounce back, maybe a little bit of a wake up call in that first round.
Yeah, a good opener for them. I mean, Exy was so low on the high ground. Bellisria was making good inroads. Hey!
They don't take the point now. Philadelphia's like kind of coming back, and well, yeah, a lot of that fights were like happening off of the point. Nobody actually takes it there.
I don't want to cast the curse this again, Matt, but we discussed this last time. It could be hard to get like a complete cap on this point when there's a couple players still standing. Fortunately, no one proves us wrong there this time. So Philly gets like, Bellisria back in the fight.
Like, you really need, you know, like 3-on-3s, especially with like how mobile and survivability being huge for some of the heroes that are played in these compositions. Like even a 3-on-3 is probably not good enough to, you know, be able to, or even like a 4-on-3 good enough to flip the point, right? I know Tracer, Immortality Field, you know, the ability to just roll on his Wrecking Ball, roll off, like the recall, right? Like there's so many different things that you can just stall this out for teammates to get back. You really need to pick up a few kills. He sees him in the corner here.
Pulse, no, he can recall out of that. He knows his opponent will recall to the same location. Oh yeah, Zest dead to rights there. Got spotted out early by Checkmate. Still a decent lead for Philadelphia and 4 players to maintain this stall with. They're going to wrap around in Aim God's direction here. Note that MN3 is close by with Bob available. The Transcendence is going to be forced here. Here goes Aim God trying to support Bellisria in his attempt to pressure that backline, and he does force the Transcendence from Marjet. But elsewhere, MN3 is felled by Exy across the map. Philly now might be in stall protocol.
Yeah, as we'll see. So 2 players on the point here for Philly. They're going to drop their Amp Matrix here. Is not able to get anything out of that, as maybe they thought they can still fight it, but Zest, you see this recall, you know, able to dive around a little bit. That's going to buy about, you know, 5 to 8%. So 72% for Philadelphia Fusion right off the rip. They end up using a lot there towards the end. I mean, they use the Transcendence and the Minefield, and then they also threw the Amp Matrix in from Fixa after that. So just to let the Bob to work with here. I mean, Bob's not, there's no sleep, right? But Bob, you can just burn him down pretty quick.
Plenty of opportunities to LOS him unless he's placed in a particularly obnoxious place on point. Here's the bomb from both sides. Transcendence. Okay, Immortality Field from Fixer there. Living up to his name. That could have been dangerous for the Fusion. MN3's Bob, though, is summarily dispatched. Now the fighting will occur probably in that sort of low room on the left-hand side as Zest is on the creep. Takes note of Exy's position, so Marjet might be a tasty morsel here with a pulse. Remember, Zest has an extremely solid pulse bomb kill ratio, and that's the stick he's looking for. Plus L, plus didn't ask. Exy back to spawn now. Someone getting pressured a little bit, but Philly's still not in control yet, and the Mayhem have managed to build up over 50%.
Ooh, his checkmate's pulse bomb doesn't connect. Oh, someone trying to roll on the point, but doesn't get the contest. Yeah, so it will flip to the Fusion. You still have a few players here split for the Florida Mayhem, where they got to come up with kills here. They got to go big.
Sorry, Margin. Okay. That aggressive playstyle, that's exactly what we want from him right now. Philly did flip the point back, though, so Florida lose the chance to extend their lead in a winning fight. Drawn out as it may have been. Someone. Well, that's a Haitian pancake.
I gotta say, the kills there for Marchette was huge, because if he doesn't come up with those two, you know, you're at like 80+%. You have a few players still lingering around. You lose those players, like your last fight territory here for Florida Mayhem, and it does not look good in that scenario. So those two kills for Surmajet were huge.
Someone hoping to continue to pressure here. A lot of health on that Wrecking Ball. But Aim God opens up the account as XC down. Both Ash players struggling here to have a real big impact. Discord on Bellis Rare, but also someone. He still goes forward despite that, and the Transcendence comes in just a little too late from Marjet. Still low. The backlines are doing their job. MN3 is brought down here. Florida still control the point. And Philly don't look any closer to taking it back. Aim God has the Transcendence here now. Can they turn that into a kill opportunity on Marjed? The Immortality field from RuPaul is gone, and so Marjed tries to back off, but Fixer won't let him get away. Bellasria hopes to flip here, and he gets it. The minefield assisting with that, and someone had his eyes turned elsewhere. MN3's back in the fight, but Philly have control. They can go to 99 themselves now.
Yeah, and you've lost someone, and you've lost checkmate, so who's going to stall? It's going to be Bob, as he runs right into another Bob and gets pushed back.
Yeah, Bob v. Bob action. You'll love to see it, but crucially, it's still Philly with control right now. Checkmate's looking for a location for this pulse bomb as RuPaul's Immortality field is removed, but he was able to get the Wrecking Ball with that time, and Checkmate sticks it. MN3 forced to tip the king as he'll continue to pressure this backline further. This is good looks from the Mayhem, and now XC gets involved in a big way. Tracer stalls for just a moment, but what can Zest do? Not a lot. We've got an even game here on Ilios.
I feel like every time we're on with a Tracer, it's just a pulse bomb that connects with these Ashes for both teams. It's, I feel like, you know, XC and MN3, it's been a little bit of a rough go to start things off, right? You know, how much pressure they're under for the Wrecking Balls, the Tracers in the mix, right? It's really difficult because, you know, XC picks up a few at the end, but this is where I think the game turned, because you look at the type of situation they're in. They're down their Tracer, the point just flips over, you have players all over the place, and yeah, I mean, those are two sick kills.
So Marjed leads his team, 7 final blows to his name on that Zen. Very much a third DPS just when the Mayhem needed him most.
He really does play like a third DPS. I mean, you talk about a progression, right? We see like last show in the last series, going to go on some of these flanks and take these off angles. You don't see the same type of like flanks from Surmajet, but you do see him take lots of fights. Be very aggressive in terms of you know, chasing down kills and not being afraid to duel out with some DPS.
Yeah, like look at this. So like he's not flanking. Oh man, but he's taking aggressive sight lines, so trying to give himself kills at longer ranges. XE, okay, barely able to stay alive. Bellasria says, okay, that's an Immortality field. I'll take that. Oh dear, that's gonna have to be a recall. Good is causing so many problems here for the Mayhem. They've got to do something about Bellasria.
Yeah, I was going to say, he is getting so close to getting like an environmental kill. But while he's doing that, someone, Surmajet and I believe Checkmate push on forward, and they're able to get 2 players. So now that you don't have the point for Philadelphia, this is going to be an advantage for the Florida Mayhem, and they should be able to get control first.
Oh, man, you're going to be so frustrated if you're Bellasria here for the Fusion. You cause a lot of disruption, make it hard for the Mayhem to execute their plans, but the rest of your team gets flattened at range, no less.
For Philly now, how do you try and approach this? Do you want to try and take some of the high ground? As you see Bellasria and Zest up here. They tried this earlier though, and it didn't work. No, it's going to be Surmajet with a pick long range on MN3. It's a lot of damage out of the way with the Ash.
It's another pick from Surmajet here early in the fight. These are first picks, continuing to lead the way for the rest of his team. So Bellasria tries to shut down that amplification matrix there. To some degree it works, but Surmajet's not using it. He's playing elsewhere.
No, and having a Zen who can play this offensive, you know, and damage dealing focus, and being able to come up with some huge pickoffs, especially first picks, it's a game changer. As Bellasria will drop the minefield on the point over towards the Florida Mayhem side, so you have Pulse Bomb that connects.
Right bust down.
Philadelphia, they know it's dire.
They had to get Surmaged. I mean, yeah, no team, no Philly, no one else knows how to play against a third DPS like this. I don't know how anybody is supposed to deal with this. Fixer, though, is able to get his opposite number across the map here. There's a duel between Zest and Exy, the latter who is very, very low, and the Discord orb on someone makes him an easy mark, but Bob comes bustling in onto the point.
Yep.
And nothing.
You're not going to be able to take this. Minefields plus Bob on the point. How do you get in there and make a play if you're the Philadelphia Fusion? The Florida Mayhem, after that first point, they bounce back in a big way. Really kind of dominating here on Lighthouse.
So far, it's been an absolute shutout in this third round. Belisria under pressure. Fixer keeps him topped up, but again, Exy wins the duel. He beats MN3, man-to-man, like the third, fourth time in this round, maybe. Who's counting? It doesn't matter, the Mayhem. The only number they care about is the one at the top. It's 98, and it's going up. Someone eventually goes down, but he's able to get Fixer for his troubles here. It'd be Checkmate trying to stave Zest off at the point. A bit of a Tracer duel here, and there's going to be a recall force from Zest. That means its overtime gets precariously low. Zest has to now send and deliver without that defensive cooldown, and a Discord orb makes this all the harder. Checkmate decides instead to go for Aim God, but that might have actually been his undoing as the Zen slaps him down. And Zest again able to touch and recall. He's doing some serious work for his team now as finally they get to the point, but Fixer set alight immediately. Zest eventually finds his mark. It's Margin going down, and Belisria is able to deal with Exy. Now someone hiding in the corner. Rupal now going on to offensive mode, and he finds a second. Now an Air Matrix in play, and MN3's in dire straits. Beautiful stuff from the Mayhem, and there's a Zen gap in the chat. Love to start a series like that, and Florida looking good.
And they needed a start like this. What we talked about was yesterday against the London Spitfire. Took them a little bit to wake up. Realize, hey, we don't want to go home just yet. And come out today here. They lose that first round to Philadelphia, but the next two, all Florida Mayhem. They seem to be kicking in all cylinders yet again. Taking some of that late series heroics from London into today's matchup, which is scary for Philly.
Oh yeah, they're just looking good. Exy, Surmaged, just beautiful stuff so far. Florida with every reason to be pleased right now, but it's a long series and there's much more to be played, so don't go too far. It's an elimination match between the Mayhem and the Fusion. A hotly contested back and forth map 1 on Ilios sees the Mayhem come out on top, and some heroics here in the final stages from Rupal, who not only deals with a lot of aggression in his direction, but he helps someone clutch the round out here.
Yeah, massive star here for the Florida Mayhem. I know you hear everybody on the desk fully expect Philly to come in, get a 3-0, and Florida squashes that right off the rip, right? See some of the healing done on the Batiste. Wasn't even playing Batiste the entire time, right? I know there was a little bit of change up there, playing some Brig. So just, I believe they're on Lighthouse. These are massive numbers.
Yeah, RuPaul obviously, played the Baptiste on that first round and had a bit of a slow start on Ruins, right? So the fact that his stat card looks that impressive after such a slow, sluggish start from the Florida Mayhem, well, that means a heck of a lot here. Got some substitutions coming in, though. So the double-edged sword of Sir Margit comes out here, sheathed for the time being, as Artemo, the veteran, comes back in. We have a substitution here for the Philadelphia Fusion. Fury, talking about veterans, 5th year in the Overwatch League, will replace rookie Bellis Rhea.
Yeah, and it'll be going to Kings Row will be the Philadelphia Fusion pick. You bring in Fury, able to play you're kind of looking at Sigma probably right here. Sigma at a very high level. We've seen him play D.Va in the past. Really, just one of the more mechanically talented tanks that we've seen in Overwatch history. Now, also, you kind of mentioned, right? He's like one of the only players still remaining, right, from the inaugural season. I mean, Fury's been around for ages. I mean,
he and Carpe, 2 5-year veterans on the same team, but not many rosters can boast that same achievement. Fury also credited with one of the most freakish moments of premonition as a D.Va player with I think it was season 1, season 2, maybe a unnatural flick with a pulse bomb eat from the defense matrix on Gibraltar. Just really impossible things. It's definitely up there with like that triple collat of merit. Just these astounding moments from star players. So Fury really wrote the book on that flex tank, that off tank play in Overwatch 1, and he's here to continue his legacy, Matt. See if he can get it done with Fusion, who, frankly, again, show us two sides of a coin there in that first map, getting shut out in that last round. Not a good look.
And I think you worry really if you're the Fusion, if you lose this map, right? All kind of, like you say, mostly like a rookie lineup, right? You do have some veterans on the squad, but do you lose the confidence, right? Florida, now they're starting to click, right? That would be what, 5 maps in a row, right? I know the reverse sweep yesterday is like, let's say the first 2 today. Like, that's team that's on fire right now. You'd be really worried about Philly potentially going home in a pretty commanding fashion by Florida.
I mean, yeah, that would be pretty incredible considering I think expectations for the Mayhem aren't exactly sky high, right? Well, we saw them at the kickoff clash. We sort of felt like we took their measure pretty accurately. The team has definitely evolved a lot since then, though. I feel like we're seeing, obviously, Rupal's addition, smoothed out a lot of the rougher edges, and also someone showing us a deeper tank pool, like the Wrecking Ball, the Reinhardt play on maps like Colosseo. There's much more to this team than meets the eye, and Exy adds that bit of star power here that it's been pretty mind-blowing in how he's been able to just win those first pick duels against MN3 on the Ashe versus Ashe consistently in that last map.
It's like 2 completely different style of teams, you would say, right? Where like Philadelphia, we talk about how much of like potential and like the individual skill of each of these players, right? And like if they can reach their highs, like they can be one of the best teams in the league. But sometimes it doesn't happen, right? Sometimes like they'll have a fantastic game. Sometimes you have a little bit of an off game, kind of like, so, as weird as it sounds, like, how you feel in that day kind of scenario. Where Florida, they're just like, they're not super flashy. They're consistently good, right? And you feel like, some of their more impactful players, like someone, Exy, Surmajed, they are pretty consistent with their performance, right? To where if a team like Philadelphia, let's say, who you would look on paper and maybe say, hey, they do have a little bit more talent. They're able to hit a higher level. If they don't come in and hit that higher level, Florida is skilled enough that they will just win a series like that, right? Because they play pretty consistently game in and game out.
And you are now looking at the source of our slight delay here as we're getting Artemo on board.
We'll give that away.
And maybe the people standing around him sort of...
Is it like 3 people hovering over?
There's gaffer tape, yep. Okay. Might need some surgery here.
And you're pretty, you know, seeing that entire room and being able to figure out what the problem is. I mean,
it's not even
pretty
that.
impressive.
I'm actually just seeing the one shot of a player and figuring it out. So I would say I have even less information to make that inference on, making it even more impressive. Here's someone pretty darn impressive on Ilios here. 10.6.
They'll put that in
10.
your reel for the Esports Awards, probably.
Do they let you do that?
Deciphering this type.
Is that how I'm going to get the edge over like some random League of Legends or COD guy? A reel. All right. We'll get maybe.
Well, but
all right, I'll hit up your agent. Let's talk about this though. I mean, again, we saw a lot of those first kills. The first kills don't always manifest on these stat boards, right? They usually just fall under like another final blow or whatever. But look, over 10.6 on Ashe. That's pretty huge, especially, and I think this will be even more damning if it was side by side with MN3's Ashe on Ilios, because a lot of the time these two players are seeking each other out early so they don't have to worry about getting randomly headshot. They get rid of the Ashe and then they go to work.
I think it's also like we've seen so many players kind of come and go with like really explosive performances since Xe. Like we've seen him at his peak, right? But you think back to like when he was on Paris Eternal and like the stuff he was pulling out. Like, he was one of the more exciting, promising players in the league, right? And when, like, he's not able to play for Dallas Fuel, that kind of leaves a huge hole in their lineup. Like, obviously, I think still kind of getting a little bit more into, like, you know, not, like, maybe, like, game shape, so to speak, right? Like, kind of getting back to, like, the level of pro play. But, man, like, he is a scary player. Like, the type of player who can take over games against the best.
And, like, what felt so tragic is that, like, Xe was played by injury, right? It was actually physical limitations that prevented him from playing. And he had, like, it must be so hard because...
it wasn't like Reinforce where he just got lazy. It was... he had an actual issue.
I mean, listen, being Winds's charge monkey... you can only go so long doing that. You know, like you just jump in with a Zaya bubble and die so your other tank can get charged. I don't think you want to do that in the long term. I don't blame Johnny. I was in China with him. I saw how that went down. But in X's case, right, like, you know, you want to try and do all this while you're young. A lot of pro players like really want to fit this kind of experience into their lives. And when you take a year off for an injury, you have to have such dedication to get back to that same form you're talking about, Matt. So this is a huge achievement for Xe. Now he's got to deliver in the team format, you know?
Yeah, because I'm sure in like seriousness, if you are to speak to like, you know, Custer or Johnny or any like pro player, like, yeah, there's really nothing like it. So to be able to kind of like bounce back from injury, get back into it, it has to feel awesome for Xe. What doesn't feel awesome is probably some of those, you know, damage boosted shots from Zest on top of his head. As it'll be a Reinhardt-based comp here. Kind of gives you a little bit when Animo comes in. You know you're going to see some kind of like Lucio-type play. And they're going to play it with the Mei here. So interesting setup. Philadelphia Fusion are bringing out.
Oh, until Zest brings the spice. Damage boosted Echo. Something that, again, we see some Echo in the West, right? But the mercy to invest even more heavily into that role, man, I mean, it's like a unicorn out there. So the Mayhem have got to figure this out, and they're going to have to do it quickly.
Man, I'm just thinking about someone's POV of playing Reinhardt into this, and it is brutal. He just gets punched right away. Chase goes for a charge, and Fury just dodges it. And now he's kind of just stuck in the point.
Yeah, it feels like you're at like a Z concert as the Reinhardt looking down. There's like lights and orbs and everything flying around. Railguns as well as MN3 makes it 2. Someone forced to stand behind the shield and be more of a prop than anything else. Has the Philly Fusion wiped the Mayhem from point A.
So we'll see what the Florida Mayhem decide to do in terms of composition. I think that Reinhardt has a better chance, a higher success rate at this part of the map than the first one against this type of comp, because the street is so narrow, and I think you're able to use these speed boosts to get on top of, you know, Aim God a little bit easier. But, man, that first part of the map, it is tough for someone.
Tough for anyone if they're playing Ryan. So here, Aim God is the one. Shepherding forward, someone there. Okay, briefly knocked down. Fury trying to make something happen there as someone classically tried to charge backwards. But it's enough. The mutual knockdown with Fury in enemy territory is the perfect response from someone. So it's a free Doom kill right there.
Yeah, and the damage boost on the Mercy is also a little bit off-putting probably, and just a little bit odd for someone as well. And that'll be a Echo duplicate, probably just to live there as the push is coming in from someone onto Zest. But just knowing like how much damage your shield is going to take and then a break, right? But when the damage boost comes in and like there's extra damage coming through, it's definitely got to be a little bit odd.
So you talk about not knowing how much damage is coming in. Combine the fact that you can't tell when Sojourn's fully charged with her being damage boosted, right? That's pretty volatile for you as defenders. I love that punch from Fury. That is just on point. Knocking someone forward into MN3, forcing them to drop the shield for just long enough there. And Fury's trying to do that a lot here, Matt. You'll notice he's just trying to dive in and just separate the Rhine. Make everyone more subject to this damage coming in, especially from Zest.
Well, yeah. I mean, what is he gonna? What is someone gonna do? Turn like around like, with his shield?
Yeah,
and, like,
charge the dude while he's punching.
Right, but then he's gonna have a Mercy pocketed Echo behind him. Put a few shots into it and then just focus.
Immortality field is the thing, bro. Don't worry about it. Rupal's got him. You gotta trust in the homies. Oh, that's a shatter. MN3 knocked to the ground, and someone with a very quick charge follow-up. So quick, in fact, that even Zest first couldn't answer it. There's Exy coming out now with an overclock, and he'll claim the Skyborn Zest. That'll be enough for the Mayhem here to hold on. He can invest a sound barrier.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out why invested the sound barrier. Maybe they thought that fight was still going to go on a little bit longer, and Fury is actually using a Meteor Strike, and I believe Checkmate was on the ground sleeping, so maybe they thought, trying to be able to keep him alive. That was that impactful, probably, to be able to counter some of the Echo play, but yeah, you don't have that. Positive side, though, is that like the Philadelphia Fusion don't have like a massive support ult to use here either, so not at a huge disadvantage.
Checkmate trying to keep tabs on Zest as a disrupt to the shot will make it a little bit hard for Zest to pass through this area at all. Constantly being pocketed by Fixer, though, means that Zest can be a sticky threat. Resilient and hard to shift. And MN3 commands the high ground here, sending Animo to an early grave, and someone's going to have to charge to get out of this little snafu. And Matrix thrown up there, so the healing coming in from Rupal is good, but it's not enough to keep someone up. And eventually Zest will claim the Baptiste as well. Checkmate, though, is an issue. He's going after Fury there, and Exy's able to fend him off here. This could be big for the Mayhem. They have a couple players left, but MN3 is going to dig deeper and go more aggressive until he gets what he wants, and that's the checkpoint.
Yeah, and they actually get a res off during that onto Aim God, so Aim God able to hit a sleeping biotic grenade after that. So the Mercy res paying off. Finally, someone's like, can I please stop playing? I bet you guys. It gets onto the Winston, so Winston with a Lucio in the mix. So I wonder if this is a situation where, like, man, you wish you had like a Majed in as you potentially play the Zen against this. Fury, when he sees the Winston come out, he's going to end up going over to D.Va.
Oh, man. The MN3...
I mean, honestly, the way these DPS are playing, he could play anything.
Yeah,
Bumped out the Orisa with the way they're playing.
The Sojourn hitting a little diff, though. I mean, MN3 is getting the better of Exy quite often here on this map. A bit of a mirror image of what we saw with the Ashe matchup on Ilios. Here's a Valkyrie. Matt, can't believe I'm saying that. In 2023.
In the Zarya swap for someone, and the Zarya is actually pretty good against the D.Va, obviously, as you've kind of known in the past. Is Zest with a duplicate here. He's going to get a Graviton Surge as Fury comes up with two.
My.
This has been dominant from Philadelphia.
This is overkill. Philly going so fast. I thought we were in next year already. Nice dupe there from Zest. Two Zaryas. One of them accompanying the D.Va here. We're throwing it back for Philly. Good looks there in general. And the Mayhem aren't able to come up with the answer in time. I don't think we've seen much of the Someone Zarya at all. So it's pretty clear to see that Florida are being forced to explore some alternate strategies to try and answer. First, it's the sort of the Echo Mercy setup, and then Fury making that D.Va switch. It's tough out there. You've got to be quick on your feet to deal with these teams from the East.
Yes, you know, the Reinhardt pick we talked about, pretty difficult to make work there. I know with Animo in the game, you don't have the option for like double flex support. So you're really kind of trying to build stuff around like Lucio and Brigitte for like his hero pool, and kind of what do you make work with that. Philadelphia Fusion, you know, just dominant on offense. They'll have Fury pick up the Sigma here on defense, which, I mean, we know from the past how good he is on Sigma, one of the best in the world.
Yeah, definitely one of his more well-known hero pick alongside the D.Va, which we got to see earlier on there. So someone has shown us a fair bit here. Obviously, Florida favored the Winston play a lot earlier on in the kickoff clash. So here's Fury. Just very present in this fight. Also being backed up by Zest makes a big difference here, but again, I mean, this guy's right at home on the D.Va, shutting Exy down.
So you'll have checkmate on Genji here. So this will allow them to access that high ground a bit better. Xe on the Sojourn, because you want to play that. It's a little bit more dive aggressive with the Winston. They do not waste any time. They are right in.
Yeah, and it works. Someone gets aim got straight away. The Fusion were not ready for this level of aggression. They are going to collapse in a screaming heap. Fury and MN3 at least hold up, but not much left here. Fury making a late fight comeback that was huge. How? Philly are down 2 players there to bounce back. That is a big deal.
That's crazy, right? Because they use the Immortality field up on the high ground. They're still able to take out Aim God. It just doesn't seem to matter. You get no progress on the point after this, but they want to keep fighting fast here for Florida as someone comes right over the top of Animo, comes right in. They want to go challenge that high ground, deny it from Philadelphia yet again.
So I guess the issue becomes, okay, you can start the fight off well, but getting rid of MN3 is a big issue. They do that right at the beginning here, but
it's a long range. Yeah, Fury gets a long-range accretion to the high ground there and is able to trade that. That is massive, and then takes, 3 for Fury here.
Yeah, Philly starting to take some liberties here with the Mayhem as they dive in, and then doing it short-handed. MN3 went down first in that previous fight there, but the response from Fury was so quick that there may as well not have been a player disadvantage at all. That is just scary to watch here. So many threats for the Fusion. Who do you target first?
And that is a really tough accretion to hit because Fury is down on the low ground and Xe is up on that top right platform, like right above where someone is currently. In that kind of angle and hitting a Sojourn who has like a very small hitbox, that is such a difficult thing to do.
All right, Aim God, otherwise known as Jeff, having to back up there a little bit. Someone accretion didn't go towards him as Zest was enough to get rid of the Winston. And that looked awkward for the Mayhem, right? Looks like their rotation plan was a little unclear. Getting a freebie on Zest there is nice, but do they have staying power? They're waiting for someone again.
And you're going to have sound barrier here. Like, you can speed in with the sound barrier, try and use it that way. You know, a little bit more survivability. Aim just going to kick someone off of the high ground. That'll be an Amp Matrix, and it's going to be a Gravitic Flux. That's a sound barrier, but you've had 2 people die already, so you're really not going to get much value.
They have Transcendence if they need it, Matt. They just don't, though. Oh, MN3 finishes the job there. I mean, hats off to Fixer. Huge Immortality field there against that dive.
Yeah, and I wonder when the sound barrier goes down, it sounds like the Gravitic Flux is coming out. I wonder if it just like doesn't connect with the people in the sky, or if they're too low that it doesn't really matter. Someone now goes over to the Doompist as Florida just searching for answers.
But a brick switch here from Fixer. Unclear what that is supposed to anticipate here. So a little bit less of that burst healing.
The Doom swap.
Well, I mean, that's beautiful there, because I don't know how we got that telegraphed to him. RuPaul down to a pulse, so this fight's already over. And yet, okay.
We've seen Florida get a few first picks, but it has not resulted in anything, right?
No, I mean, to be fair, it's almost always traded back pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Fury, gotta be careful. This is very dangerous for the Sigma. Animo finishes the job there, but MN3 sends the Bob to control that high ground. So now the Mayhem again are without the mechanisms to make a substantial push here, and Animo is hanging around. That's fine, but yeah, just, you know, he throws himself out into MN3's sideline after having that high ground denied. That's a huge stagger. Very punishing.
And Nano Blade a possibility here, but target's just going to be everywhere for Philadelphia Fusion. You go for the supports. They have the Transcendence. Last chance for the Mayhem.
Yeah, Nano Blade might be the answer here. Xe doesn't have the sidelines here. Thought he might have had something there, but no, RuPaul's going to go down. Another pulse onto Ana from Zest. That's huge. He is absolutely delivering that tracer position in someone.
He never used the blade.
Yep, no chance. Checkmate goes down before it happened. Again, it's the pulse bomb on RuPaul that denied the possibility to set up with the Genji. Zest with the easy in chat, and why not? Philly look vastly superior on Kings Row.
Next thing goes easy agree. There's really nothing you can say there from the Florida Mayhem side. Philadelphia Fusion, they pick Kings Row. They show why. This one was as one-sided as it gets. So, man, MN3 and Zest really came to life. I also feel like Florida, they were in a tough spot compositionally. I feel like they didn't have the best tools to fight back against what Philly was throwing at them.
You might be right. Looks like Fury on the Sigma was a bit of a hard one to shift there. So, dig deeper into the metal mind here for the Florida Mayhem. Let's see what they can come up with as they'll have a map pick after the break. Royalty is in our midst. The Midseason Madness Legendary Skin Royal Knight Mercy is on sale now through August 19th for just 200 League tokens. So get yours today. Great time to snap that skin up. It is, I mean, it's pretty sick. Mercy skins always kind of hit diff. This one, no exception to that one. But hey, what's royalty to a god here as AIM God on the rest of the Fusion to make short work of the Florida Mayhem. On that second map, Kings Row is, oh man, like you said it, Matt, it doesn't get much more one-sided than that.
No, there's really nothing that the Florida Mayhem did there that like made it remotely close. It's pretty much all of Philadelphia Fusion there.
Yeah, look really solid. Obviously, that you know, a lot of those first stalls getting won out by MN3. That Sojourn popping off in a big way. And it definitely seemed like while the dives started off well for the Mayhem, right, they were getting like a kill on Zenyatta straight away. Eventually, as the fight went on, you know, with the Baptiste play, of course, from the Fusion, they're able just to push back and make it impossible for the Mayhem to win. So very impressive stuff. This is just MN3's attack round on Kings Row. Now, bear in mind, they did finish the map on that one. So 12 final blows, so 6 of those obviously coming from railguns. And yeah, pretty nasty railgun accuracy there, up by 63%. Just the attacking round, bear that in mind.
Yeah, no, it's crazy the way that MN3 played there. Just the one death there on Kings Row. You know, the 12 final blows. I mean, just there was no answer. And you were wondering, like, you know, is he going to come alive? Definitely bounce back there in Kings Row.
I mean, you know, bear in mind, the winner of this matchup will go up against the loser of Hangzhou and the Gladiators. So, I mean, no easy matches going forward from either of these two, so they'd better get used to it at this stage.
No, there are no easy matches from here on out. I was going to say there's really no easy matches throughout the entire tournament, but man,
that's why it's just damn good Overwatch. Like, oh man, it's been a. I mean, again, look, both regions obviously have teams that are really dominant, teams that are still finding themselves here, but these are opportunities to kind of, you know, get your snapshot, your two regions at their best. And I'm excited about this next map pick, Matt, for one reason, and that is it's Gibraltar with like the top widow in the league statistically, MN3, and Xe, who we know will pick that even in compromising scenarios. There is potential for quite an explosive matchup of snipers here.
Yeah, and you're going to have, with the Gibraltar pick, you're going to have Onimo stay in the game. So, no double flex support option here for the Florida Mayhem. You know, you can still, if you want to play like Wrecking Ball, right, you could. But you're probably just going to play like that Winston Lucio stuff yet again, right? That's kind of what you're thinking about.
Yeah, it's a good chance of seeing that there. Philly obviously have multiple avenues available to them. I'd like to see the ball from them. There's a fun game right now where you can't see it, but it's in the lobby. I want to explain it. Basically, when the admins are taking us into game, they type in chat going in, right? When everyone's ready.
Yeah.
So what Xe is doing is he just randomly just types going in out of nowhere to try and, you know, stress the Fusion out, thinking that an admin's trying to take the game in. He's just an absolute troll. This time, though, we are actually going in.
I think it's just more just trolling. I don't know if it's like psychological war.
No, he's just trolling, but he's telling the admins to give him their job. Actually, I think you're in the. I'm not gonna. Yeah, I'll ask the admins see what they think, but I think like the hotshot superstar pro player job might be the better one to have right now. Don't know. Haven't worked either of those jobs personally.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we'll see what happens. I mean, if you're going up against MN3's Widowmaker here and it doesn't go well, it might not be better. So we'll see. On defense here with the Wrecking Ball.
Yeah.
We got a pause here quick, so we'll figure out what's going on.
Particularly devastating.
He did troll.
Yeah, maybe trolled him so hard that Philly weren't actually ready for this. We'll have confirmation on the reason for that as well. Obviously, of course, you know, there's a pause in a Philly game where the face cams just don't exist. So like, it's not like we can just throw Philly up on the screen and show you what's going on. Then they are but a collection of pixels that don't move to us right now.
I believe it was RuPaul called for the pause there. So I believe it comes from the Florida side. So should be getting that sorted out and then right back in again.
It's his mouse.
It seems like they're ready already. Yeah.
All right. So maybe just making sure that was connected. He had that flipped over and spun it around briefly. You see here that Animo got some wrist apparatus going on, of course. Xe with the double sleeves. That guy's just, whew, gee. All right, it's clean. Philadelphia Fusion here on the rollout. And again, so we don't get the Widowmaker matchup off the bat. MN3 opting to play arguably the more conservative, the safer option in the Sojourn.
Yeah. And I think also when you combo
what is this, James and the Giant Peach?
Yeah, I don't know what is going on here.
Bit of a throwback. Maybe a Boomer reference, I'm not sure.
There should be some collision there. So, that's what happens to the hamster. As you can play the Sojourn with the Tracer and the ball, right? As like a really aggressive setup. So Florida, probably just a Roadhog hook here off the bat. See if you can get anybody from the high ground, and then a little bit of a switch.
You gotta do it. It's your due diligence on a map like this. Just like a Hanzo Sonic is on Route 66. On Winston now. Winston v Ball.
And maybe you wanted more of the Brigitte play from Onimo being in the game, because you're a little bit worried about like how good like Zest has been on the Tracer, and then also the dive from the ball. Obviously, I think you do lose out on a bit of damage not having the Zenyatta in the mix. Zen is so strong right now.
We saw what Marjay did for the team in that first map. I understand there's protocols. You don't just throw him in because he had a good map, but it's obviously tough to see him go without him. Actually hardly perturbed by that disruptor shot there. No collision, so MN3 had to basically estimate where that would stop. Pretty clever. So the Mayhem have taken up this high ground residence with limited resistance from the Fusion. Really happy to give that space up now, and let's see how the Mayhem make use of it.
Yeah, but the cart is not like made enough progress, right? Like you usually see like the high ground really make an impact when the cart's made its way through the tunnel, but it hasn't made it just yet. Belazria going around and around until he gets put to sleep. Now, World of Trouble doesn't have anything to use here, but he's going to get healed right back up.
I mean, the one thing you should take note of is the fact that RuPaul is not getting looked at by anyone. He got to heal up someone entirely, and he's under no duress whatsoever. Phillies, I guess their target priority, they're not really where it has to be. I guess Bellasria didn't have backup. Whichever way you slice it, too much space for Florida's Ana, and RuPaul makes extensive use of it.
Yeah, it's a really odd first point here.
Like, who is this trying to kill
Fusion? Yeah, not entirely sure. As you know, maybe this is something where Philly's going to have to change up a little bit. Is Bellasria is pretty far behind, and look at it, picks up on the high ground there.
Bellasria, great disruption, but it's not enough to stop Fixer from getting caught out there. So the Mayhem are definitely on the way. Perhaps this is just a map that they're much more comfortable with from a strategic standpoint. MN3 though cares little for those things.
We know maybe it's something that they've watched the Philadelphia Fusion play and figure, you know, they're not playing the right comps, or maybe don't have the right personnel to do it on this map, as it's going to be 2 kills for Zest.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes
like,
with
once you can put him on Tracer, yeah, you're in a good spot.
I think they got bailed out pretty big time there by MN3 and Zest, did the Fusion. Especially Bellasria's, less than impactful positioning and allowing them to just hand over the Fixer elimination so early in their fight. Can't afford that too often here. Checkmate under pressure here, Zest keeping him honest, and again, Aim God going down here. So another support picked off early. The Mayhem again started the fight on the right foot.
Yeah, and someone gets right on top of MN3, takes him out. So it looks like you're going to give this up a little bit if you're Florida. Just this fight, not this entire point. You're going to back out. You're going to have Minefield, Transcendence, Overclock to be able to fight. So the payload gets close to that second checkpoint.
It's kind of hard to see how Bellasria is linking up with the rest of his team here. In some cases, and look, I just point out the fact that obviously not a lot of pressure on the backline for the Mayhem, and that's kind of part of it. Pulse bomb from Zest, no connection. MN3 though, nails someone. And that's huge. That'll relieve a lot of that pressure for Philadelphia now. Maybe they can retake this high ground. Actually forced back by the disruptor shot. MN3 low. Bellasria trying to get in NC's face, but doesn't have the staying power to shift him from there. So, I mean, Philly get elimination, but Florida's still able to jockey for good position.
Yeah, and Florida will come back. They'll have their nano boost here, potentially to use onto someone, or even Onimo. So that'll be the rally use up here on the high ground as Philly wants to get aggressive. They don't want to allow Florida to set this pace.
I mean, that's a punish there. MN3 punished for power sliding aggressively there as someone had the nano, and of course a jump pack cooldown available. Now it gets a little bit dangerous. Fixer playing inside this small room. Of course, you want your Brig to be running at all cylinders here, and someone with a Discord orb on him is going to make it very, very hard for him to get out without that primal, so he uses it. Nice pile driver there from Bellatrix to slow someone down, but it will still be a forced transcendence out of aim god. Nexi still has this pole position.
Yeah, you're still controlling the high ground here for the Florida Mayhem. You see Bellatrix trying to get up there into the ship, but not able to finish anybody off. Just big damage coming down from Florida Mayhem, and it looks like some kills going to happen over time here, but still another trade is... You know, Philly has not been able to dislodge Florida from the high ground, but also Florida hasn't really done anything with the high ground. We've kind of sat here in this neutral state for a bit.
Yeah, or at least like it's been like a trade of kills, just like this one. Checkmate goes deep here to try and group up with someone, but it's a trade again. That's lovely from Bellatrix. Perfect use of the minefield and knocking the Mayhem into them here. I've got to say, despite Bellatrix, for all appearances, playing a solo, I also like that he's sort of trying to potentially body block something there. Bellatrix very, very good at using Pile Driver to disrupt the rhythm of the Mayhem. You see, like every time someone tries to dive, Matt, he gets sort of knocked up and disrupted midway through that cooldown. It's very frustrating for Winston in that situation.
I like the Ashe swap here. Really good at long range. And when we've been seeing a lot of these fights, there's such close quarters that if you're able to get a good dynamite in that close quarter, just a lot of damage, you know, built up. The other team's gonna have to run, puts you in your better sight line. See, that's a kill again for the Florida Mayhem. Can they capitalize on this though?
I love that timing from someone. He knows that from the high ground, you know, MN3 is going to be ejected, so he links up perfectly with that displacement. And Philadelphia will have to see the checkpoint. The Mayhem with only about 2 minutes to work with, so we'll see if this Ashe switch is the difference maker, because just in terms of how Xy's looked, definitely been a better pick for him so far this series.
Yeah, I think the Ashe has been really, I think for the Western region teams, it's been something that they've started to use a little bit more. We've seen it in the East, but the teams in the West have been pulling out the Ashe. It's been pretty effective in certain situations and certain parts of the map. I feel like right here, this is kind of like almost a part of a map that like Ashe was like designed for, right? Like the perfect sight lines, perfect distance.
Elevation,
really good
wind
spot.
velocity,
yeah,
humidity. All right, checkmate pulse here as Bellatrix makes a strafing run. Just waiting for the dive here. Oh, no pulse bomb connect, but doesn't matter because he has the damage there just to ruin Exy with the pulse pistols. Someone's primal rage here now. I wonder how he tries to use this. He wants an environmental kill, but he realizes it might be too risky, especially when you can play it down here.
Still pretty good payload progress here. You're gonna get it under this bridge. See, it looks like you're waiting here just to get everybody back at full strength. You can see Exy's outline coming on back. Checkmate takes so much damage going in with that pulse bomb.
35 seconds. He's out of sync with someone. Someone's diving back at the same time as Checkmate tries to commit for a kill. So even if he gets that,
I think it's because the minefields happen.
Yeah.
It's because the minefields happen here.
MN3 wants to start this one himself. Ooh, RuPaul can't do much about that one. These rails are hitting hard. Not a whole lot can be done there. That was a great piercing rail from MN3. Didn't get kills for those, but the damage was big. And this is bad news for the Mayhem now. Their odds of a map completion starting to get away from them.
Yeah, and someone is going to switch over to the Doomfist. It's going to be a pulse bomb from Zest onto RuPaul, but yeah, Fixa here using the rally, not able to make it back towards the payload, but pretty decent progress there for Florida Mayhem. You get both checkpoints and you get it about halfway towards the end of the map.
I think it's been a really interesting map so far because both teams are like evidently being faced with, you know, different struggles, right? Philadelphia obviously giving up a lot of ground at the start of that round, and Bellatrix with that sort of weird play inside server room with no backup, and we're watching RuPaul just basically sip cocktails and throw grenades and look very comfortable. And then Florida getting slowed down towards the end of that map there, and finally the disruption from Philly starting to take hold, and seeing a little bit of you know, out of sync plays from the Mayhem here. So quite fascinating, but Philly are the ones that end up recovering late in the round, and hey, a map completion and maybe a Widowmaker out of the gates could be on the cards for Philly.
That would be exciting, seeing this Widowmaker battle. So maybe Exy expects it to happen here. Yeah, Zest,
this is
the one
so huge.
Yeah,
the Ana kill, I'm pretty sure. Yep.
And probably not even expecting that to happen, right?
Well, and that, I mean, I think even if that kill doesn't happen, I don't think that someone can touch in time anyway. Well, he probably got slowed down, I guess, by like half a second by having to maybe like DI backwards and not get blown up, but he wouldn't have died to the pulse anyway, so. Still, It was very nice, and it would have made it impossible for Florida to win a fair fight there.
5, 4.
We're getting a match. Oh, please! Are you... homie, finally get a Philly game when you doing me like that? Okay. MN3 on the Sojourn once more.
Johnny was on the edge of his seat, probably seeing the Moira Zen hover from Philadelphia.
I mean, we're all into different things, man. I want to judge the guy.
How are you going to make that work? Ooh, okay.
Starting this one off right. Actually, 80s Wheaties, apparently. Bellisria in the back line. He just got hit with everything.
Really nice sleep dart, and then the biotic grenade to follow it up, and ooh, okay. So I mean, this is what we talked about, man. Like, Exy is such a tremendous hit scan player that, you know, he can just take over these games sometimes. And starting off here on the Widowmaker, I mean, he has looked phenomenal thus far, and it's going to force the switch. MN3 is going to try and play the Widow to match it.
Yeah, fair enough. Exy is a real terror on this Widow. And there it is! MN3 opens up and gets that counter Widow kill. Now the Fusion have the ability to advance.
Yeah, it's like, I would love to see that shot. It had to be a grapple in a really interesting spot as bow supports here stuck for Florida Mayhem.
That pile driver would have been lethal to Animo. He would have been popped up into MN3's purview. These headshots on someone are coming consistently enough to keep the Winston out of the fight, and AimGod follows up. I mean, you got to ask the question why we haven't seen Widow so far from MN3 or beforehand. He just headshot a bloody Tracer off screen.
So, it also helps that Zest gets right up in Exy's grills. He's trying to come out the spawn, and he does it yet again here. Just, oh, and he's going to be like, hey, everybody is here. Florida, they're in a tough spot. Do you try and hightail it? You have the Wrecking Ball behind you. It's going to be a difficult spot to get out of.
The pressure from Zest makes it hard for the Mayhem to coordinate on the following up on that sleep dart on Bellisria. So the Wrecking Ball gets a stay of execution for Philly, and they continue to advance. Exy pops the infra site here. And Philly know that trying to advance through this is inadvisable. So they wait it out.
Yeah, you're wondering, like, how are they going to stop this potential, you know, fast push from Philadelphia Fusion? The infra site just so scary. I know you have a player like Exy, that vision, he's going to be able to knock down those shots pretty easily.
MN3 not taking Widow angles right now because he knows...
Oh, I think he actually, someone wanted to jump up top, and he actually hit his head on the overhang.
No value from the Nano. Still a Primal on the horizon, and pressure being applied now to MN3. Pressure of the Simeon kind. Looks good.
As someone gets right back in the mix here. You're not even worried about having to protect Exy. Bellisria can't get in close enough to really make you sweat as someone can control this high ground.
Can MN3 keep forcing the Widow from this position, do you think?
It's going to be tough, right? Because, well, what are your options? I mean, you move off of the Widow. Exy is going to, stand on the ship and, you know, just kind of click heads the rest of the game. You need the Widow to kind of keep him honest, but if someone can just control the high ground like we see him doing currently, I mean, you may just kind of play the rest of the round looking like this.
Without a Primal, someone likely would have died there. There was enough players, I think, on that high ground to follow up on the immobility the pile driver would have imposed on someone. Better mind swatted away in midair, okay? Easy as you like. Hugo like that.
Because you can't play, I mean, what are you going to do? Play Ashe here, right? I mean, you'll be able to survive the Winston, but you're not going to be able to go in against the Widowmaker.
Oh, he's done. He's absolutely cooked. Nice positioning from someone with the body block.
And I would love to see from Exy's POV, like, what does the pressure look like that's being put on him? Because, you know, he's been at, like, full HP the entire time. We've seen his outline, like, Zest is able to get a kill on the Ana there, but well, where is this pressure coming in?
He might...
The Philadelphia Fusion on Exy.
I think the issue is if Exy's playing on top of the shuttle, how does Tracer really get there? What do you, like, try... You can't really blink across, like... You have to go to the bridge, and you don't have a verticality as Tracer. You need to go the old-fashioned way. And maybe he just runs into Rupal first in the shuttle and says, well, I have to pulse this or I'm going to get ranched. There it is, Exy. Gets MN3, and Philly are stumped, Matthew.
Yes, they cannot figure this out. And what do you do if you're wrecking ball, right? Okay, so this time they actually knock him into mines, but I don't know if it's going to be enough for like a fight win here. As Aim God's going to use the Transcendence, going to try and keep everybody alive in this close corridor.
The bio, big one. Fixer, gasping for air is checkmate. Chokes the life out of him. Pulse bomb there for checkmate as well, plus, yeah.
Yeah, when you go to the high ground, Mitch, as the Wrecking Ball, like, just think about it from, like, this point of view, right? You're most likely playing the Ana, like, up there with the Widowmaker. It's not like you have a Winston shield to kind of, like, throw down and block a Sleep Dart coming in or something like that, right? Like, or even if the Brig is up there with a whip shot, right, to just force you back. Like, you're just flying up there and, like, what, you get slapped bio grenade, you have to run away? Like, the Tracer can't get up there with you. It's pretty difficult.
Zest and MN3 are both having issues getting through. Someone, quiet the door, man, if I must say so. Zest knows he can't stand still for too long, otherwise he loses his head to the enemy Widow. This is how he gets onto the shuttles. We can double blink across. But again, Rupal always stands in his way, in between him and Exi, and someone is constantly pressuring. And that's just brilliant. A headshot on an enemy Tracer. Philly don't have an answer.
And someone's not even, like, worried about having to get back and like peel for the team. Like everybody is totally fine there. As MN3 got the Harmio, but that's gonna be a biotic grenade. Yes. And someone's even got primal here, so you're not really worried at all.
Matt, these are fundamentals though that Philly are stumbling on. Going up against a Winston Widowmaker setup on Gibraltar. It's been like this since the game is released, 5v5 or 6v6, but the Fusion cannot figure this out. Florida looking very, very good. Setting up Exceed for success here, and Zest gets pulsed! Pulsed by checkmate! What a dab on him at the end of this round. And Philadelphia Fusion, I mean, they'll be hanging their heads after that one. Devastating loss of momentum here on Gibraltar.
Well, we talked so much about this, like, epic Widowmaker battle, right? And we, like, hardly even saw it. Because someone just dominated there. Like, as soon as we got to that second part of the map, he was absolutely dominant there on the high ground. MN3 was non-existent once they got to that part of the map. And it's really because someone just controlled that entire choke.
These two rookie lineups are trading blows, and this series is about to get pretty scary for Philadelphia. They do have a map pick here that it better be a good one. Otherwise, Florida are going to run away with it and lock them out of the tournament. Stick around, everybody. This is not the series you want to be missing. Map number 4 is right around the corner.
Florida Mayhem are showing us a multitude of different looks, and someone is helming all of them. This guy can do anything. What? Someone already... Sorry? Excuse me? That's not allowed. Is he in a luge? What is this? Cool runnings? Sorry?
Someone just slurped up proper on the way through. There's like someone just bolted a bloody hyper-powered Dyson to the front of him as he charges through the middle of the map. I mean, someone has to yeet the spaghetti. Someone was just able to follow him up, clean him up indeed. Someone going to flatten Yurio here, and Dallas Fuel get absolutely Goomba stomped in this first fight. Someone trying to clear a few mines. He's very, very low, but he catches Violet still somehow.
When it comes to rookies, I think someone is someone that we're really going to have to start heavily considering as one of the best.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Someone, man of the moment. And if you heard me say eat the spaghetti, no, you didn't. Someone, though, keeping it all very much in hand. That was an incredible Winston defense. Admittedly, Bellis Ray on the Wrecking Ball kind of just, you know, living his best life out there. It looked like the game plan for the Philly was kind of non-existent, but I've got to say, this guy really, really shut them down. 4 deaths.
He was tremendous there on Gibraltar. Really huge difference maker. Going through that highlight package, I mean, he's got so many like celebrations, dances, you know, everything going.
He's super animated. He's our boaster, I think.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know, well, Lastro's got to use some of his moves, right? He won't get fined. He still look cool. I mean, he's got to start copying someone's stuff.
He has a reputation.
Dance down. He's got the thumbs up. I love it. As Hydron will come in here for Exy, and then you'll have Surmajid in for Animo. So, like some of the largest moves we've seen from the Florida Mayhem so far, obviously. Exy coming up for Hydron is an interesting one. I wonder if this means you want, like, could Checkmate play Genji here, right? And you want maybe a Tracer look as well, and Hydron comes in, but we've seen Exy play Tracer, but...
Look, it's push, so I'd be surprised if you get full dive. Bear in mind, like Florida are very capable of playing like Reinhardt-based compositions on this map.
That's true.
Maybe you get like a, who knows? I mean, like a Baptiste Zen setup without a Lucio though. The Ryan comp doesn't seem as great, right? So that might rule that out. Saw Gunba there as well, just behind Surmajid. A couple of words of encouragement here to, you know, this young player who is, you know, definitely playing the most high-stakes match of his Overwatch career. I think that's sort of safe to say now. An elimination match. They've really made a decently deep run here in the mid-season madness after a disappointing campaign in the kickoff clash. And he delivered in map number 1, right? We talked about, you know, just how involved he was in so many of those final blows and really, really doing just a lot of the heavy lifting in terms of just eliminating the enemy team. He's faced criticism before for being reckless or dying frequently, but, you know, you take that in hand with his offensive power, and I think you still say that's a fair compromise.
Absolutely. I think for Philadelphia here, Mitch, no subs on their side. I think you learn a little bit about, like, you know, hey, what's this team made out of, right? Like, they're kind of going toe-to-toe with Florida, right? I think Philadelphia probably the favorites for most people coming into the series. You find yourself behind. Like, how do you bounce back out of this, right? Because, you know, to go far in some of these bigger tournaments of the year, right? You know, the mid-season, the playoffs, you're going to need to battle out of situations like this. I think it'll be really telling how they come out and look here at the start on push, because, you know, with Zest and MN3, they have that firepower, like we talk about, to really take it to Florida, and we've seen it at moments, but you got to get everybody on the team kind of like on that same page, right? I think, you know, specifically, I think, like, you know, Bellisria versus someone, I think someone's had a tremendous game where, you know, Bellisria has some moments, but you know he can play better than what we've seen today.
Again, our issue was more with the game plan, I think.
Yeah.
You know, like, I think that part of Gibraltar, the shuttle phase, can be really oppressive, especially because the attacking Widow can only come from...
It's tough for ball.
Yeah, exactly. But the attacking Widow can only come from, like, one of 4 directions, and most of them are kind of covered. She usually doesn't want to play from the low ground, so that rules out half of those options, right? And, you know, if defenders can get into a rhythm, it can be punishing. So Philly have to, like, try and... They have to manufacture some momentum here. New Queen Street, pick of theirs, so let's see if they've got what it takes.
I mean, that dominant King's Row is not Esports not that long ago. You know, so like Philly could easily come out and, you know, put together a dominant performance here on push. Although when you do have to like select a push map, right? We only have 2 in the pool. Like I feel like all teams are like pretty good at both of them now at this point, right? Like you at least have something you can fall back to on either of them, where you know it's not as huge an advantage I think as like picking a map like an escort or a hybrid, right? But still, we just saw in Kings Row what this team's capable of against Florida. I'm more interested now of like, one, can Philadelphia reach that and kind of force us to a game 5? And what does Florida have planned with this lineup that you got in, right? You sub in Hydron, you sub in Surmajed. I think we know what's going to happen in terms of the supports. So, okay, so maybe the Sombra play.
This will be fascinating. It would obviously have Checkmate on, yeah, okay. It would have had him on like a less known hero of his. So I think Florida have maybe identified that Bellisria is a potential weak point here for the Fusion. If you exploit that Wrecking Ball and play Sombra into it, you might be able to derive some form of advantage there. But it doesn't mean that there's no one to contest MN3 on those longer sight lines here.
Yeah, just think about, though, that the Discord Orb with the Sombra hack onto the Wrecking Ball, I mean, that's going to be tough. Yeah. Even onto the Tracer, right? If you're able to get a hack off with that damage amp, it's going to be tough.
Yeah. He's back on MN3. The dive. Oh, it's sublime. MN3 sent cartwheeling into the wall. And the Florida Mayhem's game plan is revealed in spectacular fashion.
You see from MN3's POV, like just kind of looking everywhere, right? He's got the Tracer coming out from one way. He's got the Sombra from another. So it looks like that'll be Hydron here.
Yeah, Hydron
calling for that one. So something on the Florida Mayhem side. But man, that Sombra looked really strong there early on, able to come out and get that first pick. They also have control of the bot currently, right? So the bot is about 10 meters, nothing too significant, but still moving a bit.
So again, we kind of hinted that this composition might be leveraged to punish the Wrecking Ball, but all the Mayhem did there was identify MN3's location and dive on him, right? Well, they opted out of a neutral because they're not playing a poke composition. Philly don't get the luxury of sitting back and trying to draw a bead on their opponents with MN3's Ash.
It still is like, you're not, so in the last map, right, when we saw Exy play the Widowmaker, especially on that second point, like Zest and Bellisria is like a duo. We're not able to really give a lot of trouble to the back line. Maybe you feel like, hey, bring Surmajed in the mix, right? You get some extra damage on the Zen, Harmony Orb onto the Ana, right? And being able to heal each other, make it even harder, right, for that backline. And then also, your dive is going to be even strong. Like, your aggression is going to be even stronger, right? With someone on the Doom and then a Tracer Sombra combination. And take advantage of the Philadelphia backline, right? Because they're getting no peel, no type of support. In which you feel like maybe that's where you can kind of find a little bit of a hole, a little bit of an advantage.
So you are countering the Wrecking Ball without actually focusing the Wrecking Ball. You're just trying to exploit some of the weaknesses of Bellisraya's hero choice here. By just sort of working around him. And you trust in Sumaji to be able to stave off Zest and Bellisraya with the help of Rupal in many of these situations.
Yeah, exactly. Because we've seen him be able to do that, with some help in the past, and then also even in this series at times. So right back into the game.
Oh, he's a problem, isn't he? Zest absolutely ruined there, and meanwhile, AimGod brought to his knees by Hydron.
Yeah, and they got the Philadelphia Fusion backing up now. So someone's taking a little bit of damage, as that's going to be MN3. Potentially the huge pick off there on Surmajed. So
Zest back in the fight. I mean, keen as a bean, throwing himself into the fray against someone once more. Philly finding a couple of these, kills. MN3 now. I mean, like you can't touch him really here.
That was a fast kill though onto AimGod. I mean, he is out of the equation so fast.
That's a Sombra comp.
Back. Yeah, it'll go in favor of the Philly Fusion. They'll get the bot moving. They'll kind of cross that midway point, so they'll get their barrier moving at least. But I'm interested to note, I'm more looking at like what is kind of the deaths for the Florida Mayhem supports from like the Tracer in the ball combination. So that's a full spawn that goes onto someone. So you get the tank from the Florida Mayhem out of the way. Should be able to move that barrier even further up.
See, the Hydron got shut out of the fight completely there. If you hit Sombra with Dynamite, she cannot hack until she stops taking damage. It interrupts that channel, obviously. So Hydron just like, I'm bugging this, I'm out of here. I'm just gonna go heal up. Nice little bit of tech there from MN3, intentional or otherwise. But Hydron returns to the fray soon enough. Gets the hack on Zest and splat!
And look at that. That is a Discord, the hack, and then the nano boosted Doom right on top. There's nothing he can do. I mean, just 0 time to react.
And again, the hack duration is shorter, but even a short window can be exploited there by the Fusion. MN3's Bob is slept. Everything's going wrong for Philly right now.
Yeah, the hack duration of Luke's is short, yes. But right there, when you get that damage down and then also amp the damage of Sombra, being able to finish some of these kills, you see someone, yeah, Aim got in trouble. Someone Hydron and Checkmate, just like as a 3-person unit, just roaming the map, just searching for players who are a little bit too split. No supports in sight. Able to pick up those kills.
So this is always a test of rookies in game. Can you adapt mid-round without coach's input or interaction? Because they need to come up with an answer to this Sombra composition. The Mayhem get to pick and choose their target, and more often than not, they're able to dispatch it with this excellent coordination they're displaying. Another hack, another death. A game got down rather, but MN3 from that high perch was able to find a key kill on someone, and Aim God provides.
Yeah, now before Aim God goes down, he's actually able to kill Checkmate, which is huge. They jump on Aim God, and within the second of being able to take him out, he's not actually able to use that Transcendence. So, looks like you'll have Bellastree fall here towards the end. Hydron's still alive. I was gonna say, is there a chance like Hydron like tries to spawn camp?
Another hack.
Oh, they get a hack. Yep.
Now, if there's more than
enough to get the recall.
If there's more than 3 players, maybe that's a kill on Zest, but is able to escape, as you pointed out. Still, I mean, puts the fear of whatever deity you serve in your opponent when you hack them like that and just jump. Zest again, got a full foul of the hack. Again, he's just able to recall. That's cute. I like that Checkmate. Doesn't quite make the prediction though.
A little late. I think you dropped it a little earlier. I think it would have been fine.
It's one of those situations where better late than never doesn't really apply. Martin down though. Bellastree is able to find the Zenyatta here. Someone always in the mix to try and trade, but the Wrecking Ball starting now to have some impact. Bot is moving forward to still have the lead, but someone is beleaguered, to say the least.
Yeah, it's going to be the Philadelphia Fusion bouncing back with a fight win, able to take the lead. They're going to get to the checkpoint here. They have to use all their ultimates to do it. They have Fixin' out on the Brig. Let's see if EMP could come in here. Hydron just trying to figure out the best targets at best times. A few players up there at the high ground.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Aim God dies instantly, basically, if Hydron's able to shoot him after the EMP. Someone here. Actually, just trying to get a bit of information for the time being. He sees Bellastree at the back here. He'll know there'll be a wrapping flank here on that right-hand side from the ball. The Mayhem definitely need to make a move, though. They are behind. We're in the halfway point of the round, just past it here. Hydron's still holding this EMP now.
Yeah, I think they're actually trying to, with someone there, what we were seeing, he's just trying to find a target, I think, and a little bit scarier to go after that Zen when the Brig is in the mix now, right?
Yeah, I mean, not that it wasn't scary enough already. That's it, MN3 picks up Hydron at a distance, and that EMP gives you nothing. MN3 starting to control that high ground, and this is something we highlighted, right? There's no long-range opposition for MN3. So how will he be kept in check? Well, mate's got it. Philly, though, want to keep advancing here, and another Wrecking Ball inclusion from Bellastree. Bot is still going for the Fusion.
Do you switch off of this if you're the Florida Mayhem? Like, what are your thoughts? You don't have an EMP here. You don't have Pulse Bomb. I think you probably, a Tracer seems to be like the one consistent pick against like all compositions. Do you consider trying to throw something else in the mix here?
This may well be like their anti-Wrecking Ball protocol on this map. Or anti-Doom as well, as we've often seen it used against teams like Atlanta and Houston. Hydron doesn't look like he's really inclined to make that switch. Problem is he can't really contest, so if he's like the last player, he has to just watch the bot go. Hydron taking a ton of damage there, potentially from burn. It's unclear. It was damage over time either way. Florida are a little bit disarray right now. Good pressure, but someone can't break through here. Great hold by this backline as Aim God gets rid of him.
And they nano Surma Jed, and he just, like, there's a bunch of players dead at that point. Just kind of jumps down from that high ground.
Getting sloppy.
Yeah, I wonder if it was, like, maybe even meant for someone, and, you know, up on the high ground, just kind of someone walked into a, Surma Jed walked in the line of sight. So, you know, yeah, this is starting to look like the Philly Fusion we saw in Kings Row, right? Where they were just putting up a tremendous performance.
Yeah, Philadelphia are recovering here. The Mayhem again.
Three is.
Yep, again, he's not contested. Might have been a big error, you know, going towards a Sombra instead of trying to match longer range hit scan, because Philly is starting to make this a bit of a blowout now. Zest is hunting.
Even when he doesn't really need to, you're getting close to finishing the map. And this will be the rally, just to give some overhealth to everybody.
Okay. Philly over 100 here. This is dangerous for the Mayhem with only 2 minutes left in the round. Aim got hacked though, so they can chase him down. Getting value out of the Sombra here is imperative.
What's terrible for Florida as well is they don't have the checkpoint currently, right? So when the bot goes all the way the other way, it's going to stop for a period of time.
Yeah.
So, like, even if uncontested here, you're looking to start to get to your barrier with probably, what, like a minute and 10, a minute on the clock, right? You know, best case, right? Here's some kind of stall coming through.
Hydron.
Yeah, so you're in a real top spot. You need a fast...
Oh, you're kidding!
This is enough.
The window is so slim. Hydron hacked Aim God, if I'm not mistaken, and then EMP, but Aim God managed to get a Transcendence in between. Now, yeah, MN3 still goes down, but that's quite remarkable in and of itself. Still need...
The bot?
He moved back.
Got pushed the other way, though. Zest was on it. Like, the bot was about, like, towards the midpoint here, and Zest actually got on it and pushed it back a little bit. So that buys Philadelphia even some more time.
All right, the minefield could be a problem in overtime for Florida as well. Hydron down, MN3 picks him off. Pulse Bomb, though, is a good one on a fixer, and someone, yeah, you're going to go aggressive with this one. MN3, there's no escape. So it looks like, I can't believe I'm saying this, butt scratch on the menu. As Belis Rhea not advised to try and stall here.
Yeah, it's,
just let it go.
We'll get this checkpoint, 30 seconds to go. Aim God gonna switch off of the Zen and go to Ana. So maybe feel like you know, you could get a sleep here onto whether it's someone or Hydron. The Biotic Grenade could be big as like a defensive use. Oh, they're gonna try and nano Surma Jed here on the flank.
I love that. He's the distraction though. And then someone comes in from a different angle and disrupts the backline of the Fusion in a huge way. And yet it's still gonna be a trade. MN3 is able to deal with checkmate. That might end up being a huge kill. And here's the nano Surma Jed looking for his next target, but Nana presenting themselves. Trying to chase Belis Rhea down, but he's going to try and break line of sight, and someone's under a lot of pressure right now. Special delivery for Zest. It's airmail straight to Rupal's forehead. And have all claimed the honor. Someone's in a lot of trouble burning down now, and the overtime scenario goes as we feared as the Philadelphia Fusion. They're forcing a map 5.
So that is the Philadelphia Fusion. I think people expected to see it in this series today. They saw it on Kings Row. You see it here on Toronto to force this game 5. I just don't think the Florida Mayhem really got things clicking with that Sombra composition. A bit of a gamble here. Doesn't pay off. Excited to see what they bring into this 5th game, though.
Oh, man, way to make it spicy. So many of these elimination games are going all the way, and we wouldn't have it any other way. Stick around, everybody. It's time to decide the fate of the Mayhem and the Fusion. Only one can advance in this lower bracket. Well, here it is. 4 maps of incredible and rather swingy Overwatch later. We're here in our map number 5. And the one question is, who's got more left in the tank? The Mayhem losing that 4th map, they get to select map 5, but whichever way you slice it, it's gonna be a control map. And I'm just gonna put it out there. Philadelphia in map 5's not exactly a match made in heaven. That's putting it lightly. So it's time to break the curse if they want to advance.
And you see some subs coming in here for the Florida Mayhem, and I think they're quite interesting. So XC coming back, I think, if you're not going to play the Sombra, that seems like what they kind of have Hydron working on now. That makes sense. Onimo comes in for Surmajet. Their map selection is also Lijiang Tower. This kind of like, at least to me, seems like, are we going to see like some Reinhardt, Lucio type action, or maybe, some Winston-based stuff. I mean, you can still play like, maybe they want the Brigitte in the mix on some of these compositions as well. I think it's a really interesting call here.
Do we get that from Philadelphia? Ryan, Lucio-based rush-looking styles. Again, we've seen a lot of teams on Control Center, especially opt for Genji. That's absolutely hero in both Checkmate and Zest's wheelhouses. Both of them have actually displayed really impressive performances on them. And XE comes back in, right? So we know we're probably not going to see any sort of Sombra-esque strategy. It's probably going to be hard-hitting DPS coming out from both of those, some longer-range hits again. Here's the road ahead for the team fortunate enough to advance here. So obviously, loser goes home. And like I said, for the winner, it's a matchup against the loser of Hangzhou and the Gladiators.
I mean, that is,
Say it!
These matchups are just insane. Like, Johnny actually picks the Spark in that matchup.
Yes. I love it.
It's a little bit of a wild card pick, but,
I'm just saying, Shy versus Patapon, that's some spice.
Shy is crazy good. Another type of player like we talk about, like XC and MN3, that could just dominate a lobby. We'll see what the Florida Mayhem have cooking up here for this final map. This was their map selection. Control Center first. If you were trying to play some Reinhardt Lucio stuff, I mean, you could not get a better map here first. And yeah, it looks like that's what they're hovering out here early on. So interesting enough that they go back to this when it did not work on King's Row. King's Row, obviously very, very different. Fury was able to play the Sigma, be on the high ground a lot of the time. It was just domination from Philadelphia. Can you run this Wrecking Ball setup here against this Florida Mayhem Reinhardt-based composition?
Maybe it's more of a matter of will you, won't you, as Velas Rhea. He acquiesces. It's going to be a Wrecking Ball versus Reinhardt matchup. Philly with the Baptiste Zen look here. Florida with a pretty classic, the composition that London really pushed, right? Reinhardt, Rush with the May in there as well. Baptiste and Lucio. This is going to be a banger.
Sojourn. Yeah, Sojourn seems to fit into any composition. MN3 does not here. He's being snuck up on.
J-Mate hosing him on down. Aim God falls there to the Endothermic Blaster, and Zest is faring hardly any better, but Uno is under a lot of pressure. Belisria drops in. This is going to be a scrappy affair. But Florida may have come out on top as that dust starts to settle a little bit. Belisria able to find Checkmate late in the fight, but it is too late.
Yeah, definitely too late. So MN3 up there just kind of firing shots at someone. Someone was quite low. I actually thought he was going to fall first and Philly was going to come out on top, but a speed boost around the corner and Checkmate right up in his face.
Solo kills.
That's a one clip.
Solo kills. Zest leads the league in lows, and now you're seeing why. Trying to force Ice Block out of Checkmate, but he's a little too canny for that apparently. Someone, though, might be a decent candidate for this delivery, and there it is. That's another for Zest. Someone goes down, and Animo's seen better days. Ooh, that Discord orb made it awful hard to stick around. What a way to open the fight for Zest.
Yes, his Tracer has been clean all series long. Like, and MN3 has had he's had a lot of good moments in the series. Like, you kind of think back to Gibraltar when it was really slowed down. Zest's kind of the consistent player for the Philadelphia Fusion throughout. They'll have a minefield here set up. So could be pretty good against this comp, right? Florida needs to play close together.
Zest again hunting. Florida clumping up as their composition allows for. Constant pressure, but that's going to be relieved by an ice kill to the cranium. Checkmate's able to stave off Zest and then destroy Fixer. This is a great look from Florida right now. Someone may have gone down. Let's see how key he is to the plan at this point in the fight, but the Fusion don't really have the personnel to force anything. It'll be back to the Mayhem.
Yeah, I feel like at that point the damage is done, right? As Florida will get the point back in their favor. Philly not even able to get up to 50%. How do you get used to Blizzard here? Like, I find this to be difficult. No, maybe it's just to try and get the backline. You're just going to try and go after the Zen Brig with the Blizzard, because those are really the two like stationary targets. Everybody else has tons of mobility.
Belisarea lucky to get away there. The main wall almost claimed him. Would have trapped him in there with his enemies. Checkmate has to ice block there. We had a Discord orb on him as well. Animo gets the sound barrier. It's not interrupted, but who's benefiting from it? It's just Checkmate, really. That's a big investment to make in one teammate, and Checkmate eventually is felled anyway. MN3's got to connect those, but actually shuts him down with a rail of his own. Belisarea, though, dealing with the offending Sojourn. It's a big slam. Belisarea knocked to the ground as someone cleans him up, and the Mayhem moved to 75 to 47.
They have to use everything to do it, but the Fusion with some of the switches they've made, you know, you had the Transcendence, you haven't been able to build up like a secondary support ult. There's no Rally nowhere close to being online, and what are you relying on right now? Zest to make a play as someone gets taken out. That's a Discord orb with some extra damage coming through.
Someone trying to follow up from the Blizzard, apparently, but actually loses this Sojourn duel. MN3 comes out on top, and Philly are able to cut a swath through the Mayhem, and they'll have to flip as well. Belisarea has to respect Checkmate. He tries to stall with an ice block on the point, but it comes a second too late. And that will give Philly the advantage for the time being, but all Florida need is one fight win.
So what are you looking at here for this next fight? Ant Matrix probably comes down. Do you do like a minefield near it, right, to force people out of you know, that area, so you're not able to get the big, you know, damage buff from that?
Could be crucial.
That's probably what you're looking at here. Maybe just kind of like around the corner and you hit this Ant Matrix.
Belisarea just passing through for the time being. Animo, okay, Zest in his way. He's worried about where that Trace is going. He takes the Mega himself. Zest doubles back, but now the Mayhem are split. They are split up by Belisarea. They're trying to regroup here. You can see the Checkmate's left on his own. So all the Mayhem have to back away because they realize they're in such a weak position.
Yes, this has taken so long to develop it. Like, Florida's just speeding around the map to find somebody. And now it's actually taking out Aim God.
That's a big opening here. Zest can still equalize, but he eats a fire strike from someone. It's all falling apart for the Fusion here. The Mayhem have 4 players to work with. Belisaria's Minefield's able to at least claim Animo, but where are the Fusion? A stick on Root Piley couldn't get away from it. Oh, Immortality Field for him. Now it's Zest having to go against 3, trying to stay alive, but it's just not going to be enough. The May Wall will compound the issue further, and the Mayhem take the first round in this 5th map.
Well, it still comes down to the wire where, you know, you're playing this composition for the Philly Fusion pretty much like the entire series, right? And you've been banking on it. And no, right now here at the end, I actually think this map's probably the best draw they could have gotten, you know, as the next stage. I think you can use the Wrecking Ball here and be a little bit more effective. Lucio Moira composition here potentially for the Florida Mayhem. I don't love the combo. I think you just miss out on a ton of utility with like Ana with the sleep, the biotic grenade, the nano boost. But if you're going to play as like a, you know, pseudo death ball, right, and run around with the Doomfist, Moira does provide a lot of just healing.
You got to strike first and strike hard with this setup. So the Mayhem take point first. The Lucio speed boost giving them the natural leg up there. Keeping tabs. Animo spots him in 3, but Xy's already picked Fixer out with a beautiful rail headshot. What a start for the Mayhem here to try and end the series. Oh, no.
Oh, it's knocked off the side, but, you know, time and time again on the Sojourn, he's able to come up with these first picks. Now, Ash obviously really good for the consistent damage. Just and also has like one-shot potential, right? But not to the level of Sojourn. And I also think with Sojourn, you just don't know how charged up the rail is at any time, right? You could be going in and you could be perfectly safe, not a lot of damage, or, you know, it's a fully charged up rail and you're just gone.
Love that switch of focus there as Aim God is identified as a great target, but someone ends up having to give up his life for that. Is it going to be worth it? Checkmate's trying to make sure it is, but he eventually goes down to MN3. Exing knocked into MN3's path, so has to very quickly try and rectify that as Zest moves in to start the cap. Close to a pulse bomb he is here, but is unwilling to fully commit. The Mayhem are playing for the fringes now as their Doomfist returns to the fight, and they're going to solidify their control for now.
Yeah, as you're actually able to get back to full strength here for the Florida Mayhem, as Aim gone back now for the Philly Fusion.
50%.
It seems like they're just trying to figure out where to attack this from.
That's perfect. I mean, a little bit of a different route there. The Mayhem leave the point in order to dive MN3, but they get the Ash out of the picture. Now they can go forward. Anamo's taken down by a minefield. Though as Bellis Reyes trying to get some defensive structures in lieu of his opponents on the point. And it's looking good for Philly. Exig's brought down. Bellis Reyes now just rolling around the edges here as someone is lowered. Checkmate has to recall here. A long fight. Not good for the Moira compositions as we see the Mayhem brought down. It's Philly moved into residence here, but it's 74% already for Florida, Matt.
Yeah, it took a long time to develop. They are finally able to just kind of like outlast the Florida Mayhem, and their composition is now all the pressure on Florida. How do you break back in? Few ultimates online for Philly. You know, looks like someone who's tight over the top, and you're going to follow this up, yeah.
Has to be a Transcendence here. XE doesn't care about that, of course. Bob in play for MN3, so XE doesn't want to fully commit now as Bellis Reyes rolls through and someone is felled. Bob gets the job done for MN3, and that's 2 for him in this fight. A lot of ultimates had to be spent, but the Mayhem had their fair share of them too.
Yeah, as soon as someone dies, that pretty much all falls apart there, and didn't want to use the overclock. He actually got Fixa pretty low. Didn't want to use the overclock because the Transcendence was still rolling. You pick up kills through it, but just really risky. So you end up using the sound barrier there. Rally for some overhealth, going to be able to come in for the Philly Fusion as someone gets in there real fast.
Yeah, big dive, but a pulse bomb will send someone packing almost as quickly as he arrived. Now the Mayhem are in an awkward spot. If this gets dragged out any further, they might be in trouble. 65 in counting. That fight win will bring Philly even with the Mayhem. This next fight, the most important.
And this is where, like, you know, the Moira provides the healing, but like, you know, the Biotic Grenade or a Nano, right? If you get hit with a Pulse Bomb for the damage reduction to, you know, try and live through it, it's sort of the Ana makes a big difference, right?
Look at Zest constantly harrying like a hornet. XE has not used that ultimate yet. Still sitting on it. It's time to go, though. Overclock fired off. MN3 a little bit low, and Aim God takes a big hit. He'll charge forward and claim MN3 with a headshot that was unnecessary at that point. Fixer also going down, but he's off the map. Bellis Reyes gets rid of the hot shot XE. But Philly don't have the players. They may try and regroup, but Zesta snuck onto the point now while they dive, and he comes up behind. Checkmate. Philly are at 99 here. If the Mayhem lose control, the round is over. Philly are not worried about the point yet clearly as Zest backs away. They have a buffer and they're allowing the Mayhem to get some percentage, but now it's time to hit the point and someone's down.
Yeah, someone pushed up. It was MN3. It's a headshot. Hits a headshot on a RuPaul as well. This is going to be a flip.
They have Lucio in play. The Mayhem. Animo can dip on and keep that overtime going, and he does so. Checkmate's forced to recall early, and the Bob is going to be deployed here by MN3. Someone's on the scene, but XE goes the other way. Ships in the night. They pass each other as teammates, and it's going to be the Philadelphia Fusion cleaning up. Bob thrown to the point, and RuPaul barely touches the ground. Philly just ring it back in overtime, and it wouldn't be a Philly game if we didn't go all the damn way.
As long as you can possibly go in the series. So we will. I do not want to see the Moira Lucio combo again. Yeah, I much prefer what we're seeing the Florida Mayhem hover with this Ana and Brig setup. So yeah, this is a see someone comes in to try and get. Get a kill there on, he was actually looking for Zest there, because Zest was quite low, didn't have recall. But did not expect MN3 to be right there.
There's a lot of disruption there. Bellis Reyes, Fixer on the Brigitte as well. Coach Gun to knock someone back. It's hard out there. for the Doom to connect. And it all comes down to this, the final round on Lijiang Tower, and only one of these teams can advance in our mid-season madness tournament. Whew. If you got a god, tell them to take the wheel.
They go through this grueling series just to play the loser of Gladiator Spark. As that'll be Exy. Opens things up on the Sojourn with a nice rail shot on MN3. I feel like when you have the Sojourn in this type of scenario, when you can play more aggressive, right? I think this is where it was really working out well for the Florida Mayhem as Velosaria trying to get on the point contest. This will be Florida able to take it first.
Says a lot, actually, when Philadelphia's DPS are the first two players to drop there, and Velosaria is not able to interpose himself in between Florida and the rest of his team. So a great start for the Mayhem here, bouncing back after a bit of a chaotic previous round, and now Exy can get entrenched in a pretty safe spot. Zest really has to go hunting here if he wants to pressure any of these backliners.
And also, like, you know, RuPaul can play from a safer position, and if you wanted to, you can follow up someone with a biotic grenade, like when he kind of collapses down on some of the players on the other team.
Pulse stick!
He's so
RuPaul down. Someone wanted to call a dive there, but he realized now that's not possible, so rotates to a defensive position while still being able to contest the point here. Mayhem going to try and drag this out. Exy somehow able to get away alive, rather, but Velosaria runs him down. Someone probably realizing now that the odds of being able to hold here are low, so stall it is for the Mayhem. 48 and counting now, Anamo's shield, allowing him to staunchly hold the point for a time. But eventually this will be a Philly cap.
Still, you're getting good percentage here from this stall, from the Florida Mayhem. It finally goes over. Not an insignificant amount of time there, and they're just kind of stalling it out. Philly now gains control, and yeah, like you mentioned, someone was trying to call a dive, but there's nobody dive. Nobody coming out.
Velosaria again, keeping tabs on Checkmate. The mines could be devastating here. Rally's in play. Oh, he's let the mines go! Good heavens! The Mayhem able to shrug them off for the most part, though. Anamo's rally in play, and Aim God is felled. The Mayhem reach their intended targets as someone rips them limb from limb. It's only MN3 able to stand up now, and that's just not going to cut the mustard. As RuPaul backs away and is able to hold on to that nano.
Good to see you.
I mean, sick play from him, but just look at how more effective like that Ana is, right? Able to put in shots at distance right into someone, right? Some damage down into Velosaria. Yeah, you have Zest coming in, right? And he gets right in his face. There's a biotic grenade at the ground, puts a shot into him. Like, didn't even have to use the nano there. Also hit his sleep. So just like tremendous utility with Ana in the mix here. I think if you're a Florida Mayhem fan, you'd love to see this more than kind of some of the Moira comps.
Look about safe positioning here. RuPaul still being pressured from this spot. Wait, did they hit Bob? Unclear if they actually would slept him or not. RuPaul going to fall to Aim God either way at long range, but it's 90 and counting. The Mayhem, though, are in trouble. This Transcendence really makes it hard for them to get anything going after losing a player, so they'll have to concede here and theoretically not commit any more to this fight.
Yeah, that's totally fine, though, if you're the Florida Mayhem. They had to use a ton of stuff to get in the door. You come back, you have a Pulse Bomb, which is an ability that can just open the game up for you just on its own. You also have the ability to nano someone, and he can go make a play, as we see many Doomfists do. You're still in a really good spot here if you're the Florida Mayhem.
Really have to hold the point indefinitely if they want to advance. Good start, though. Zest takes the initiative and removes Anamo from the equation. And the Mayhem don't fancy working through that kind of calculus. They'll wait a time while Checkmate looks to flank.
If you lose another player here, though, like that's going to be like a solid 30% probably over to the Philly Fusion.
Checkmate's pulse doesn't hit.
Just off of that pulse bomb.
Nothing for Checkmate, though. 76 and counting. This is getting a little dicey. This is where legends are born, Matt. MN3 with 2 crucial headshots now as Philly lose control of the point, though. They need to keep an eye on that. Big kills from MN3 and he's controlling the space now. Someone, it's nobody. Drop to the ground and Philly are now in control, and this is now last-ditch territory for the Mayhem. Exy switches to the Cassidy. It better be enough.
Yeah, and you know, RuPaul downing at the end here as he's going to go to the Lucio. Can
they even touch?
On Checkmate to get a touch.
Just Checkmate recalls here. Where are the rest of them though? Someone needs to make the push, and he does. He's on the point. Zest hit with the seismic slam. Dynamite thrown out. That's a lot of good damage, and Bellatrix is going to threaten on the outside. Xe marks the spot as MN3 finds the treasure. It was the frag.
Rally.
The Cassidy's out of the picture now, and MN3 finds another one, but someone's keeping his team in it. 2 kills for the Mayhem's Doomfist now, and Zest has to respect. But there's no chance either of these teams are leaving the point now. RuPaul a little low, Bellis Ray is looking okay. Bob sent off the map, but that's the pulse to end them all. Zest finds RuPaul. No Lucio in the fight at all here for the Mayhem, and MN3 has a safe position to play from. Artemo falls, bullet between the shoulder blades, and Xe finds one between his eyes. The Philadelphia Fusion have done it in overtime. 3-2 victory, and they will advance in the Mid-Season Madness tournament.
Oh, some absolutely clutch plays there at the end from the Philly Fusion. As you know, Florida, they put together a really good series, better than I think a lot of people thought, but just come up a little bit short. And I think if you're Florida, you go back, look at some of those compositions, and yeah, maybe you can work on some of those. And man, just I feel like at the end there specifically though, like Zest and MN3 just took over. Like, you know, when you have those fights and they get chaotic and they get separated, and you know DPS can make an impact, find you know an opening. You know, MN3 at the end was able to get like 2-3 headshots. Like, you know, Zest coming up with pulse bomb kills. I think actually probably the biggest kill of that round, like it's gonna sound super bizarre, is the solo pulse bomb stick on the Anemo.
Yeah.
Because that gives them about like 20% extra point progress.
I mean, that was
free.
That might have been.
Right?
I think was that RuPaul on the Lucio actually. He switched over to try and touch the point
at the end. Yeah.
Yeah, and we talk about these MN3 solo kills. Incredible that he's able to provide so many of those at crucial moments. But Zest there in that moment as the Tracer, we talked about how leads the league in those solo kills per 10, and he found it when he truly needed it. Let's talk about our player of the match here, Matt. So many to choose from on the Fusion side. They already floundered midway through the series, but it's their DPS that really carried them forward. And in those last moments, in my opinion, player of the match is going to have to be MN3. What a legendary moment there in those final seconds, kill after kill. What a way to finish off an incredible series of Overwatch.
And it's not even just the like first picks from MN3 that are like super impressive. It's, you know, Philadelphia Fusion starting off a fight down a player, and then he just like comes up with 3. And, you know, just landing these headshots out of nowhere, especially at the end there on Lijiang Tower. But him and Zest as a combo, and you got Zest rolling on the Tracer, and this level of pressure and, you know, hit scan dominance back there, you get the rest of the team kind of right. They're going to be a tough out for anybody. I mean, the skill of MN3 and Zest is crazy.
Oh yeah, it is ridiculous. I mean, Zest operating as the solo killer that people were hoping that Decay could kind of be, right? On that Justice team, everyone sort of hailed him as like an individual that could really turn the game on its head. But the best part for Zest is that he sat next to this guy, MN3, who really over the course of this match was great. You know, we talked about the Ashe duel he was taking with Xe early in the series. It didn't look good for him. When it moved to Sojourn, he shone. The Widowmaker matchup on Gibraltar, a tough one for him, but it was really had a lot to do with the map and how good someone was at controlling those spaces. But he gets his revenge. He gets his comeuppance in that final map. And his Ashe is the one that shines brightest. Philadelphia Fusion always know how to make it exciting, and they set themselves a date with the loser of the Hangzhou Spark and Los Angeles Gladiators. There's more incredible games on the way, not only for the Fusion, but for us tonight. We're already halfway through. We're going to go to a break. I'm going to wait till I get off cam to, you know, fist pump. We'll see you guys later on.
우리 거의 다 왔어. 제발 맞춰. 한 명씩 넣지, 한 명씩 넣지. 같이 넣지 마. 두피 보자, 두피 보자. 우리 불렸어, 거쳤지. 아, 진짜.
everyone. Welcome back to Watch Point.
That was stressful. Oh my god.
That was the most stressful game or most stressful series that we've seen this entire week. I think all of us were just kind of at the edge of our seat, just going like, oh my gosh, there's no way they take this. Can they take this? Can they take this? MN3 comes in at the end and we're all just...
It was just too much. I was like yelling because I'm on the Philadelphia Fusion train because you brought me here. It's awful here. It's awful here. It's stressful. We're like yelling at Zest and MN3 to kill more people. You know, we have Exy just going like crazy and just popping heads. I don't know. It was just too much.
That was the epitome of the Overwatch League.
Yeah.
Just like 5th map, last round, last fight, and just like 2-3 people struggling on the point. Like even Seth's point of view. Like I understand that he's like a professional player, but he looked lost like in the moment, and I don't blame him. I mean, that was just craziness. Absolute, you know, it was a barn burner, gigabanger, whatever you have. Amazing match, and here's the final moments here on the Tank Tower.
Oh god.
Oh, MN3.
He's so talented and handsome. It's crazy like how many shots he hits. Like he kills Exy, gets the double tap in there, and then you have Zest. This is when Johnny's like he's lost. Like there's just so much going on in this situation. Yeah, he gets. Oh my god, there was so many clutch plays that came out there for Philadelphia Fusion.
Even in those final minutes where Florida was able to recap the point, and then Fusion had to get back on because there wasn't a single second to lose with that overtime.
The worst part, sorry Johnny, is like I was like, they did it! And then we're like, wait, Philly had the point for the last 10 seconds. I'm like, oh no!
Yeah, they got the rally, Lucio was there as well. Like Florida Mayhem, they had 99% on like all 3 points, I believe. Like they were one fight away on so many different times, right? So I mean, that was literally the wire. The thinnest wire possible.
I mean, yes, it was. We went all the way to map 5, and it was well played on both sides. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had, you know, this long and this intense of a final match. So, I mean, just to speak to Florida, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, in many ways, they won map 1, so they came out on top here, and Surmajet had an incredible Zenyatta performance here. You know, ended the map with the Sendif in the all chat. You love to see that. But again, like so many people for the Florida Mayhem turned up to this one. Surmajet here on the Zenyatta, but also Checkmate has had a really good mid-season madness tournament. I think Checkmate has played some of the best Overwatch he ever has in this very tournament. Exy as well had a reputation for being this elite hit scan player when he was on the Dallas Fuel, of course, and before that. And he fired on all cylinders too. So this was the ending of this match was the combination of 2 teams being incredibly competitive over the course of 5 maps. And so I'm just really grateful for the Florida Mayhem. They go out here in the losers bracket, but they put up one hell of a performance, and they should be really proud of that performance.
Yeah, but you know, I've had enough of being nice to Philadelphia Fusion right now because yes, they got over the line. Yes, they got there, but one of the biggest issues for them as a team is they're relying too much on individual brilliance.
They do.
They're not playing as a team. They're not having this massive synergy, and you saw that issue become massively highlighted here on this Watch Point Gibraltar, where when Belis Rias just can't get any traction, Zest is being hunted down, MN3 has someone on him at all times. There's just nothing happening for them at any moment. And then like even as you go further into the maps, like obviously they had a great new Queen Streak, but even there on that Lijiang Tower, that wasn't great teamwork that really got them over the line. That was Zest and MN3 just going absolutely crazy. So looking forward to them as a team because they do have somewhere to go. They have to play the loser of Spark and the Gladiators. Individual brilliance will not get them across the line. They need to find some form of coordination and synergy if they are going to beat a great team like them.
So if I was to ask you to put on your Coach Custa hat for a second and sit down with the Fusion, what would you tell them? How would you inspire teamwork rather than just waiting for MN3 or Zest to pop off?
One of the big issues that I think I'm seeing from them is moving AimGod and Fixer around the map without losing them, because it feels like AimGod, Fixer, and MN3 sometimes are on different pages, and Belis Ria and Zest need to start linking up a little bit more, because it feels like at times they're going in individually and they're just unable to execute as a unit, right? And that's what makes them rely on individual brilliance, especially in the backline. Like Fixer didn't have a great series here, dying first a lot of the times. That leaves AimGod exposed. So just tightening up some of those bolts, getting that synergy going a little bit better, and they can go far because the gameplay is there, just not as a team.
Listen, speaking of synergy, all three of us on the desk found that synergy because we all predicted Fusion to take the win. But Johnny, extra points to you because you called the 3-2.
That's right, called the 3-2. And look, I'm just saying, I predicted the Atlanta Reign, I predicted the 3-2, and I predict the Hangzhou Spark. The LA Gladiators.
Okay.
Now
I'm just saying.
We're going to talk about that in just a second, but the first thing that we need to do is look at our updated lower brackets. Again, congratulations to the Fusion for moving on in that lower bracket that we see. The winner, they will be playing the winner of, as we said, match 16. Where is it?
Sorry, the loser, yeah.
It's in the upper bracket.
Yeah.
I'm lost sometimes, you know? There's so many brackets around here, but yes, this is
The Fusion are not winners, probably.
You know what? They're winners in my eyes right now.
Don't take this away.
Don't take this away from me. We don't know how long it will last. But I think that they are going to go the distance. But yes, they are going to play the losers of this next match, which is, of course, the Spark versus the Gladiators. I know you two started getting into it, so one of you want to start?
I want to hear the Hangzhou Spark Hopium first before I come in with the Gladiators kicking down the door.
You're calling this Hopium?
It's the definition of Hopium.
Like it's just some gas just evaporating within the air, or no?
What?
No, this is substantiated. All right, this is substantiated analysis. And to counter my own very argument, I'm going to bring up a stat card that makes me look ridiculous. And it's Kevster versus Alpha on the Tracer, where Kevster, of course, he's only played 38 minutes so far this tournament. You know, it was a pretty dominant performance, and 68 minutes for Alpha, who's obviously played a bit more, some more matches here. But you can see the stats yourselves. Alpha comes down on top when it comes to the hero damage and the pulse bomb kills per 10 minutes, but Kevster's final blows, reduced deaths. I think this is the matchup to watch for both teams here, really, because I think when it comes to, you know, Shy, of course, someone we talked about a lot, I think he'll be the best Sojourn player you compare it to Patiphan. But Kevster has been such a dominant force of nature, and no one has really been able to seemingly stop him. So Alpha, I think he's had a great tournament so far. Alpha, another player who's playing some of the best Overwatch he's ever done. And if anyone's going to bring it to Kevster, it could be Alpha. So that's a head-to-head I'm watching in this match.
But for me, it's not, yes, Alpha and Kevster are important, but it's they're partners in crime, and that's the main tanks, and that's the person I'm looking at for the Gladiators, and that's where I think the major differential is going to come in. Reiner has been a joke. Jack of all trades, main tank coming in for this league. He has been able to play everything, especially on that Doomfist, and when he synergizes the dive with Kevster, that seems to be that next level that the Gladiators have been at, and I just don't see the Spark being able to hit that. Yes, they have the great hit scan in Shy, who does pop off consistently, but for me, overall, the Gladiators are just a better team, and we haven't even talked about Shu in the back line. We got Funny Astro to come play that Lucio.
Hey, super rich in my teacup, all right? The teacups.
The teacup.
That's where the Hopium's in. It's in that teacup right now.
Chrysanthemum Hopium. That's actually the main ingredient. But honestly, Reiner kind of won my heart over with his trash talk that we had earlier in the week. But I want to keep the ball rolling. Okay, I really wanted to make a hamster joke there, but I'm not wearing the onesie anymore.
All right.
I'm going to keep the prediction ball rolling. I want to get your match prediction. How do we think that this is going to go?
I'm going to go Gladiators 3-1.
3-1 for Gladiators.
1. All right. So you think they'll win on push? That's a pretty good bet right there.
Yeah. The dive's good.
Look, I respect the LA Gladiators. I do. Okay. So I'll have to say 3-2 Hangzhou Spark. All right?
Oh.
Yeah, we're going the distance. We're going to control once more. And it's going to be a great series. You know, more Gigabangers. We all want more Gigabangers.
Yeah.
So bring it on.
Get in here for the long haul. We're coming to midnight again.
Oh, you know, but hear me out. Hear me out. Spicy. 3-0 Gladiators.
Oh!
3-0.
No, that is baseless.
I am
right?
staking my entire Overwatch League career on this prediction, okay? And there's only one way to find out if me, Avali, will be successful in all my future predictions. Oh wait, I already messed up my first one today.
It's fine.
Dang it, Jake! All right, well, we have to take a quick break, but stick around, because when we get back, we are going to see that match between the Spark and the Gladiators.
And welcome back. It is time to get into our last two matches of the evening. I'm Achilleos, once more joined by Avril. We'll be guiding you guys through the rest of the action here today. We'll be your ushers. Please take your seats and let battle commence once more. It's going to be the Hangzhou Spark going up against the LA Gladiators to see who is going to be moving forward.
Officially in the top 6 now with our upper bracket teams here. These are the top 4 as well. Still a couple lives to play through, but my goodness, we're finally getting into what I truly believe is like, you know, this is top tier NA versus top tier APAC. It's not going to be Seoul Dynasty, but I think Hangzhou Spark, the way they defeated Seoul just not even that long ago, the 3-0 anyway, this is looking like one of the top teams now. So pink versus purple, this is going to be epic.
It absolutely could be. We'll have to see what happens once we get into it and, you know, what the rosters and whatnot are going to look like, but a hell of a lot of potential here for some showdowns. Obviously, you know, Alfie looking incredible. Patty Pan here in his first season of the Overwatch League as well, also looking utterly impeccable. So those two clashing is a very exciting prospect. Shy as well in the hit scan. Can have some stiff competition there from the side of the Gladiators. We'll see if that comes to fruition. But here's our starting 5 for the side of the Hangzhou Spark. Well, we did see them experiment a little bit with the roster at the end of the qualifiers. Widely have been sticking to this core right here.
No surprises. I mean, you're probably not going to see Gushui until we get to an escort-type map, maybe something like a Gibraltar, where it's very Winston-focused. But even without Gushui, I think Bernard's just been fantastic so far this tournament cycle. I mean, he's really impressed. This was a play that last year people were really down about. But currently, Spark are having their best ever season, in my personal opinion, led mostly by this DPS line, Shy and Alfie. Alfie, probably one of the most overlooked rookies coming in. There was some notable hype surrounding guys like Proper. I mean, that's deserved and respected. But Alpha Yi has kind of swept the table, and he's really come into his own. He kind of got a very deserved player of the match versus Seoul Dynasty as well. I mean, this guy has been tearing things up on the Tracer. We've also seen him on the Genji. His Echo's up there as well. Shy's looking like one of the best hit scans. Once more, his Sojin is right at the top of my list.
Yeah, way up there, making a name for himself for sure on that newest pick, but there is the starting 5 for the side of the Gladiators. Got Kevster, Patty Pan, Reiner, Shu, and Skewed. Try to maintain some NA dominance and see if they can take down the Hangzhou Spark.
And Reiner's been super impressive on this tank position as well. You know, I think the desk is starting to talk about this kind of new term, the jolt, right? What is it again? I think Hawk even came up with it maybe. But jack of all trades kind of tank. We're starting to get in there. You still need to see, you know, for Hawk, he's still trying to move into those main tanks for Reiner as well. Will be a question mark in terms of whether he ends up playing any sort of off-tanks. This is not really an off-tank meta, so we're not really seeing Zarya. Only Kaluj seems to be running D.Va, and we'll get into that in the future match. But for now, you know, expecting typical Ball, Doom, Winston kind of stuff coming through from Reiner. The interesting pick is actually going to be that Skewed starts overfunding Astro on our opening map for the control. Typically, we have seen a lot of funding Astro, but I think those would normally be, you know, that would be your roster choice if you're going to something more like a Lijiang Tower. We're about to head into Oasis here, which is the Gladiators map pick. So they're going to be looking at something more along the lines of a Skewed Brig with Shu Zen or the double flex support as well. Both really strong options for Glads in this map.
See if they can get a win here. A lot of teams been taking us to Oasis as their map pick to begin and have not been able to put up the numbers. So will that happen once more, or can the Gladiators close it out cleanly, start things off with the right foot forward and get the W? We are about to find out as we are moments away from jumping into the action and carrying out this incredible week of games.
And these two teams, you know, we talked about rare matchups yesterday. And the Atlanta Reign took on the Seoul Dynasty. This is a pretty rare one here as well. Only 3 times the LA Gladiators have met with the Hangzhou Spark. And I'll tell you what, they haven't seen each other in 3 years. The last matchup between LA and Hangzhou was in 2019 for the playoffs. So it's been a lot of years where these two squads have not met. Brand new rosters here. I don't even think there's a single returning player from either side from that 2019 squad as well. So franchises squaring up here. Pink versus purple. Map number 1, Stradon Gardens.
Then we are. Gates opening up. And hey, look at that. Please pause immediately into the chat. Oh, this is just what happens when I show up to cast, I suppose. But hopefully it's going to be a quick issue here for the side of the Gladiators to get dealt with. Obviously, having those admins right there on standby in venue is going to make for a pretty...
I thought you started, shoving some of that curse over towards Jaws and Necro. They obviously had that super long pause at Toronto and Shanghai.
Yeah.
On the, I think it was the first day.
So mildly contagious
back
curse.
we go here. It is.
But
let's talk about a little, since we do have opening lineups, so we have the opening compositions as well, which I'll go through very briefly. I don't know if anyone caught that, but it was going to be, the main differences is going to be Burner on the ball versus Reiner on the Doom. So not super unexpected from either side. Super Rich Brig, Irony Zen, Shu coming through on the BAP, Skewed on the Brig. So Skewed is going to be playing the Brig first and foremost. With the BAP option for Shu, he might consider going towards the Ana after he sees the ball here. I think the Ana is going to have a lot more defensive utility to displace Bernard's ball and also support Reiner, so that might be something that the Gladiators look towards if they get a reset. Reiner just checking if his camera's working. Patapan and Shy coming through on the Sojourn as expected. Alpha Yi versus Kevster on the Tracer. Now, Alpha Yi took down Prophet. Kevster is another one of those top tier Tracer players that Alpha Yi will be tested again now.
Well, we'll see how these match up and whether or not those adjustments that you're talking about, the Ana swap perhaps, if that does come through, if the Gladiators are still going to at least give it a fight or two and see how it goes piloting this comp. But we'll have to just wait and see. Has been a big amount of trash talk coming out from the side of the Gladiators, Reiner in particular. Really trying to make a name for himself and say, yeah, I am, one of the best, if not the best tank in the league right now, and it's also, rookie season, yada, 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 has been looking utterly incredible for the squad.
Well, he wants to face up against, well, there's been a bit of the back and forth between him and Fate, sort of from afar via different interviews. Smurf's out of the picture now, so, currently there's Burner on screen, Goucher maybe a little bit later on, which would be a fantastic matchup as far as Winston's go, because we're looking at a situation where, Reiner's a rookie, Goucher is, I think, the origin of the Primal Blade. He is like the first person that really displayed the Primal Blade back in 2018 World Cup, I believe it was, so that'll be a big test for Reiner. You're seeing stats right now, right up there in terms of Doomfist. He's been one of the top Doomfist players, certainly, from the NA side of things. He kind of pioneered that alongside Dante, alongside Hawk. Those are probably my top three. Reiner's been fantastic throughout. And I'll be interested to see if we go to Circuit Royale as well, because that's the one map that Space does come in for to play that Sigma. Bernard's obviously going to be comfortable with that as well, so that'll be an interesting pick that we can sort of look into later on. I'm sure that Arns would love to get sniping in. That actually might end up being a weakness for Hangzhou Spark. They didn't look very comfortable with that matchup between Shy and M3. Look, Shy's been dominating on the Sojourn, but his Widow has maybe taken a bit of a hit negatively in a recent game, so that might be one area that Glads, if we get, once we get to map 3, depending on who gets the pick, Circuit is one I'm looking forward to.
Well, looks like everything should be good to go. The ready checks coming out in the chat. We should be underway once more. And we can finally see these teams clash and see who's going to be able to draw first blood, get that initial lockdown here on Garden and Oasis. I'm not sure exactly what the issue was, but it seems like it's all taken care of and Shu is ready to party. As are we.
So a little bit more time to think about where things are going to go. All right, well, back into action pretty much. You'll notice that Burner is taking control of Mega, so it seems like Hangzhou Spark will not be coming through from the side rooms, playing straight from main. Gladiators, touch point first, 15 seconds until unlock.
All right, slow and steady. Gladiators the inside track. Now just going to be occupying the point. They say, yep, we're more than happy to have the Hangzhou Spark have to come to us. Panic building up for a rail. Looking for a decent enough target. Trying to swing around the corner, and there you go. He finds Shy, catches him completely off guard. Irony as well, going to be taken down. Shu ends up getting traded. Bernard picking that one up, trying to keep the Hangzhou Spark in the fight, but with Super Rich out, there's no supports here for the side of the Hangzhou Spark. Going to have to concede this as the cap is there, and Gladiators are starting to tick up.
Yep, first on the camp, first on the kill feed as well there. Great pick from Patapan on towards Shy. That's the majority of the damage. Gone from the Hangzhou Spark. I believe they did get one trade in there with Shu going down, but otherwise Gladiators with their presence already being on the cap, looking at a very fast pick and instantly on the second fight. Shy responds to Patty.
Yeah, the rail not quite connecting, but still does a good amount of damage there on to Skewed, and Alpha Yi manages to get on top of him. They find the kill, they answer back. Shu falling lower and lower. The Immortality field already burned and cleaned up. It's a quick little turnaround here for the side of the Hangzhou Spark. 32% set up for the Gladiators as they take control.
Clean as well. Don't think anybody from Spark died there, so they get the full setup now.
Yeah.
First ultimates are starting to come online. It's both Tracer players. Probably shouldn't be too much of a surprise there. Kevster versus Alpha Yi, a matchup that we've been really looking forward to. Again, it's the brand new rookie of Alpha Yi that's been an absolute terror so far. Up against a player that is capable of being a role star in Kevster. Here comes his first pulse, lands onto Irony.
Gets that one. It's a rerouting there for Alpha Yi. He wanted to do pretty much the same exact thing there as they were funneling through the choke. He managed to make it happen. Jump in. Shy now going to be taken down. A trade out on the Sojourns was still going to be, I was going to say a 2-for-1, but now it's a 2-for-2 overall. The Spark still in control with the flip getting ready to come through. Bernard scratching across the point, keeps it contested for a little bit longer. It's Super Rich taking so much damage, point blank there from Kevster. They managed to find the final blow in the end. Bernard trying to escape, grabs the Mega Pack, continues to fall lower and lower. The Orb of Harmony steadily putting some healing down onto the Wrecking Ball, and he will be able to make it out with his life intact, but the point has to be conceded. Gladiators now back in control, getting ready to retake a lead.
No Super Rich there, Brilliant Sleep coming through, or just, you know, maybe a stun or something. He went down in either case, and well, Bernard low HP, also can't really go in there. It's Shy once again, though, opening things up on the rail gear on the baddie.
He's the one who's walking into the point first before pretty much anybody else, and he finds these eliminations. Dive into the back there, a strike from Reiner. Looking to take this a little bit more aggressively. Seismic Slam gives him a little bit of green HP. Overclock now out though. And Reiner ends up diving into the minefield. Nicely set up there from Bernard. They get the punish, they get the kill onto the enemy tank. Pattypan managing to find Alpha Yi. Bernard taken down by a pulse. Definitely still fightable here for the side of the Gladiators. They look to maintain control, but the Spark have cleared them off the point. Just enough to be able to get that flip back into their favor. A little bit of fire there from the side of Irony, going lower and lower down to about half HP. The rally coming. Oh, dude! Rich, however, helping to keep him alive. It's Shy once more, finds Pattypan in the head. The rail accuracy from Shy continuing to look utterly phenomenal. Gets that punish, and the Spark will be able to win out the extended fight.
Super important picks coming through. Now big cleanup here as well. Hangzhou Spark will be able to overtake the 72% in just a few moments. Late stag is always good for the Hangzhou Spark. Gladiators trying to get their own trades in, but at this point they just need to reset. They need to get some respawns in. Kevster, that was his first death, by the way, losing out to Shy, so hadn't actually died before then. He spoke about Shy's railgun accuracy was 75% in that previous fight, has killed Pattypan a number of times now. Gladiators looking to come in for this 99 contest that Hangzhou Spark have.
Keeping tabs on the members of the Gladiators. They spot Kevster. Reiner diving forward, falls a little bit low. The healing comes pumping through to keep him alive. Shoot tries to get that next window online. Pulse bomb held by both of the Tracers. We'll see if they can find any primary targets. Try to open things up, but Reiner now stuck in the corner. The Immortality field going to be cleared out. He tries to make his exit. The healing comes in. He will be able to stay alive for a little bit longer. Pulse bomb goes out, gets the stick, I believe, in a skewed shield, so it doesn't find an elimination, but as they push up onto the high ground, Shy helps set up the kill on his shoe. They find the kill. Pattypan going to be taken down as well. A 2-for-1 now for the side of the Hangzhou Spark as they look to close this out, and it's looking damn good for him. Alpha Yi finds one. The breaks both gone on either side, but the OT bleeds away. They manage to get a touch back through for just a brief moment, but Reiner cannot stay here. He puts the fists up, trying to buy some space. Kevster dashes out. Overtime starts plummeting once more. Now the Transcendence pop by Irony. Just trying to keep everybody else alive. Pull back away from the point.
5v5 again.
The moment the minefield's going to be dropped in, as you say, 5v5, but it's quickly taken right back into the hands of the Hangzhou Spark in their favor. The minefield clears out one. Shy gets Shu. And there you go. The OT bleeds away at long last. 172% as Spark will take Garden.
A really long final contest there coming on through. LA Gladiators doing their best to survive, and eyes on Reiner there, who actually did live for an extremely long time. Great healing coming through from the supports of the LA Gladiators. But speaking of which, Shu tries to go for a window on high ground, which usually can be quite successful. Shy, though, sliding directly in, taking down Shu, denying any sort of value that the window could have had. And even though they do kill Shy, with skewed down, no supports, Gladiators can only just try and have Reiner still touch the point a couple times, allow Shu to come back on a Lucio, continue the touch. The end of the fight and the final completion of the round comes through from the fact that Shy did actually have an overclock, comes back, and there's enough time for Spark to be able to wait for Shy as well while holding the point. The overclock's going to be enough. So moving on to the next round now, Shy with the Ash, and this is going to be the APAC special.
The Roadhog,
control
though,
on the health on the Mega Pack side, and the Roadhog, like I sort of mentioned here, is going to be trying to be a direct counter to Bernard's ball.
See what he can get done. Already taking quite a hefty chunk of damage. Obviously, don't mind it too much as a Roadhog, because as long as you're not dead, you can take a breather, get a good amount of ult charge, or just let those Orbs of Harmony sit on you to really build up towards the Transcendence for skewed. Hook's not going to connect. Super Rich has the shield raised. Keeps himself protected. Alpha Yi already, though, finding the first kill. Gladiators, they might get the first cap, but could quickly go back over into the hands of the Hangzhou Spark here. As Skewed waits to respawn. Reiner, Discord Orb out onto him. That's a chunk down A little bit lower now, just currently hiding out in the center of the point. Takes a breather to try to get himself knocked back up. And actually, Shy going to be taken down as he swings the corner. Reiner finds the elimination, but Irony gets some revenge very quickly thereafter. Now Shu going to be dead, so as Skewed looks to rejoin the fight, his cohort in support ends up falling. Hangzhou Spark should be able to convert this into a point flip, but it hasn't happened yet.
Well, that's the thing, right? Gladiators, despite losing this fight, actually have the point control first. It's because they are playing the Roadhog. Spark have to dance around it. They have to tiptoe. They don't want to fight directly into the Hog. Reiner swapping off now, and you're right, they don't have it just yet, but it is a 5v4. We are expecting the Spark flip. It's coming in really slowly.
Yeah, I mean, this is so much later. This is so much more percentage to the side of the Gladiators than you would have anticipated, given the kills that the Spark were able to find at the very beginning of the fight. Reiner once more just falling low, hides out behind the center pillar, crashes back through here onto Bernard as they look for the elimination. It's actually going to be Alpha Yi diving into the back to assist his tank. They do get the kill, and the flip will finally be there, but I don't think the Gladiators are going to be too nonplussed about that. They managed to get the 52%.
I mean, the only thing that's about negative for the Gladiators is that Reiner does start late in the ball, so he's a bit behind in the ult charge towards the mines. And, you know, the opening Hog gamble is just that. I'll say that they actually gambled pretty, you know, they got the payout here in terms of the 52. So if you're going to go for a Roadhog gamble, which doesn't allow you to fight for high ground at all, which is why Gladiators are playing so close coast side towards the cars. But they had 52, right? They managed to hold on to the point, which is really important for progress.
Recall there from Kevster. Staying safe, looking for another target. Bob going to be opened up from Shy. Best set goes right over towards the Gladiators' entry point to the site, but he is now going to be taken down. Alfie gone as well. Stick comes through, Super Rich out of there. Gladiators looking like they're going to be able to retake this before the Spark can even tie up the percentage. Bernard is the last one standing, but with the Discord Orb, not long for this world. Gets cleaned up. They're 5% shy of tying it up as the Gladiators regain control.
I mean, look at the Spark ultimates. I mean, that probably could have been a fight for the Spark to actually try and commit into, but a couple of players got bursted down quickly. They did kill Shu mid-window, but the rest of the players, including Patapan, finding kills via the window. Spark thought about maybe playing for a minefield, which would have been great counter towards the window. Thought about playing the Transcendence from Irony as well, but just too late because, well,
Patty
was already down. Speaking of down, it's great damage, I think, from Shy and then Alpha Yi for the alley-oop.
Alpha Yi gets himself in the perfect position to find that elimination. There's the stick, and Skewed's Transcendence is going to not do a damn thing, is what I'm trying to say. As the explosion will take him down. Now, Trance expires. Bernard does fall. And he's finding Kevster, however. Minefield going to be dropped in from Reiner. He's traded out quickly thereafter, and the Minefield's not going to be finding any additional value. So the flip is there for the side of the Hangzhou Spark, and they only have to invest a Pulse Bomb.
Yeah. And it all comes down from an opening headshot from Shy, but at long range, so Patapan gets taken down to 1 HP. Great communication or use of pings there to allow Alpha to, again, get that alley-oop kill, force the 5 versus 4. And LA Gladiators lose a point off of 1 frag, so being able to consistently get Patapan down certainly has been paying dividends for the Hangzhou Spark over the course of 2 rounds.
Have that overclock at the ready. And thrown out, just clearing out some of those mines for now. Not finding any kills, but it's going to be the Spark who are finding so much value. Patty and Shu now Skewed going to be taken down. Reiner, I believe, out into traffic, ends up going down. And that is going to be final fight coming up now. Gladiators with one last attempt to get this flip back into their favor. And if they can win it, they will take the round. The Hangzhou Spark are looking to hold it.
Most likely.
The Trance.
Yeah, they really need Nano here as well if they can. You actually have Kevster on the flank coming through, so that's a play that is unaccounted for the Hangzhou Spark. 1 Transcendence to try and block out as much as possible. Patty has to be the one to end this one, the overclock.
There it is, and he instantly finds Alpha Yi. Great headshot off the rip. Super Rich as well, dangerously low. Hovering up above the point for the moment. Shy taking a body shot as well. Bernard comes crashing through. The flip is there, however. Gladiators manage to take this from right out beneath the Spark. Bernard left the point, just a little bit too much elevation, trying to keep it contested. Now they have to flip it back into the favor as we go into double overtime. Shots coming through, Bernard falling lower and lower. The Transcendence is in response. Irony just trying to keep the top up. The nade comes down. Over on the stairwell. Pulse pop from Kevster, not gonna find a damn thing. Alpha Yi still holding on to one of his own. Q taken out. Shy traded a 1-for-1 so far. Support for a DPS. Alpha Yi can still be a bit of an X factor here for the side of the Spark as the OT bleeds down. They managed to touch back through, keep it contested. The pile driver for Bernard.
Kill.
Finds Stu. The supports are now out of the fight. Irony gonna be taken down, but doesn't matter. We'll have to just wait and see. The Super Rich is still here. Reiner moves up the top side of the point, falling lower and lower, goes to the Mega Pack, the Health Pack. It's not there though. Falls lower, and there's the Pulse Bomb stick. Alpha Yi takes him down. The flip is there, and the Hangzhou Spark will claim the round. They'll claim the map. Oasis is there as a 1-0 start.
A 2-0 scoreline on Oasis as well. It was damn close because we got to multiple 99s there. LA Gladiators really pushed the Hangzhou Spark extremely hard, but opening pick coming through from Hangzhou Spark multiple times, whether it's Shy, Alpha Yi, or somebody else, exceptionally good. LA Gladiators, near heroics coming through from Padipan in the last fight. See the overclock, said that he needed specifically to pop off and open things up. He does that onto Alpha Yi. But once the Nano comes on through, they're unable to get any further kills than that. Hangzhou Spark delay the point with the Bob. Eventually find both Shu and Skewed. Skewed tries to come back with the Transcendence, but he's about 1% off, so that really makes a big difference. Glads can't hold on to the point, Skewed can't trans, and it's all over.
Slim margins for the victory here for the side of the Hangzhou Spark, but a 2-0 on Oasis nonetheless. Gladiators now will have a map pick once more. Like I said, people were picking Oasis and they're not winning on it, Avril. Hangzhou Spark managed to take it away from them, but now for Hybrid, Gladiators will have their map selection once more. We'll see where they want to take us and whether or not they can get a win on it when we come back from the break. Alpha Yi, as he goes in, is bound for Rookie of the Year. I think he's basically the equivalent of 3 people, it would seem. The guy's been putting up such significant numbers.
How does this man do it on every single hero?
High ground as they go ahead and take the fight up towards Super Rich. Alpha Yi managing to fight too. Oh no, they have overstepped the pounds. Him gotten out, or Alpha Yi rather, into the back there, finds Fix Up. Cleans up the kills. I mean, he is on a tear. He's just gonna 5-man? Damn, he nearly had all of the kills.
Nano for Alpha Yi.
Going forward. Yeah, Nano does go in. He comes up with 2 quick kills. Izayaki and Lip both falling. Seems like this is finally the moment for them to break through. Now he's looking for Who Are You, waits on the deflection, and double rockets greeting him as he hits the floor. Managing to stay alive, though, is Alfie. In the meantime, managing to find Mixa, follows up, gets a second elimination, gets a third. Alfie, okay, starting to pop. I think he heard what I was saying, and he says, okay, let me show you some magic on the Tracer. And Alfie looking impeccable at the start here already. Putting up some solid numbers on the first map of Oasis. Here's his stats with the Tracer. 60% pulse bomb attach rate. It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Very good, in fact. And 15 final blows as well, which was top fragging in the server across the board for everybody. For those that are curious, Kevsa on the other side had 8, so it's a difference of 7, but it is nearly double here. The curious thing about the 2 players so far, and I am drawing comparisons between these two, is Alpha is really coming up to fight up against Kevsa in this particular matchup. Kevsa actually had more damage there, but only by about 400. There's a lot of elims for Alpha as well. He did less damage with higher final blows. What that really says to me is that Alpha had a lot of opportunities where he was able to capitalize on low HP members where damage was done by somebody else. And that, to me, is evidenced by one specific kill that I want to highlight again, the Shy headshot onto Patapan into the Alpha alley-oop on the low ground. Things like that between Shy and Alpha and even Burner is how Hungry Spark are able to find these picks. Picks specifically as well, a lot of them actually onto Shu, who had 12 deaths in that game. That is the highest across the board for any member, the only player with double-digit deaths. He was a key target for the Hungry Spark, and if that continues, Gladiators will struggle.
Well, now on Midtown. Secondary map pick here for the side of the Gladiators after not getting their win on Oasis. Let's see how they fare, whether or not they can, in fact, tie this up. It's going to be the Hangzhou Spark first on the defense. Gladiators out the gates on the attack. We'll see what they can get done. Alfie for now showing that Torbjorn, which was in the highlight package that we did play, but we'll swap off. He's going to go over to the Echo instead.
Well, there was a highlight as well that was actually on this map. I think it might have been versus Fusion, but I'm honestly forgetting a little bit. It was Alpha Genji.
Wow.
And he had that brilliant Dragon Blade on B where I think 1 slash hits 4 members, something like that. Just ridiculous stuff. It was one of the most impressive Genji plays I think I've seen so far in this season. But, for a lot of North American fans, this is probably your first time seeing Alpha and, well, you're in for a treat because this man has completely kicked down the door in terms of Rookie of the Year discussion. Speaking of people in that discussion, of course, Reiner is still here. I thought that maybe Doom would have been the pick. Obviously with Shu and Skewed in, we're not looking towards Ryan. There's no funny Astra for the Lucio. This is also a map where Burnout can play Sigma, their own double flex, so Gladiators moving into Midtown, this has to be an expectation that you can be going up against a Sigma on the other side.
I just love that stat that we just had up there, though. As far as, highest match final blows, records set the last time that these two teams did square off, which was in 2019. So records that have now stood the test of time for a significant period. And, with some fairly familiar and missed names in Surefour and Bazzi. Let's see if anyone will be able to maybe break those numbers here in this season at some point. Patty, though, chunked out a little bit, slides back, stays safe for now. Sees Shy just outside of the train card. Would love to displace him, but just has his attention pulled to too many sides right now.
I mean, they have good map control. You can look at this. Patapan already has Fire Station as long as he has teammates around him. He does. Ryan is also there as well. Get some kills.
He went downstairs to grab a snack. Just munched on Kevster right there. Took him down. Gets the follow-up onto Patapan. And the Fire Station no longer occupied by the Gladiators there. Right back into the respawn room.
Well played by Alpha Yi, getting the initial pick up onto Patapan, but also surviving against Reiner as well, so he doesn't get staggered. He doesn't die. Well, rather, he just doesn't die at all, which would have been awkward because LA Gladiators could potentially use that window. But also, you look at Irony as well, kind of pocketing there. They just play the 2v1 against Reiner, who would love to get a kill into anybody in that sort of situation. Anna, Nano boost is online from Shu, so this is going to be the Nano coming through onto Reiner to open up the fight.
Alfie getting pressured just a bit here as he does hover down on the ground. Kevster looking for the kill. Alfie takes the skies, putting some distance between them. Trying to answer back with a little bit of damage, but has to land, go into the window. Try to stay a little bit safer here.
It's taking a while to get the dive in.
Yeah, it is. They're trying to get the pincer maneuver there onto him. Ryder joining in as well. Still haven't quite been able to find him. The 1-for-1 as Shy goes down, but Shu gets traded. That's going to be the Nano potentially out of the fight, and now both supports are gone. Alfie finding that kill, finding Ryder. Bernard will go down. Alfie hitting the ground. The pulse bomb stick is good.
Oh,
the dude turn the sides over, but yeah, the duplicate comes in. Alfie, he gets a copy. He takes out Patapan. He managed to stay in it, and that shut down everything from the side of the Gladiators. That was their moment, their chance to be able to get in onto the point, and it completely gets reversed. Fantastic play from Alpha.
Yeah, he dodges the pulse bomb using the iframes from the Doom. Let's take a look at that again. Boom! He has milliseconds of time to react to that one, and then he outplays Patapan as well. What an absolute god in the flex DPS. And Super Rich and Irony both died. Irony maybe threatened to pull out the Transcendence, doesn't even do it. They'll have to do it now, though.
Yeah, the window is up. Patapan nearly getting a double there. It looked like he was going to have the collat. Does not. Instead just gets Super Rich. Gladiators finally able to occupy the point after some good initial kills, and Skew will go ahead and swat the fly. So with Alpha out of the sky, this could very well just end up being the cap. And Hangzhou Spark, they're close by, but it looks like they don't want to try to contest this one. So we'll just go ahead and let it go over the Gladiators. They take them down below a minute, so it's only going to be 3 minutes and 20 seconds in the time bank, but Glads nearly have 5 ults in the push.
Well, I have to kind of, speaking of ultimates, I have to kind of ask where the Irony Transcendence was in that last fight. We did see Super drop down the window, but would have liked to have seen further support. Maybe a couple of members got blown up too early, then Irony's like, wow, we just copped the loss here, 3 versus 2, don't want to burn the trance. You are going up against 4 ultimates on the other side of those, so very difficult situation for the Hangzhou Spark. To me, this has to be an aggressive move from Shy. You might not want to burn the trance, but the overclock needs to come through here to at least force ultimates out of the LA Gladiators.
Alfie right back into it. Finding Kevster, who does nearly have that pulse bomb online to complete the 5th and final piece of Exodia for the Gladiators.
They got it.
They do. We often joke.
Free pushing.
It's not throwable. There's the dash forward. Shy going to be taking down the pulse bomb, looking great. Patty as well, going to be getting Super Rich with the overclock. Drops down, rotates, wraps around behind him. He's just looking for a target. Won't be able to find one until Alfie shows his head right here. Managed to dash away for a brief moment, but Kevster gets on top of him. And yeah, it's a nice stagger. Reiner as well, narrowly surviving, means that Shu is going to be able to build up towards that next nano.
Well, look at this. The Paler is nearly at the finish line now, so you actually need to see Spark go. They had opportunities to start a fight. This was so slow. The tempo is off on the Hangzhou Spark. Finally, the Transcendence comes in through. They'll barely touch.
Answering overclock. Anti was there for just a moment. Shy does stay safe. They push him back down here into the underpass. Bernard leading the charge. Goes crashing through. Payload! Takes him a little bit lower, and as you say, the payload, it is crested over the finish line of point B. So a bump up at the time bank, and now the forward spawns to the side of the Gladiators. Hangzhou Spark, they're looking for some eliminations, but it's just kind of putting them in a bad spot. Bernard just having a wet noodle fight with Reiner, but oh boy, tragedy has struck.
That is definitely such an unfortunate situation for the Hangzhou Spark, but super avoidable as well. They needed to start fights very quickly on B. They allowed a lot of free push. I mean, that should have been more than a one fight for the Hangzhou Spark in terms of how many fights are available on B. They realistically only had a single fight there instead of 2. So now, this is the bed that they have to lie in. Already on towards C. Yeah. Barely defended the last 2 sections of the map so far. A was decent, but pretty invisible on B.
If that comes back to bite them and loses them in the map, they're going to be kicking themselves over it. Maybe we'll get a replay of it as well. I believe it was probably Kevster able to go ahead and drag that one across point B, but Patty already finding 2. Alfie and Bernard both going to be taken down. Turns the sights up to the Super Rich, who's got a shield bash away. Shy will level the playing field just a little bit, but now he's stuck in the corner. The nade there, the headshots fly in. Patty Pan really starting to come into his own. It was a bit of a rocky start for him. Looking a hell of a lot better in the latter half of this map.
Okay, well, this is going to be the first reset on B and C. We'll just talk about C now, as the Hangzhou Spark desperately needed to find a kill there. The rally being traded through, so Glads will take that one away and square up for the next round now, or the next round of fights.
Okay.
Patapan going down to another 10 seconds lost, and this is where Hangzhou Spark are trying to make up for lost time. There's already a lot of payload distance found, though, which doesn't feel good for Spark, and they need the mines to deepen this next point as well.
Yeah, even having the win condition, if they can stop the card from finishing, this is still a good amount of distance that the Gladiators have built up. So definitely just need to be playing to hold this in place, make sure that they do not get that completion, so they can try to play away from those extra innings. Selfie playing down, wrapping around the backhand side here, looking for that flank angle. Patty.
That's super annoying.
Privy to it.
Very difficult to deal with as well. We have Overclock's about to be online now. This is where the Glads want to go.
Trade out one of the supports, a piece, gonna be taken down. Alfie dashing forward, helps finish off Reiner, doesn't even need to use the pulse bomb here. Hold it now for the follow-up fight in all likelihood as Patty Pan, just gonna be taken out. Shu trying to escape, down below half HP. Looks like he may be okay at the very end here. 50 seconds remaining for the Gladiators. Multiple ultimates once more, getting ready to be online.
So just a short skirmish there, see if you can poke out a few members of Spark. It was an initial pickup, I believe it was from Patapan. But for LA Gladiators wants to start dropping members, it is going to be the reset. They don't want to overspend ultimates. Pulse Bomb gone, but the other 4, it's going to be pretty large here. Nano Clock available as well between Pata Shoot, which could be pretty decent.
On the hot spotted. It goes out wide.
The Pulse Bomb.
Not able to get that stick. Now it's going to be the Nano Clock coming through from Patapan. Transcendence is matched on either side. Bernard antied here for the moment. Patty desperately trying to get a headshot with these rails, but has not happened. Doesn't find too much of anything there. Shy under pressure, however, tries to slide away, but inevitably gets taken down. Kevster scooping multiple kills in the fight. Skewed going to be the only casualty on the side of the Gladiators so far. Kevster still here, holds onto the pulse bomb as Alfie gets taken down. The delay tactics is all on Bernard, but he's got no HP. Now Super Rich tries to occupy the cart for a little bit longer, but it's not going to happen. They managed to take it down into overtime, but the Gladiators will make it to point C.
That's the silver lining for the Hangzhou Spark, right? They are at least able to defend until the overtime. It comes down to an unfortunately missed pulse bomb from Alfie, lurking on the back end so effectively, but just in the final moments, you see Shu strafing right side. Alfie thought he'd go left. It's one of those free kicks you find, you know, in a football match. It's like, which way is the goalie going to go? And Alfie is going to swing wide. Unfortunately, he's not going to land that ball into the net. And that could have made the big difference there as well. As I said, they'd been very much targeting Shu on Oasis. Shu's had a much better game so far on the attacking side of Midtown. I mean, a lot of this to me still, in terms of how this map has gone down, comes down to how poorly Hangzhou Spark played on B, not prioritizing the fact that they were down on ultimates for the initial defense, which means to effectively trade economically, you have to be the ones throwing yourselves at the LA Gladiators to burn their ultimates, and even if you do lose a team fight, I mean, they're going to push anyway, so you're either just going to sit there doing nothing and they're going to push, or you're going to be active. Maybe you lose and they push, but at least you get to win economically. So you've got to do something there if you're the Spark. On top of the C9, it was just a bit of a disaster. They'll at least be able to make a small comeback on C, but this is Gladiators, I think, drawing the line in the sand in terms of having their win conditions set and looking like a very winnable map now for LA.
Certainly is. If they can match that attack, or at least, you know, parts of it, with their defense here, they should be feeling pretty all right about it. Super Rich swapping out the Lucios for the Brigida. As Bernard goes crashing forward on the Wrecking Ball, looking to scout. Looks like no swaps to be had, though. We'll just be sticking through with this.
Ultra Spark as well. I mean, no real obvious win conditions outside of Shy, just maybe getting a pick, a very pick-focused kind of composition between Ball, Tracer, and Sojin. So for the LA Gladiators here, building nanos until towards the back, really effective. Kevster also on the Genji here, so no Tracer. But their dive potential is really strong with the Genji too.
Well, Shu, headshot. Big opening kill. It's Patty trying to stay safe. The roll through, he's looking for the pile driver. He makes it around the corner. Does keep himself protected for a little bit longer, but Bernard inevitably does manage to get on top of the enemy Sojourn. Finds that kill. A couple openings here, but Alfie going to be traded as well. Yeah, it's just a bloody mess. It's Skewed. Finds the second one. Both DPS, rather, going to be taken down by him. Reiner here in the stairwell, duking it out. Skewed arrives. Makes it a bit of an unfair fight. They find the elimination. They will hold firmly. No ticks given up.
I mean, that's almost exactly what we saw earlier with Alpha Yi and Irony playing on the high ground as well, where Reiner tries to chase. This time it's going to be Bernard trying to chase Reiner, can't quite get the kill, so despite the heroics from Shy opening onto Shu, they couldn't translate that into further kills outside of just Patapan. And for the Gladiators, off the back of Skewed, get a number of amazing trades that keeps them in the fight.
Bernard's dead already. Somewhere off screen, trying to dive a back line perhaps, and Shu gets the better of him, maybe a sleep into an ante with people corralled around him. Either way, it's a big pick here for the side of the Gladiators. Half the time bank getting ready to be drained down. Hangzhou Spark first ult coming online as the pulse bomb's there. Oh, what is that? Oh my goodness, right between the legs, gets Skewed mid-air. Great stick from Alpha Yi. And that's gonna be the break open. As they make their way over to the point, and also allows for Irony to try to catch up to that set his charge. Irony's dead though.
Okay, that's going to be a decent pick coming through from Glads. I mean, they can come back in now. They have Nano. They're about to have the Transcendence as well, but you're right. This is a spawn camp coming in.
He's trying to. He's looking for the elimination. It takes him low, but
Shu's here.
He lobs in the nade. He gets that healing buff. He manages to keep Skewed alive. They can't force the Transcendence either.
No ticks.
Now he's out of there. No ticks established. Kevster dead, but with Bernard this disconnected from the team, they can't really play off the back of this pick. Now Kevster's respawned. He's coming back into the fight.
And that was a perfect reset from Gladiators. They still have 5 ultimates, by the way. They haven't had to spend anything. That should have been the camp from Spark. They got skewed down. They nearly had a successful spawn camp as well, but again, they can't translate into anything useful. With that pick coming through, Spark have to reset, and this is disastrous for the Spark because economically, again, Glads are massively in the lead. Spark, despite Shy and Alpha getting these kills, they're just not able to find any success.
Trying his luck once more. Bernard goes forward. The minefield coming down, but he knocks Shu away from it rather than into it, so he can't find any kills. Captor gonna be shut down. No kills to be found with the Dragon Blade. Skewed falling. It's gonna be a 2 for 3. Hangzhou Spark winning out as Patty waits. Rail at the ready. Tries to send it through, tries to get a headshot. He cannot, but Hangzhou Spark still taking their damn time, getting their way over onto the point. Nade comes down, that'll zone them back for the moment. The overclock, he's gonna slide forward, look for an elimination, but the rails do not connect. First tick finally gonna be grabbed. Reiner nearby, skewed. Transcendence in his pocket. Ready to use it to escort them forward should they feel that the fight is winnable. Shu now going to be taken down. Alpha gets him with the pulse bomb. A major pickup, but can they win out this point in this fight? Dive in, Reiner down to a sliver. Healing going his way. They managed to keep him sustained for a little bit longer, but eventually Shy and Bernard have him surrounded to get the kills, and the cap will be coming through for the side of the Hangzhou Spark, but the time bank is significantly weakened. They have to absolutely pop off during this streets phase if they want to finish the map.
Yep. It's another perfect disengage from LA Gladiators because they're able to get all their members back in. Skepsis comes back on a Tracer. However, the stick from Alpha Yi once more. Let's take a look at this one. It's on towards Shu, just lobs it in there, skewed. Doesn't even matter if he turns around for Shu because that is going to be a perfect kill. So eventually, Alpha Yi actually got 2 kills there, is going to help Spark get it over. And it's actually 5 ultimates burned for Gladiators. So Spark not only get the cap, but they make it incredibly expensive as possible.
Pretty much leveling out the playing field as far as the ult economy is concerned. Shu, a bit of a lead towards that nano boost. Irony going to be trying to catch up as best as possible, but Gladiators just occupying the high ground. They're more than happy to go ahead and give up a little bit of distance and then try to stop the card.
Waiting for Nano.
Top of this underpass ramp.
Shu's nearly there as well, so kind of delaying here as well, keeping tabs on the payload. They don't want it to get past the sort of underpass here. It's just been slowly pushed in. And as we stall out further and further, Gladiators are looking for win conditions via ultimates. They're nearly there. That's when things get difficult for Hangzhou Spark. So time for Alpha Yi and Shy to find that opening again before Gladiators can move.
Hangzhou Spark skirmishing. They do manage to take this high ground for now. Alpha Yi just going to be inching the card forward a little bit more. Nano goes through, goes out on the Reiner. Kevster trying to drop down the pulse bomb, and Shy, he doesn't move away from it. He ends up falling. Skewed down to a sliver of HP once more, but Shu will be able to keep him alive. No kills to be found. Super Rich dead as well. Hangzhou Spark going to have to reset and go once more, but they do not have time on their side. They need to win on this next fight, or else this is going to be the Gladiators tying up the series.
Well, no stick from Kevster, but the AoE of the Pulse Bomb is just enough to clip Shy's legs, I believe, so still enough for a kill. Alpha Yi tried to trade for Skewed, as we saw, did not commit the Pulse Bomb, nearly got the kill. Unfortunately, he had to recall away, couldn't quite survive in the situation. The only silver lining here for the Spark is they did get a 1-for-0 in ult trade, but we'll see how much that ends up counting for them. I think, oh, sorry, actually, 2 ultimates out because they have the Nano and the Pulse Bomb, so economically they look good. Time is such an unfortunate situation for the Spark, so they have to cap here.
They need to cap this, and they need to do it cheaply. Jump forward, Nano out, Bernard gets on top of Shu as well. They find an opening kill. Transcendence now getting popped, Skewed. Clearing out the minefields. Patty Pan around the back. Overclock rolling. He's looking for another target. Pushes up over the top.
That's so big.
Farewell. Dome's Shy. Now looks for a little bit more. He will get pressured out, however. Super Rich finds that elimination. Already taken down. Reiner staying alive. Drops down. Just looking for a semi-aggressive Meteor Strike. Either way, won't be able to connect onto anybody. The touch is there. Alpha Yi forcing out the overtime. Recalls back the Pulse Bomb. Not going to find an elimination. Now they need Bernard to try to clear this out. Pile driver goes through. Shu going to be taken down. Shy taken out as soon as he pops the overclock as well. And this is looking like a wash. OT bleeds away. The Gladiators with a great defense will be able to take their map pick of Midtown and tie this series up 1-1.
Yeah, it's a fantastic turnaround coming through from the LA Gladiators. You see the humongous pick from Patapan towards the end there. The only serious win condition left for the Spark was Shy also popping his overclock and maybe getting a few picks to turn it around for the Spark, and actually can't be. But Kevster killing Shy just before that's allowed to happen is everything the Glads need to finish things off on this particular map. Still have to kind of rewind and address the fact that Spark, to me, really threw away their opportunity on defense on that B point. Completely invisible. If it wasn't for that, maybe Spark could have made it really competitive. Gladiators cap the map completely. Don't allow Spark to get past B, and it's going to be a 1-1.
There we go. We have, as we often say, a series on our hands, which is exactly what we want to see between these two squads. So, map pick working well for the side of the Gladiators. Now the Hangzhou Spark, they will get a selection of their own as we set our sights over towards Escort. Shy in, could expect maybe something to play a little bit more towards the Widowmaker, potentially draw out odds. We'll have to just wait and see what they land on when we come back. And welcome back. We are tied up here in our third series of the evening. Gladiators able to answer back with a win on their map pick of Midtown. Now we could look forward to Hangzhou's pick of Escort, see where they want to take us, and whether or not they can go ahead and move forward in this series up to match point.
I think the
real options here for the Spark were going to be Gibraltar or Dorado. I did mention earlier before we got into the series that going towards Circuit Royale might not be the correct choice for the Spark, given that Shy has struggled in the Widow matchup. Arns, you actually do see just down
the tattoos
is coming in. That's the key right there. Who's got the better tat drip? Is it going to be XC or Arns? You decide in the chat. But Arns is nonetheless going to come in for the escort, and it is going to be Dorado, so we're going to get some sniping in. It's going to be really nice to see. Still has to be something that Shy comes up against in terms of giving the Hangzhou Spark something to work with for a map like this. And the other substitution that we have to talk about is that Bernard's been subbed out for Gushui, so we are moving towards a more Winston sort of favored map, which is why I was thinking either Gibraltar or this Dorado, because they're both really Winston favored. Reiner obviously doesn't mind. He's going to be flourishing here regardless, and yeah, I mean, a brilliant map from Gladiator. We saw some fantastic macro strategies. The decision making, the disengages, I mean, that really is the most immaculate, I think, decision-making in terms of how they're disengaging, when they're using ultimates, all that kind of stuff on that mid-down. That's masterclass to me.
It's absolutely excellent to watch. Now we'll see how they fare as we move into Dorado. Hangzhou Spark bringing us here to see if they can take the lead once more. Try to close things out with a 3-1. Gladiators, though, looking very much alive. Playing a hell of a lot more together, I suppose. Convincingly as well.
And not only that, but like any team that can survive situations where you're down 4v5, but you can still sort of make that comeback. And I'm not just talking counterfrag, because counterfrag is like the more straight up way to try and make that comeback happen, but just regrouping while sort of keeping objectives contested, that sort of disengage we saw in Midtown where they're down multiple members. Alfie gets that vertical sick, which by the way is exceptionally difficult to do, which is why it was so impressive to see. But even despite that, Spark couldn't find a single tick on A, and that stuff really makes all the difference. But as we move over towards escort-focused maps, Arns coming through versus Shy. We'll see what Shy wants to do here. It is actually going to be the Sojourn first and foremost, not even going to be looking at the Widow yet. Interesting to see that will come through maybe on the B point instead. But Reiner versus Gushui, I think, is the key battle here for us, because we sort of noted that in the pre-show as well, about how good Gushui's Winston has been historically versus now the rookie of Reiner.
Ooh, didn't spot him. Alfie was right on the opposite side of that wall. I'm surprised he didn't put any damage into Ons, but either way, Ons not finding too much. Just a shot into the shield of Super Rich. Gushui jumping across the opposite side. For now, Cart just going to be inching forward by Reiner. Gushui slept on the high ground. Can they get a punish is the question. Kevster moves up, the Bionade comes down. Gushui going to be making his exit, leaping back in with the rest of the squad. As Alfie and Kevster duke it out a little bit here on the high ground. Push up from Ons, he's looking for the shot. So very close, hasn't quite been able to nail it yet though. Bubble comes down, Gushui stays protected as he eats yet another ante. Continuing to get chipped away at, needs to get the jump back in with the rest of the team. He's got a sliver of HP. Someone get this man some heals. And we'll be able to do so.
They can't. Kevster's on the Genji, so he can't just blink in as a Tracer. He's playing for verticality here. The good news is that Gladiators, with effective damage of the Gushui, still get this push in. This is even including the fact that they dropped a member to Shy, so a 4v5 that Gladiators don't really care about. They'll just play the situation slowly, wait for the respawn. Shy once again picking up the opening frag. That's 2 now coming through from Shy. Can Spark get more ground off the back of this one? Gladiators have a lot of payload push so far.
Yep, I was going to say Archway push without a single kill coming through, but Shy, he rectified that. Kevster take it down. Now the dive comes in. We're looking for the cleanup, and all these kills that they can find are going to be pretty devastating for the side of the Gladiators and the time bank that they lose. It'll finish off Reiner, and some extended little pickups here for the side of the Hangzhou Spark.
Not only they giant staggers, but that's actually going to be a lot of ult farms as well, specifically Reiner dying. I was going to, had major compliments for the LA Gladiators macro up until sort of that point, but, I won't be grilling them too hard for that one. Those kind of things happen, and typically they've been playing pretty damn good so far. The fact that they had 0 kills, by the way, and still managed to push the payload under Archway is phenomenal. I mean, that is really exceptional stuff. To have 0 kills and that much push, really good.
It's just great pressure being applied, forcing Gushui's position, really opening up for the push there. Kevster now going to be nanoed up as the blade comes through. So far, kind of slashing in air. And oh boy, Irony waits it out, manages to get sleep, but he's woken back up. I wonder if that was Super Rich coming through from behind, swinging the flail, who does lead to his support's death, but the cleanup is still looking good for the side of the Hangzhou Spark as the health packs come flying through as quickly as he possibly can. That healing is out as well, and Shy, he does finally get cleaved down. Super Rich just rerouting, trying to avoid Reiner as much as humanly possible. Alfie off screen, got a pulse bomb stick on a shoe. Found that elimination, now with the Transcendence expiring, Skewed, he's got to pull way back away.
Spark, though, still waiting for members. You see that Glads actually have area control. Reiner's healed back up. He's going back in. The rally was decent from Super Rich, but because they lose Shy, it's unfortunate. Gushway going down after Primal. Now Hangzhou really in trouble.
Could be catastrophic for him. Shy, he's going to pop this. The overclock just now built up, looking for a target. And there it is. Back-to-back headshots. Ansenshu both taken out of the fight. Reiner trying to play around the bubble, but eventually falls. Absolutely massive from Shy. I thought maybe he was going to save it because it looked like all hope was lost in this fight for the Hangzhou Spark, but Shy says, it's winnable, and he makes it happen.
Yeah, people keep talking about merit. They talk about Kai. Shy's like, nuh-uh, I'm #1, baby. This is what the best Sojin in the world is supposed to look like. And Hangzhou Spark will be able to rescue themselves. Shy with opening 2 first blood kills on previous fights will save this payload and this point as well with heroics on the overclock. And now down to 30 seconds. That's disastrous for the LA Gladiators, but they have another blade coming on through. No real defenses from the Hangzhou Spark, so they need to survive against Kev.
Okay, the blade once more. Sleep Dart goes out. The deflect was used. Kev's and Howard are going to be sniped out of the air. Super Rich taken down. The cart starting to inch forward. Someone's going to contest it, and they do. 2 meters left to go. Gushway going to be anted here for the moment. The Nano comes through. He dives into the back line. Finds Ons, taken out. Skewed under a little bit of fire. The support ult's nearly there for the side of the Gladiator. Shoe.
Nearly
now,
Primal.
The Nano about to be there. The Primal's going to come through. Reiner dives in the back. He manages to find Irony. This time, no Sleep Dart there to try to shut him out of this. Gushway going to be matching with the Discord Orbs. They're just applying so much pressure, and he's got to make his exit without Irony there. The healing is just so very slow and steady from the side of Super Rich, who is now fallen. Skewed, cleaning up some kills. Gets those eliminations through, and they will finally be able to break into point A. Get that 2.5-minute time bump, but oh boy, the Hangzhou Spark, they made them dig deep.
Yeah, that was a heart-stopping moment there for the LA Gladiators. They had Kev's blade, it gets shut down by Shy. But the back line of the LA Gladiators stands strong. Shu and Skew did not go down the healing throughput onto Ryan to allow him to stay on the payload. Gushway trying to bounce back between 2 different fights at the same time. He wants to go after the supports of the Gladiators, but at the same time, he needs to help his team contest the payload, so he couldn't really focus on either of the 2 engagements happening. And Spark just don't get the kills. Alpha, you missed the pulse bomb as well, and the Gladiators stay in the game.
Dynamite out, flips on the Gushway. That's going to give Ons the first bomb. It's Alfie. Noted. Kevster's just calling for him, saying, yeah, can we please deal with this guy? And Kevster deals with him. Oh my goodness. Puts him right on the ground. A huge play from him. The cart once more making good distance with a relatively low time investment from the side of the Gladiators, but now as the cleanup
is
going to be a little bit more costly. Reiner jumped up over the top, was slept, once more going to be woken up. As he looks for a little bit of value with this ultimate, but widely he's not going to be finding a damn thing. Now needs to try to make his way out to safety. The shot's coming his way, and I don't know if he quite realized fully that Shy was behind him, but there's the cleanup. He's taken out.
In either case, I mean, I think he was pretty comfortably dead there, and that was a fight for the Hangzhou Spark to win through raw picks alone, because LA Gladiators put themselves in an interesting situation. They have payload control. They also have the ultimates, and Spark, the only way they can win is to engage hard, find those picks, and then you're shooting your arms, and you're confused. Do I pop the ultimates here or not? Shu pops in the Nano, but Arms hesitates on the Bob. So the Gladiators, they have to accept their loss there, and now Spark are the ones looking at 5 ults.
Alfie playing solo low ground, just keeping the cart halted. The bomb is going to be coming through instantly, deletes Super Rich on. Finding an elimination in that regard, but everybody else piles in around him. They get the elimination. Shy once more. Finds Shu, finds Skew. He gets right against every damn person on the side of the glass, just about. And there's the finishing shot. Cleans up Kevster to boot, and it's a team wipe with no time left in the time bank.
I don't know what you think the highest railgun accuracy you've ever seen is, but Shy's on 85. 85%!
That's it.
He's only missing 15%.
It takes the cake. The math checks out. Utterly incredible. The touch is there. They will force out overtime. The Gladiators still now such a significant amount of distance to try to close if they want to get that extra minute and a half. The Hangzhou Spark, the ult economy, is still so damn healthy for them. Skewed holding on to the Transcendence for now. Pulse bomb out from Kevs. They're not going to find a kill. Ons once more under fire. Goes low, nearly gets eliminated, but will live to fight another day, it would seem.
Shiloh.
Shu taken down low. As Alfie trying to track. Doesn't have a recall available for a couple more seconds. Dips around the corner. Throws out the pulse. It sticks to the wall, and it's not going to get a kill. Irony in the meantime. Eliminated. Reiner finding the pick off. Alfie has to make his exit to jump back over here onto the cart. Gushway trying to keep it contested, but again,
big kill.
Discord Orbs. The target focusing from Skewed is so good. They find the elimination. 1.35 meters left to go. Now 0.37. They have to keep it contested. But without B dying, they cannot. The Gladiators continue to scrape by and get these caps by the skin of their teeth. A minute and a half to try to finish this map. It's not looking great for them.
Yeah, Shy could get staggered here as well, but now he'll finish up Ryan, and that is going to be at least a number of trades coming through for the Hangzhou Spark. So many times during that fight, by the way, how low Shy was. Gladiators know that he's the key target. They are running at him, trying to keep a lid on that guy, and because he was literally on 1 HP from just way too extended of a time for the Hangzhou Spark, they didn't heal him up in time. The damage wasn't enough. LA Gladiators, when push comes to shove, we get an OT twice in a row now. Brilliant opening shot from Arns as well, by the way. It's going to be the OT push on A, the OT push on B. Ryan is staying alive, Gushue going down, Alpha, you missed the pulse bomb, and now the snowball coming through from the LA Gladiators with a few more important kills.
Oh, Irony in a bit of a rough position now. The peel, they're attempting it. They got the sleep dart out on the Reiner, the anti down as well, and Shy will be able to finish him with the rail.
Look at the distance.
Hard, however, is free, pushing right now with 30 seconds left to go, and it's nearly at the finish line, but Shy once more, he comes back through, instantly finds 2 kills. The Nano had gone out. Oh, Shy receives one as well. The overclock popped. Spot shoot over here in the flank room. Gets him in the end with the rail. Kevster dead. Gladiators once more suffering heavy losses with just 10 seconds remaining, but they do get such a significant amount of distance here.
Should be able to get a final touch here from Ryan, who nearly has the primal. It's not looking like it should be capable. Shy just destroys a mid-air shot as well. Get out of the sturm. Hangzhou Spark definitely going to be able to hold this one, but I have to put an asterisk on that one. Don't celebrate too early for the Spark. Gladiators, the heroics to be able to cap that amount of distance, especially under duress. Again, A point OT push. Spark wanted the full hold, didn't get it. B point OT push. Spark wanted to hold on B, did not get it. Look at this distance on C as well. That's disgusting for 130. Glads are happy with that. Look, I think it's a pop-off moment for Spark in various cases, but the Glads as a team, in terms of the objective, they get it done. 80-46. This is a blue-collar day for the LA Gladiators. It's not pretty. They definitely got their hands dirty, but the job is done. That's a winnable position for the Gladiators that they can't be mad at. But I repeat again, Spark here, mechanically, off the back of Shy especially, hitting some of the most disgusting shots that we're looking at.
Let's look at this.
See it here, once again.
The only kill that he was not able to net for himself. I just...
Slides in for
utterly incredible.
Jesus Christ. Oh yeah, you finish him off. Finish him off.
The mid blink.
Again, Yeah, so stat line coming through here. Shy currently sitting on 20 final blows. The entire LA Gladiators only have 23 final blows. I say only, it's a decent amount, but Shy is 3 final blows away from matching the entirety of all 5 members of the Gladiators.
Is he deadlifting currently? Because it kind of feels like it.
He is 20 out of 33. He's more than deadlifting. Yeah. We've heard of flatter deadlifts. Welcome to Shy deadlift.
That is just so utterly
20
incredible.
out of 33.
Just casually picking up nearly 66% of your team's kills.
Well, just a normal day for Shy, I reckon.
It would seem like it. Jump up here, gets himself onto the high ground, sends out the nade. This time the rail not going to connect. Accuracy takes a hit. And so does Reiner, so he makes his exit back up onto the high ground. Shy just, I mean, he's just got free range right now. No one's punishing him. Look how far forward he's moving.
Gushue low.
Can't get that kill. Just taking to the chest, man, just to survive. Reiner not diving forward. Gushue once more, just these Discord orbs are just sitting on him. Skewed saying, yeah, we just got to get rid of the monkey. If we can do that, then we're going to be sitting pretty. So just keeps them on Gushue constantly.
Railgun charge holding.
This is a scary moment as well. 100 charge being held. Doesn't want to burn it on Reiner. Or Arn strikes first, so that can be the risk you take. Take too long to fire. No one's putting their head out for display. Couple fail fights now for
Gushue?
Spark. This is a Gushue just soloed the backline by himself. What's going on there?
Yeah, a little
from Irony.
Little minor assist from Irony, who does end up getting dropped off the back end of that. Kevster falling low and nothing to do to mitigate the damage. 3 from Gushue, so yeah, 3 kills for him. Trying to get sights over towards Reiner, who can just grab that health pack and exit over the wall back into the market area.
And now this is real distance coming through. Nano should be coming onto Reiner in the next little bit. Well, maybe even safe for Kevster. The blade is nearly there. That could be a win condition. Nano on the other side, nearly there for Irony. Expect a big ult fight coming on through. Arn's desperate for a pick that would be brilliant for the LA Gladiators. A single pick from Arns, but he gets killed.
That he does. Shy once more, just out-aiming him with the rail. Takes his head off. Kevster, he pulls the blade. He's annoed up, but he is so very low. Has to make his exit, and this one's just right, just slicing air. Reiner in the meantime dead. Now they know where Kevster's at, and they're just gonna wave at him as the cart goes gliding by. And he
Reiner gave up.
Yeah, he just sits there. Kevster says, yeah, just go ahead and kill me. I need the reset. He will do so.
Well,
it's a huge time bank.
I understand Kevster, but Reiner had an opportunity for Primal there. Maybe they just accept the fact LA Gladiators as a whole, the call from the team is give it up, we'll play for B instead. Saddest Nano Blade in the world there, just a 40 HP Kevster running for a health pack with his Nano Blade. Reiner with the Primal, opts to not blow it. They'll now go for the B defense. We're talking about Arns needing to open up for a frag there. Shy against Arns from the long range. Alfie pick up with the shoe as well. Now, high ground being contested very early by the Hunter Spark.
So few and far in between when we're seeing these shots come through from Arns.
Dude, it keeps happening. It keeps happening.
Shy gets another one. Now the infra sight's up, but doesn't have too many great targets to choose from. Reiner going to be taking a nap. Anti does get woken up. He's trying to take down Shy, but look at all of the resource allocation to just keep him alive. Reiner just barely managed to make it out of there. Arns as well under fire, will get taken down by Gushui. Push continues. Hangzhou Spark breaking open his point B stretch.
Look how just the Shy's ability just to pressure down the Glads. They can barely even walk out of spawn. They're just taking so much damage. Shy will take the opposite side. That's a shot coming through that connects as well. Couldn't really see onto who. Overclock available. This is going to be deadly. We're actually just going to transfer it. So the transfer's forced. Gushui forces trans.
Yeah, he's just popping it. He's all the way out in the back. The pulse bomb in. Offers up a hell of a lot of damage onto the rest, and Skews is an easy cleanup kill. Now the support's gone. Reiner, Anti dead. It's just Kevster, and there's just not a damn thing he can do here. He'll build up the pulse bomb in the last few seconds, but 4 minutes. They just barely have to finish the map.
Okay, Skew does get a return frag, but I mean, had to, yeah, the split spawns coming on through. Some bad spawns for a few players here. Shy slowed down here, but still moving on through. Nano clock available. Watch out for that one. 195 rails to be Shy. He's been accurate on the headshots. This time, just a breath of wind on a couple players, plus a body shot's enough for a kill. Nano online for Shu in just a hot second here, but it's 3.5 minutes to get to the end of C. They don't have to finish the map, but they do have to get to the end.
Drop down, there's the stick. Very nice little highlight reel play from Kevster, making it look flashy. Nade comes out from Shy just to keep them zoned back. And for now, Hangzhou Spark will just wait for the reset for Irony to rejoin. They do have time on their side for the moment. Overclock at the ready. Shy deleted. Too close to the sun there, Icarus, my boy.
Down. Yeah, he was looking for the very aggressive peak. So his ego gets checked at least a little bit there. Good to know that Gladiator's about to, or at least allowed to be able to get that frag on him. The previous one, by the way, where I'm trying to actually who died there, but in either case, Gladiators, 2 picks ago, reset the Hangzhou Spark, and that's very important as far as map control goes, because otherwise Spark will look at the snowball.
It was Irony, I believe. Oh, here's the slide forward. Shoot, take it down. Gushui moving in. Rail's now flying, and On's got nowhere to go but the respawn room. Taken out. Recall used by Kevster, just trying to keep himself protected. Reiner pops the Primal. Does juggle around Irony quite a bit, and eventually gets the elimination. Now Shy in a rough spot as well. Has to slide out of the corner. He's there, however. Manages to trade it back. Now Kevster going to be taken down. Alfie finding the kill. The pulse pump. Let loose. Not going to find a kill. Keeps them at an arm's length, continues to poke and prod forward. Has a huge way to try to back him up, but yeah, he built it up the very last second. The Discord orb took him so very low. His smack skewed over towards the cart. That's going to be the Transcendence and the Nano Boost, both used onto the Zenyatta, just so he can try to stay alive. Rejoin over back towards the cart. Reiner falling lower and lower. Pulse bump from Kevster, not going to find anything.
Watch the bomb.
Anti-nade goes out of the 2. Irony getting chipped away at. Now eliminated. Shu finds that kill, but Reiner and Skewed have both fallen. On's only able to find one. The pod is going to be invested. It goes through, but Super Rich is just going to sit in front of it. They focus fire, take out the Bob, clean up the rest. Hans will fall. The cart once more gliding forward. Skewed with a desperate swap over to the Lucio. Just cannot stay in this. And Reiner can't arrive in time with the pile driver. Just too far up into the air. The old Tizzy play from Apex Season 4. And there you have it. Hangzhou Spark will be able to finish the map. They will get the win and move up to win. 2-1.
Take a bow, Shy, as well. I think the single greatest Sojourn performance we've seen this entire season, hands down.
Yes.
Tell me if there's a better one. Never talk about Merit or Kai in the same sentence as Shy ever again. That was unbelievable in terms of what the output was. Again, as a reminder, I literally saw the stat line come up. At the B point defense for the Hangzhou Spark before they lost, 85% railgun accuracy for Shy. 85.
He's just nasty. Absolutely incredible play from Shy, from the Hangzhou Spark collectively, because everybody was sharing in that win Guchue with some fantastic moments as well. But that is the Hangzhou Spark now bringing in this 2-match point with a win. Gladiators have their choice for push. See whether or not they can tie it up once more and give us yet another map 5.
...222 days since our screens were last graced by the Overwatch League, and it's an honour to don the headset again to bring you our 5th season.
I'm excited. First day of Overwatch League 2022.
I mean, it's been a treat of matches today. All types of upset.
Feels like forever since we've had Overwatch League. To be back with such a fresh game, I'm here for it.
Soldier's back in the mix, Genji's back in the mix. It has been a long time coming, and it feels great to be back.
Proper's just eviscerated the Eternals backline. Proper has arrived. There is a direct pipeline from the very best talent to the San Francisco shot.
Pelican could take down Dylan early. Pick up the slip. He's gone! The revenge! Live events are back here at the Overwatch League.
Dallas Fuel, they do this composition to perfection.
Funny Astro has been incredible for his entire career, just forcing the position of the Dallas Fuel.
Okay, so this is the anti-nade that set the entire thing up. What is more satisfying than that? I cannot name a single thing.
Come at me, bro. Let's see what you got.
Can fight on top of this. What a trade. There's no way Happy hits those.
Are we going to be in someone's YouTube video?
Where's your god now?
Dante on Doomfist, I think is one of the biggest standout things from that team.
Fire in the breath, the sleeping dragon has awoken.
They pushed the current reigning champions to the brink.
Oh, the aim from MN3! One fight to rule them all now, Lemon.
Ooh, beautiful stuff. This guy's a real deal.
The cars just ran over Krillin and Mac.
It's sports. It's unpredictable.
Flutter's just creeping. He obviously vented for this spot. Backs are just looking so open.
I just saw this guy kill Novella.
He is the alpha and the omega. He is everywhere and nowhere all simultaneously.
Lige Gon getting a triple boot. Hello, top 5 plays.
Attack Visor is available. Lip is going to pop that.
Grand Finals MVP, Lip sealing the deal.
All 5 members, they show that they can absolutely contend with the best.
Gushui is going A mode, and Spark are just pummeling down the fusion.
Who expected this? Your power rankings are terrible.
Feels pretty darn good to be back here in a LAN setting. It's been quite some time. The Overwatch League's most decorated franchise here in a new era.
The pulse on the mag! Another from Proper!
Sparkle and a Genji meta.
Sparkle found an opening. There's one, there's two.
That's the Sparkle I want to see in this series.
Those stats getting padded by Sparkle. Sparkle with 2 and another one.
This is going to be a heck of a weekend, I'll tell you right now. You get Kai set up, it is going to be just like that the rest of the game.
Back on their side of the map, that's a stink.
Oh, checkmate!
A Widow player potentially without equal.
That is some filthy stuff.
Where did that come from? A triple Death Blossom.
But Pelican comes out of nowhere. That's 2 with the Storm Arrows. Millimeters away from victory, and they've done it!
Shanghai Dragons just continue to play right out in front of the spawns.
There's the blade feet can be used.
Ooh.
Nice pin, long pin too.
Alfie into the back there, managing to fight 2. Basically the equivalent of 3 people. He nearly had all of the kills.
Seoul Dynasty have not defeated the Shanghai Dragons since the 2020 playoffs. I think these are the top 2 teams in APAC.
Drago's absolutely monstrous. They take down the Dragons. I sweep. Best Widowmaker in all of APAC.
Oh, he fell onto it! Kevster, who has been frightening ever since he joined this team.
Smurf knows what it feels like to win everything, hungry to experience that feeling once more.
Edison is locked in, ready to go. Edison with a 5K. That's what you want to see. They might just pull the trigger here. They do, but an unreal wall from Checkmate.
Now the stakes get ratcheted up a notch.
It is do or die.
Pops the recall. Is looking for the target. That comes in. He's going to find him. Problem in the meantime, found 2 with the pulse bomb.
Han Bin is the best Zyre in the world right now.
Shu has absolutely taken matters into his own hands.
But Patapan free firing on the fuel. And after so very long, the Dynasty will be able to best the Dragons.
Playoffs Prophet has certainly arrived. The script writers, they're not messing around today.
You step up to the plate, son. With a victorious war, the Gladiators are just tearing them apart. Seoul Dynasty will dominate their way and secure the kickoff Clash title.
And we are back, and oh boy, this series has been absolutely insane so far. 2-1 the lead here for the side of the Hangzhou Spark after just putting on a clinic on their map pick of Dorado.
Turns out to be really, really good for the Hangzhou Spark. You know, Gushui coming in for a map that he's very confident on. You get to see the Gushui Winston again. But as we move forward to a push map here, this is where Perna rejoins the team. Likely to be playing something like a ball here, which has been pretty popular on Coliseum. That is going to be the map choice from the LA Gladiators. Patapan also coming in for Arns as well to be taking over Sojin duties. Funny Astro for Skewed gives you a few options for playing potentially Reinhardt. This is going to be the one thing I want to focus on, the possibility of LA Gladiators playing a London-style Rhine Brawl composition with the Rhine man himself, Reiner, but Funny Astro specifically on the Lucio for that. It's an option. I don't know if they're going to go for it, but this is the test, because we have had this conversation multiple times with the other personalities and the broadcast talent as well, which is to say, can the Eastern Division teams from APAC play up against the best of North America's Rhine Brawl? If this does happen, then that question will be answered.
We will see. Gladiators, though, gonna need to dig deep, see if they can take this into yet another Map 5 scenario. Fusion are able to persevere in one just before this. Hangzhou Spark, they want to avoid it, though. They want to look like a little bit of a cleaner representative here in APAC as one of the last 2 remaining. Yep. And they want to be able to take this with a 3-1. Loser of this series, of course, will be falling down and playing up against the Fusion in their next series. Let's see who it's going to be. The Gladiators need to get a victory right here, right now.
And I'll tell you what, no matter what the result of this right now is, you know, I think we all win as viewers because this is what is now, in my mind, because Seoul have dropped out of the tournament. Spark are arguably the best APAC team coming in, still pending what Shanghai Dragons and Shock do a little bit later on. Glads have been arguably the best North American team coming in, again, pending what Shock do later on as well. So really, no matter what, you're getting the very best of both regions clashing here. And Spark being up 2-1 at this very moment in time, with Gladiators looking to maybe bounce back this to a map 5 by winning their map pick on to Colosseo. I mean, the very top of both regions squaring off very impressively, even across the board. Any team can win.
Well, the gates have opened on Colosseo. As you can see, Gladiators moving forward over towards Fountain. Hangzhou Spark seemingly expecting this positioning, so they hang back a bit, waiting for the bot to go ahead and unlock and allow for Bernard to use this third-person ball to go ahead and do some scouting. And Kevster doesn't know how to turn right. He didn't see him. So they don't know where the ball is yet.
He wouldn't have expected that. He probably wouldn't have expected that Bernard was there, but you see that, you know, Hangzhou Spark, they're ready for it, obviously, because they spotted him, but Irony even had and instantly Kevster drops on top of Shy with the help of Reiner.
Very nice early kill to kick things off here from the side of the Gladiators and get this bot moving. Irony going to be taken down as well. Lasted a little bit longer than I might have anticipated for Zenyatta, but it does end up falling all the same. Bot is going to be contested for a moment, but they've already gained 10 meters here, and with these kills coming through, they've broken open the map and can now start to get this push going.
Yeah, that's a really strange situation as well, where Spark had knowledge that it was going to be a big flank from Kevster, and yet they seem to be somewhat prepared in some ways, but also unprepared in other ways, because the combination of Reiner punching Shy first, again, they know who their main target here is, with Kevster also coming in for the alley-oop kill, is going to be the 4v5 that gets snowballed heavily.
There's the stick.
Good stick.
That's the shield. Super Rich, he had to drop it just a frame. Kevster manages to weave that one through. Gets the kill, now chasing forward. Love to get that punish on the Alpha Yi for a little bit of additional stagger, but doesn't want to pursue too terribly deep. Alpha Yi does. Gets on top of him, but now Shy. Caught up in the crossfire, ends up going down. Alpha Yi lobbing in the pulse bomb, but it doesn't get the stick, doesn't get the connection, and the Gladiators are completely unhindered right now. Bernard slows it up in just a moment, but he's by himself, and realistically can't do anything here. Super Rich will finally find Kevster, leaving in a bit of the pressure, but the bot continues to advance forward. The checkpoint may just be able to be taken here.
That was the first kill, by the way, coming through from Spark. That's their second on the shoot. Funny, Ash with the sound barrier is not going to end up saving Shoot, but they can still cap this one. Just a few more kills required. Backline gone for the Spark now.
Broken down, Shy taken out as well. Bernard re-arriving. Stop the bot from moving forward and taking his little break. Starts inching forward once more with the cleanup on the Bernard. There you go, the checkpoint achieved. Gladiators in, I want to say like record time, managed to get all the way here, 65 meters, and they start pushing again.
Yep. 2.5, it's insane, and you know, you see the Gladiators back out now. This is more of that fantastic Glads macro you see. Not going to overcommit for further push. Sneak up to 70 meters, it's enough. You want to regroup with Shu here. Bit of a quiet start for the Hangzhou Spark. Only 2 frags, one from Burner, one from Super Rich, and the LA Gladiators, after sort of reviewing what happened on Dorado, they're putting all their attention on killing Shy, and he's died 3 times so far.
Here's the overclock. Quick damage over towards Patty. They will be able to shut him down. A nice response here from the side of the Hangzhou Spark, and Shy gets another kill as well with Reiner falling. His own overclock now at the ready. Funny Astro will be sniped, so some crucial kills to be found, but the LA Gladiators, they set themselves up so nicely at the start of this map that the Hangzhou Spark have their work cut out for them if they want to be able to tie this up.
Yeah, and they have the time advantage here as well for the LA Gladiators, and the fact that they have so much to play with to try and defend. Alpha Yi, good stick coming through. That's going to be a Hangzhou Spark 5 versus 4. Now, Glads have the option of just trying to play aggressively here to go for trades, because if they do get trades, their respawn advantage helps them out. But their call is going to be to wait for the respawns, play the proper 5 versus 5. The issue is they don't have ultimate. Spark are still technically snowballing. 2 more ultimates to play through. Rally could be pretty huge here.
Jumping to the back, looking for Irony. Picks him low. Bernard slept for the moment. Looks like he will get eliminated there in the end. Maybe for just a brief moment he was going to be able to survive, but Kevster gets on top of him. Reiner narrowly surviving. Looks for Alpha Yi, forces the recall. The punch is perfectly timed. What a read from him, but Alpha Yi, he still manages to shut him down. Funny Astro, however, hovering nearby, gets that kill. Now we'll have a sound barrier online. Hangzhou Spark in the meantime continue to push a little bit as they get slowed up here.
Can't cap.
24 meters, but they're not going to be able to make it to the cap.
there's just not enough members alive, so the Gladiators are going to be able to trade effectively. I mean, Reiner even just forcing the kill to Alpha E. He doesn't get the kill himself, but Funny Astra cleans it up, right? Because Alpha E was on 1 HP. And like you said, an insane read on the recall coming from Alpha E stops his rampage. Spark, without the help of all their members alive, they have to back on out. 44.76 is all the Spark will get. Brilliant defense by Glads.
Looking great so far in the ult economy. Really in their favor. Alpha E sends out the pulse bomb, the only ult that they did have at their disposal, and it doesn't find any purchase, so no kill. Irony dead, Shy not taken down as well, but they start to answer back. Nanobu's going to be invested on the Kevster.
Late Nano.
Super Rich finds that kill. They'll be able to clean up Bernard as well after he swaps over onto the Zarya. Continues the chase forward. Alpha E just ducking and diving away. Does stay safe, but once more the Gladiators get the push going for themselves.
They're just going to sneak meters, though. Again, the goal isn't to try and finish the map or to hit 100. They'll obviously take that if the opportunity presents itself. It ends up being a nano to, I guess, confirm the fight win. Sneak in, like, what, 3-ish, kind of 4-ish meters there, just to make things a bit more difficult for the Spark burner. Now swap off the Zarya back onto the ball.
They got it behind the shield once more, and Irony was tucked in behind him. They both go boom. Big opener here from Kevster, gets himself a 3rd kill in the fight. Why not a 4th? Cleans him up. And once more, the bot just continues to remain on this side of the map. The Hangzhou Spark.
Yeah.
Not really able to ship it back across.
And this will be meterage gained as well, because Glads actually have members alive now. They're not just kind of skirmishing for slight payload theft. They're actually going to go for a proper push that can go up to 90 or more. And this is a masterclass from Kevster so far. He has been indomitable on this Tracer.
Okay, well, a good pick off. Bernard finding Shu, gets with a pile driver. Reiner exiting with a Meteor Strike, not using it aggressively either, just gets himself out to safety as Patty will get cleaned up. Reiner just going to be, I thought he was going to drop off the high ground, but I think he's more than happy to just go ahead and die because they know they have such a significant advantage as far as the distance is concerned.
Yep. Every reset is extremely costly for the Spark because you're going to see another fight come through from the neutral now. Because we're up to 90 meters, Spark pushed one back to mid. Forward spawns will end in a second, but the forward spawns allow them to take this mid fight, right? That's the important thing. And the flank's being covered by Kevster, so Alpha E can't take that route.
They still have it. Reiner locks the bot in place. Starts moving forward. It's just a couple meters away from locking out those forward spawns. For now, we'll still be holding on to it. Alpha E looks for a target. Oh man! What a turn of his attention! Spots Shu at a glance. Double dashes forward, finds the kill. A big opener. He was going to have the nano up in this extended fight. Now they will not have it. Irony going to be taken down at the back end. The pulse bomb from Kevster. And beyond the grave will still find Super Rich. I'm not sure if the shield was destroyed or not. Either way, he goes down. So a bit of a bloody brawl, but it's one that the Spark will be able to win out on and start moving the bot forward a little bit.
And by the way, that was a very late cap on the mid by as well. And what I mean by cap is you have to push the bot past the midway point to deny the forward spawn. So LA Gladiators actually got a full wave of, I think, forward spawns there, minus Funny Astro, which is why they get to reinforce so quickly. We're going to have another fight in the mid, despite Hangzhou Spark winning that fight. It's just they couldn't capitalize in time, and they also lost both their supports.
Down to 2.5 minutes now. Reiner going in deep, the Meteor Strike coming through. Super Rich puts the shield up, gets punched.
Shut down.
Dive into the back. They are looking for the kill here on Irony. They take him lower and lower for the rally. Helps keep him alive. Shy dead, as you said. A 1-for-1 overall so far, but now Alpha E joining him in the grave. Both the DPS from the side of the Hangzhou Spark and have to try to rejoin the fight a little bit late, but the health bars from the side of the Hangzhou Spark are just so damn low. And they're going to remain that way with Irony dying as well. Super Rich trying to keep the rest of the team and himself in this fight, but it's just so much pressure being applied. Reiner just sitting in the nade, doesn't care. Eats the damage off himself. More charge over towards his teammates as Astro finds Shy once more.
Yeah, it's the second kill in a row on towards Shy. They actually shut down his overclock, so they're doing a much better job of actually putting the lid on Shy. Again, this is their target focus. They want to get him down. Shy currently on 8 deaths, tied with Super Rich on 8 as well for the highest amount of deaths. So Gladiators are just diving on top of Shy, whether it's the Lucio player Funny Astro or somebody else like Reiner and Kevster. They have to get those kills, and they are. Hangzhou Spark is struggling.
It's forward spawns once more as Bernard goes back over to the Zarya for the second time. Kevster playing out right in front of their spawn. Several members contained. Oh, they're not paying attention. There's the stick, and Super Rich is just magnetized for these right now. Kevster gets him once more, follows up for Irony. The supports are out of the fight. Patty Pan going to be taken down by Alpha E on the back end. Kevster dead as well, so the DPS dealt with, but with a minute remaining.
100
nearly
meters,
60 meters that they have to go ahead and cover. This is looking done and dusted.
And Reiner looking for more kills here. I mean, this is all slow. Reiner doesn't care if he dies. Even if Reiner dies here, and he's just going to go for this one. It slows the Spark down. The Spark have to deal with him.
Okay, they do sleep him. He almost gets Alfie. Pinning him there to the wall. They will finally be able to deal with him, but in the meantime, the bot is just sat here on the bridge, continuing to make its way across. The Hangzhou Spark have not been able to wrest control away from the Gladiators whatsoever. Patty Pan now going to be nanoed up. Overclock nearly at the ready. Do manage to pile in, find the enemy Sojourn, and finally can start moving the bot away. What a miraculous OT push this would be. The bot for now not being occupied by the side of the Hangzhou Spark. They're actually trying to play forward. Zalfi falls lower and lower, has to kite back.
I mean, this is all but done. I mean, you're ready to load up map number 5 already. Hangzhou Spark will go for the miracle push. At this point, if the LA Gladiators kill even one person, the map is done. Called it finished. Hangzhou Spark with another map pick to go forward.
And it's just not a good pulse at all. Funny Astro builds up the sound barrier, drops the beat, keeps everybody shielded. Patty Pan's gonna be dead, however, before he can use the overclock. Reiner slapped, falling lower and lower, and okay, the fight, they do win this one out. Kevzer, recalling, still holds onto the fourth bomb and likely will, and yeah, doesn't want to let it loose. Funny Astro just gonna go ahead, inch forward, gets the reset off.
3 more fights, question mark, left for the Spark to actually do anything here. Yeah, maybe 4, considering they have to push 60 meters and OT again. The key thing here is 1 death. Hangzhou Spark literally can't die. Not a single member.
I mean, they haven't got the checkpoint yet, right? So they still have to wait for that.
They still... Oh, and it's over.
Okay, that should basically be it. Well, Shy, he does have his own overclock. Puts a chest shot there on a Patty Pan. Alfie manages to scoop it. Shy with a headshot. We'll find Shill. Reiner getting super rich, however, as he falls lower and lower, but with no supports now in the fight. This is looking so very hopeless for the side of the Hangzhou Spark, especially with Shy dead. The cleanup comes through, it's all on Alfie. He's got no HP to speak of. And there you go, OT bleeding away. The Gladiators, they will win on Colosseo. They will extend this into a 5th and final map. Not going down without a fight. Hangzhou Spark, they have their pick of the litter, but whether or not it's gonna be good enough to deal with the Gladiators after what we just saw, especially from Kevzer on this Tracer, this is a scary position to be in.
It's carry performance after carry performance. We had Shy on the previous map. Kevster will bounce back now. On this Tracer, so phenomenal in terms of the pulse bomb sticks, the kill pressure. It starts with a 1-2 punch from Reiner first, then Kevster coming in for the kill onto Shy in the opening minute, and then from there, it's done.
An impeccable performance from him, from the rest of the Gladiators. The Hangzhou Spark now being pushed to the brink, can't close it out cleanly. Can they do what the Fusion just did moments before them and win in a map 5? We'll have to see, and we'll see where they take us for our last round of control when we come back from the break. And we are back. The action continues with yet another map 5. Hangzhou Spark unable to clean it out, unable to get a victory on the map pick of Coliseum from the Gladiators. They take it. Now we set our sights on Ilios as the final map in this series.
Really good map pick choice from Gladiators to go towards Coliseum. Playing to the strengths of the Gladiators. I think a sub in from Funny Astro made a big difference as well to their speed and pacing, their ability to get onto the back line. Funny Astro really getting active with the kill feed as well. Have to remind everyone that, you know, Shy was a big problem on Dorado, and Gladiators made it a point to try and shut him down as hard as possible on Coliseum, and they did that through a multitude of different ways. Every single player contributed to getting Spark down, getting the win conditions away, and having the early leads, you know, 90 meters at the start. They're even sneaking an extra push to get to 100 even further. See Reiner basically spawn camping, but that just delays the Hangzhou Spark further. Gladiators are sneaking even more meters in. All of those small things really lead to Gladiators taking away the map in what I believe a dominant fashion. I don't get baited by those OT pushes. I think once you get to a certain map state and a certain game state, once LA Gladiators have set that up, from a macro perspective, it really is all but one. Like, Hangzhou Spark would have to play better than they did on Dorado, which I don't think is possible to really have a chance there. So we go to map 5 now. It is Spark's map pick, and so far, the team that picked the map has won the maps. So Spark, an opportunity here maybe.
Outside of Oasis, we should say. That's the one that fell through the cracks on that little rule. But,
after that.
Yeah. Has been a big boon for the squads, but with Control, it always is a little less cut and dry when it comes down to, you know, what kind of advantages you can really gain for yourself. So we'll see if it does work a treat for the side of the Hangzhou Spark, because, I mean, just a reminder to set the stakes here. Winner from this series advances forward to play against the winner from our next series in the day, and then the loser falls down to that lower bracket and has to go through the Philadelphia Fusion if they want to stay in this tournament. So everything to play for. Not an elimination match, but obviously you don't want to be making that lower bracket run.
And I'll repeat myself here again, you know, really, no matter who wins, we all win, because this has just been the highest level Overwatch that we've had. I mean, It is incredible how well these two teams are playing. The mechanics being shown, the macro play, the decisions being made as well, the strategic plays from both teams, I think especially Gladiators in some cases, has just been phenomenal. So whether NA wins or APAC wins or whoever loses, it's going to be a 3-2 result. You really don't get Overwatch better than this. This is about as close as you can get as well.
No, it absolutely is. And, you know, I made the mistake after our second map of going and seeing, like, how's the chat doing today? Go ahead, give it a little sniff, did a little investigation. You have some people saying, like, wow, these APAC casters are so biased for the Hangzhou Spark. Guys, we're not. For map 3, I guess, was Escorters after Dorado. We're not. They just played really, really well on Dorado. So we sang them praises. And then we sang praises for the Gladiators on Coliseum because they played really, really well. So just use some critical thinking, put your heads together, and you can come to a conclusion as far as what's actually going on.
Imagine
we are here for good Overwatch. We are not here for anybody in particular, for any region to win this.
It's crazy. Team winning gets compliments. Team losing gets criticism. And no matter who it is, that stays consistent. Imagine that. So we'll see who wins and loses here, and who gets the compliments and the criticisms as we move on forward. As Ilios being the map choice, chosen by the Hangzhou Spark. I think the most important thing here is that Funny Astro is staying in.
Yeah.
So pace for the Gladiators, boosted up to 11 here. Speed is going to be important. Their dives have looked immaculate off the back of Funny Astro, Reiner, and Kevs are playing together. Wonder what kind of comps we'll see as well, because this is a pretty ball-favored map, which is what Burner wants to play. He wants to play the Wrecking Ball here. Is Reiner going to match that, or go back towards Doom? Because he's been phenomenal on the Doom.
Well, as we can see on our screens, and you guys will see in just a moment, it is going to be well drawn for the first round of Ilios. So, I mean, Funny Astro, if you realistically wanted to, could stick with the Lucio, but we'll have to just wait and see what the overall composition looks like. This is the
could be a break
OG
as well.
stomping ground for Lucios.
I will say that if they do want to play Brig, Skewed probably would have been the right call here from a substitution standpoint. So if you do see Funny Astro, it really should be the Lucio. Otherwise, again, put in Skewed here for this particular map. So it is going to be the Lucio in. Reiner currently hovering the Winston. This is well, is it not? So well, pretty damn good for... I think Doom would even be preferable to a Winston for Reiner. And it does look like he's going to stick on through. About a couple of seconds left here to maybe decide. Ball is definitely the preferred choice, if not Doom. So Reiner, we'll have to see if this one works out.
And here we go. The gates opening for the last map, the first round of Ilios. TP forward. Echo for Alfie once more has been a staple pick from him. And it's been very few and far in between where he gets punished on this pick. See how he fares again. Shu under some early fire. Spots Kevster up over top by Windmill. Just turns his sights over to the supports.
Gladiator's rotating through, but Alpha trying to get in as much damage as possible. He's super rich on the high ground there as well. They're looking to collapse onto this burner on the sides. Ryan barely getting out with his life.
Yeah, the beam unable to connect, otherwise maybe Alpha would have been able to burn him down. Diving forward though, Funny Astro receiving quite a many of those sticky bombs. Does stay alive. Shu just rapidly building up towards this Nano. 28% left to go, and the side of the Hangzhou Spark, not much to speak of as far as the ult charge is concerned for their supports. And it's gonna be Irony eliminated first and foremost. Shu does get traded out. Super Rich, however, under too much pressure, ends up crumbling. The Gladiators have broken open. They should be able to get this first cap.
Yeah, there's double supports down. Spark now are definitely in trouble. They have to rely on health packs. Should be the cap coming in through in just a few moments. With Alpha E falling, there really isn't much hope for the Hangzhou Spark anymore. Reiner making a little bit of a whipsy play there. I believe he went off the map.
Yeah, it would seem like it. Gladiators do lock down this point. For how long is the question, but with Bernard out of the fight, Hangzhou Spark looking like they're just going to sit back, go for a reset. Gladiators should be able
Real quick as well, I want to highlight Shu, because Shu has a nano available, but he also opened up that fight. He does die, but he enables the kill to Irony because he landed a long-range sleep dart on top of Irony, which allows Ryan to get the kill. So that's how things start for the Glads. Also is available now for both teams.
It is. Moves forward, gets the stick. It's on the Reiner though, and he's going to be nanoed up, so doesn't find too much damage. Kemster, in the meantime, he gets an elimination with his. Kill on Irony. Now Super Rich again going to be taken down. No support to the fight for the side of the Hangzhou Spark as Alpha going to be broken out of the nuke by Funny Astro, and he's just trying to kite back. 39 HP, drops down, grabs the health pack, will manage to stay safe. The flip is there for the side of the Hangzhou Spark, but with this many members on the side of the Gladiator still playing far forward, they could get a quick flip.
Oh, Reiner.
He's going lower and lower. Bernard trying to play forward to get something done here. They can't get the punish onto the enemy Winston, but they'll keep him at arm's length for the time being. But Funny Astro again, as soon as Irony re-arrives, seems like he's right back into the dropship.
Yeah, Reiner's saved now because he's got the primal available. Burner gets taken down by Shu mid-ultimate, so the mines might be out in play, but Gladiators should have this one. They lose Shu. Still 4 though.
Jumping into the back, they're looking for Super Rich. He's just stuck in a corner with nowhere to go, no one to peel for him. He dies. Alpha and Shy will manage to find one apiece, but it's just not going to be good enough for them in this fight. Still waiting on the supports to respawn and rejoin the fight. The primal does come through from Reiner. Looks for a target. Spots Shy, but can't quite get on top of the Tracer with relative ease, so widely the primal just going to be keeping him alive rather than doing damage.
Well, keeps the point alive as well, so Gladiators don't lose control there. They get all their 5 members back. Waiting for the Blade to come through for the next fight. Under Spark, looking for a rally. Shy, opportunity for the pulse coming as well. Kipson will get it first.
He gets another one. Another support taken down. A nice stick there from Shu, or onto Shu rather, from Shy. These SH names. Gets that pick, but Shu in his dying breath got a shot across onto Super Rich. So once more, his both the supports going to the side of the Hangzhou Spark now. Alpha E out of the fight as well, and that's a hell of a lot of the firepower here. Shy having to pull away. The flip not there. 90% online for the side of the Gladiators. Patty going to be coming back through with the blade ready to be pulled out should he need it. Right now, that's seeming unlikely. Might just use it all the same though. Rally, rolling, Super Rich.
Beats there as well for Funny Astro.
Trying to keep him up, and as you say, the beat is available from Funny Astro. As long as he doesn't get picked mid-drop, he's so very low.
So low!
He'll get the kill. Alpha finally beams him down. A big opening, but they have to win out the fight. They have to get this flip, and even then, they are still not out of the woods. Point so very far away from being won from the side of the Hangzhou Spark. The kill's finally flying through. They should be able to clear this one out as they deal with Kevster. They will gain control, but they're starting at 17%.
And I'm so surprised it's been difficult for the Hangzhou Spark to kill Reiner, because this Winston has much more difficult time surviving than a Doom would on this map, than a Ball would on this map, the lack of mobility, right? But Shu and Funny Astro keeping Reiner up, his own Winston mechanics as well, keeping him up, staying alive via the Primal Rage. Reiner's actually only died twice this map, which is incredible for Winston in this sort of matchup.
And one of them was an
Echo on the other side that should just beam you down, right?
Yeah.
So, Glads have about 5 ultimates. They might have lost that fight, but they're in position to take the round.
Okay, sound barrier dropped in from Funny Astro. Bernard anti, but that'll expire. Pulse bomb at the ready once more from Kevster. Patty diving into the back with the blade, but he's going to be focus fired. Alfie comes through with that beam, cuts him down to size. Now the supports are going to be out of the fight as well, and Reiner wisely holds on to the primal range. They know that they still have a couple more fights in this before they're really in a dire situation. As Patty is going to be swapping over to Sombra.
And look at this as well. Hangzhou Spark held on to 3 ultimates there. Where was the nano from Shu? Paddy goes for the play, but either Shu was under pressure or he just couldn't see Paddy, but that was some sort of miscoordination from the Gladiators. A very rare moment where you beat in, you're obviously playing for a blade, the nano was required, doesn't get played, and the rest of the players like, well, we lose this fight, hold on to the ultimates, come back for another day. Sombra just to get in quick. It's final fight now, Spark of 99.
And that it is. Down to a wire, a major reversal here from the side of the Hangzhou Spark to get this far. Can they close that out is the question. Alpha Yi. Oh no! Oh! He jumped back. Funnyastro actually pooping him forward, and he can't fly back out of there in time. Ends up going down. It will be a 1-for-1. Shu in his dying breath offering up the nano boost to try to keep his team in this fight. Funnyastro right to the wall, goes down 4 HP. He still stays alive. He actually gets irony as well. He's doing such an immense amount of work here. The flip still not there, however, for the side of the Gladiators. Hangzhou Spark fighting tooth and nail to keep this point occupied and make sure the flip cannot come through, but now Shy is going to down. That is the delay tactics widely dealt with. Bernard still hovering nearby, but the flip is coming in. Bernard re-arrives, gets back in, keeps it contested, but it's down below half HP. Needs some TLC, they clear the point. That's the Gladiators now in control. Alfie taking down Shu, returning on the Moira, comes up with 2 kills, and it's good enough to get the cap. The first round goes to the Gladiators.
My goodness, Daniel Hathaway got it on the sticks. That is a performance on the Lucio and a half. The boop kill onto Alpha Yi. When he comes out of duplicate form, cannot fly out in time. The kill onto Irony as well. He got 3 kills in the middle of that fight, and he's been doing so much over the course of the last 2 maps. I mean, he gets subbed in for Colosseo. Has the ability to shut down Shy multiple times. Superich says, keep play Sombra, I think. Let's take a look at this again. That's 1 boop onto Alpha Yi was massive. If Alpha Yi gets to fly out of there as an Echo, that could be game changer because you have the rally available. Hangzhou Spark would have still had 5 players. It would have been big. Funnyastro puts them in the pit.
Well, Reiner answering back saying, who are you? He's on a different team and probably won't play, but either way, he's keeping up the trash talk here.
Where are you?
I mean, Superich has widely been absent in these last 2 maps, consistently getting picked off by the likes of Kepster. See how he fares now is Hangzhou Spark are on their last legs, need to win here on Lighthouse. Extend this to Ruins if they want to be able to take the series, otherwise the Gladiators looking like they may just be able to move forward. Irony taken down, dealt with off the rip. Shu does fall as well. Reiner down.
Rhino's alive.
HP, but somehow he still manages to come up with a kill. Shine collapses in, gets that elimination onto him. And a little bit of a trade up here as Patty will go down to the back end of the fight. Funnyastro as well under some duress. Does get cleaned up. Superich making his name known. The cap was there for the Hangzhou Spark, so they begin ticking up.
Oh, and the easy drop down there as well. Sip some tea. Spill that tea, baby. All right, Superich, like you said, you want to see a little bit more. That's 4 final blows coming through so far. Now, like Gladiators, Funnyastro, though, getting that opening pick. Again, super impressive from Funnyastro to be able to do that. I think it's on plays like Irony, most importantly. And Reiner being able to trade himself. Shu with the opening pick now, though.
Alpha Yi dealt with. Good sniping from Shu. Flip nearly there. Again, Bernard moving forward. Keeps the point contested. Recall going to be burned by Shy. Pulse bomb goes out. Clips on the Reiner, but it's not going to be enough for a kill. And the Gladiators, they manage to take the point in all the chaos. Pulse bomb at the ready. There's Superich stuck once more. And Kempster knocks him right back into obscurity. A great kill. And I can't see it because of the chat. Yeah, he said easy as well. I was going to say his cam was blocking, but now I can see it.
We know when the trash talk comes on through. And this is, by the way, like map number 5. Loser goes down to lower bracket. So Gladiators have double support ultimates online. Trying to control the point. Should be the 37 online pretty soon for themselves as well. Alpha Yi in a lot of trouble, actually. Shire's already dead.
Yep. Good from Funnyastro. Continues to look absolutely excellent. Alfie getting right on top of Shu. Nothing that realistically he could have done other than, maybe nailing a sleep dart. But 2 kills coming in. Funnyastro does drop the beat, offering up that shielding to the 3 members of the live on the side of the Gladiators. And so far, they still do maintain control at this point as Superich was sent back to the spawn room once more. Bernard cut off Kepster. Just getting out in front of him. Finds that elimination, and Spark doesn't seem like they're going to be able to get onto the point this time.
Pulse goes out again. This time it will go wide, but the Nanoblade's about to be online. Patapan 9 away from it. Alfie coughing over towards the Tracer, one of his key heroes. Double Tracers on board now for Spark.
Can he get a pulse bomb? And if he builds it up, can he find a nice target to stick? Patapan pulling out the blade, nanoed up. Shu finding the opening kill. Shy goes down. Alpha-E, he did get a pulse, but didn't get anything with it. Right before he gets a second, does get taken out back into the raw echo form. Beam comes through, does find Reiner. Patty Pan low, the whip shot from Super Rich will finish him off. They continue to look to contest this point and get this flip into their favor. Super Rich continues to clean him up. Looking for a little bit more. Now with Funny Astro going down, they should be able to get this. But Gladiators, I think at about 90%, this is still dire straits for the Hangzhou Spark.
Alpha-E is able to get a number of kills there. I mean, just a little while before, you just see him floating down. Something about floating like a butterfly, stinging like a bee, I'm sure, to get the kill to shoot in more. The Hangzhou Spark, like you mentioned, is going to be a bit of a hill to climb. They are behind quite significantly. Shy would love to get a stick there, but will miss.
Doesn't get the connection. Good anti out onto 2. Slows up the supports a little bit. Buys them some space as Kevster looking for the back cap. Flip nearly there. Shy has to contest. He moves forward. As Kevster just plays around the Winston bubble to keep himself protected. Does now expire. Shy forced to recall. It's right back here on the point. Has to dash out. The flip is through. Gladiators back in control. Reiner going to be taking a nap for the moment. Shu going to be taken down. Kevster, pulse bomb, nearly at the ready. Jumps forward. He's looking for irony, but he cannot get that elimination. Falls low. Manages to stay alive. 99% now locked in for the side of the Gladiators. The flip nearly there. Once more for the side of the Hangzhou Spark. They clear the point. They get it. 70% as Bernard crashes through 2 to get the eliminations. They're back in control, and it's going to be final fight territory once more for both teams.
Soundbarrier plus Primal, though, I mean, this one can go the distance. Gladiators have a lot of resources left to play through. Rally plus Mines and dupe for the Hangzhou Spark. You need to see a good dupe out of Alpha-E. Would really not want to see the dupe onto Funny Astro's Lucio again. Ideally, Alpha-E gets either Kevster or Patapan for a Tracer or Genji. Those are ideal picks because he has signature picks on those.
Bernard waiting, gets the slight boop there. They're looking for Shu. The sound barrier comes in from Funny Astro. Keeps Sienna alive. Anti out on the Reiner, falls low, pops the Primal. The flip, getting ready to come through, back over onto the point. So far, the recontest has not happened. Alpha-E dips in, manages to lock it in. The dupe comes through once more, going to be over onto the Tracer. The point cleared out. The Gladiators, they step back through. They get the flip. Super Rich now going to be taken down. Funny Astro breaks it open once more. Shu going to be eliminated. Funny Astro down to about half HP. Continues to get whittled away at the pulse bomb from Shy. Not going to find anything. Zanano is out on Alpha-E, looking to clean him up, and Reiner going to be taken down. Funny Astro now looking to delay as much as he possibly can. Stop this flip from coming through. Sticky bombs offered up over to the side. Does get kept to the blade. Pulled by Patty Pan. Dashes through. Cuts down Bernard. Looks for a little bit more. He's going to get Shy. He gets Super Rich. He gets absolutely everybody. They clear them off the point. The Gladiators will manage to take it. A 2-0 on Ilios. A 3-2 in the series. They stay in the upper bracket.
Pop off there from Patapan on the Genji towards the end. Their massive celebrations. They know how hard this game was. Spark put up a monstrous performance, but when it comes down to the end, a brilliant Coliseum map leading to an Ilios 2-0. Patapan with the play of the game selected in the game there as well. A Genji blade to save the day and prevent the third round from being executed by the Hangzhou Spark. Denying that Tracer dupe as well. That could have been everything for the Spark, but it doesn't end up doing much for them. And the LA Gladiators, I think the Funny Astro sub-in on maps 4 and 5 was so damn impactful for this team.
Right when they needed him the most, Patty coming up with a big blade after a couple botched ones on that first round of Ilios. The Hangzhou Spark, this is not the end of the road for them, but this is definitely going to be a very bittersweet moment. As now they have to fall down and try to knock out their cohorts from APAC in the Philly Fusion.
Yeah.
So APAC will be eliminating itself come tomorrow, I suppose. But the Gladiators, they stick around, and now they have to just sit back, relax, wait and see who their opponent is going to be after we get through that next series between Shanghai and the Shock. Our player of the match, though, I think after the last couple maps there, could really only go one way. It's going to be Kevster picking it up. That Coliseum performance from him on the Tracer was just absolutely gorgeous.
And it didn't stop on Coliseum either, because we saw how impactful he was on Ilios as well.
Yeah.
Just really had a field day on that Tracer. I mean, Kevster came up so massively on those last two maps. It's the Funny Astro substitution, it's the Kevster Tracer, the Patty Blade right at the end there as well. Reiner actually performing super well on that Winston on a map that I think traditionally would be better suited for the Doom and the Ball, but, you know, Reiner kept it up. He didn't have that many deaths, especially on that opening well. Kevster at the end of the day, though, I think Coliseum would not have got as clean for this team if it wasn't for how damn good Kevster was on this Tracer with the sticks, with everything else, with lining up the dives. But the rest of the team, it really was just a brilliant performance coming through from the Gladiators.
Yeah, very well-rounded. I mean, Funny Astro stepping in for those last two maps, and he looked absolutely phenomenal, still incredibly well practiced on the Lucio and one of the best in the world in that regard. But Kevster absolutely putting up figures here for his squad. Was just such an incredible performance from him on the Tracer. He just took over and did not, like you said, he did not back down going into Ilios. He maintained that level of performance from Coliseo.
And I gotta say as well, I think the key map for me in this particular series is actually Midtown, and we have to kind of rewind to that second map, because that was the one that I felt like was a blunder massively from the Spark, right? That B side defense of the C9 has to be one that you revisit, because I think the rest of the series was very close, very competitive, but the one part of the series that does stick out like a sore thumb that, you know, was just not good Overwatch. I mean, if we say the overall game was great Overwatch, that one piece unfortunately was not. That's something that sticks out for the Spark really poorly. The rest of it was very competitive and very enjoyable to watch, but Midtown is going to be an unfortunate position for the Spark to be in, and I think for the Gladiators as well. If you want to see just what I consider to be perfect macro on the defense, especially that A-side defense, Gladiators executed beyond what I've seen any team do. Just brilliant tactics. They knew exactly how to play that map.
Yeah, it was perfect. And it's something about Midtown, just always has incidents occurring, and this time it's the Hangzhou Spark who fall victim to it. Like I said, it was going to come back to bite them in the rear if they lost this series, and I think that one is going to be weighing on their minds for a little bit. But it's about shaking loose, you know, not focusing on those mistakes from this series, being able to clear heads and move forward for that series tomorrow against the Fusion. So we'll see if the Hangzhou Spark, you know, how they can bounce back from this and see whether or not the Gladiators can maintain this dominance. But we have to figure out first who they're going to be playing against. That's going to be in our next series with the Shanghai Dragons taking on the San Francisco Shock. But first, we'll have the desk break down the action from this incredible 5-map series after the break.
Back up, can you touch? Yeah, I can touch. Oh, I'm sleepy, can you help?
Jag kan sleeping.
Go on.
I'm coming, yes, I'm coming. Yeah, get hit over, pointer. I get hit over.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by the University of Hawaii at Manoa. Go to takemetomanoa.org today.
Welcome to Game Break, everybody. I'm here joined now by Patty Fan from Los Angeles Gladiators. Patty, what a match. What a match. And that last team fight and that clutch moment. Can you just briefly tell us what was going through your head when you were pulling out that Genji blade with funny Astro by your side?
I mean, yeah, I was betting the entire team. I was betting Shu, betting Reiner, betting everybody. But I wouldn't be able to pull that off against a better team such as Chalk or something. Like, I think it's not me being good. It's just
it's a shot. It's just Spark just not that good.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if it was any other team, it wouldn't have worked. Like good team, it wouldn't work. But it worked because
they're bad.
Okay, you guys can fill in the blank. I mean, yeah, I mean that was great. About the Spark though, I mean, because they did really give you the run for your money. And were there anything that sort of surprised you going up against the Spark?
I mean, that did surprise me from a minor region.
You can't. There's no one behind you. Okay, no one behind you. No one behind you. Okay.
They're a good team. I'm sorry.
Yeah. They're a good team. Yeah, he was joking. Patty was joking. Was there anything surprising? Like, were there any standout players from the the Spark?
I mean, I would like to shout out to Shy. I used to play against him like 4 years ago on World Cup 2018. I was playing against China team, and I don't think he improved that much, but he's still a good player. Like, he did surprise me. So.
He improved a little bit.
A little bit. Like,
a little bit.
I left this game for 2 years and then came back and won him. Like, I don't know.
All right. And my final question for you, Patty, is you guys will be going up against the winner of the next match, which is San Francisco Shock versus Shanghai Dragons. Who do you think is going to win?
I think Shock.
Shock?
Because why not? Because Shock is good.
Because Shock is good.
I believe my boy Flopper.
Right, Shock is right there smiling. All right, Patty, that is it for the interview. Thank you so much for your time. And
Wait,
again,
until maybe said that. That's on him. That's on him.
All right. Well, you guys take care of that. And while you guys are doing that, Ovely, take it away.
I'm weak.
Thank you very much, Danny. What was that?
I'm reading between the lines here. Patty Pan is being held hostage by Unta to trash talk the Eastern region. Johnny, how are you feeling about everything that...
He said, and I quote, Spark is bad.
Not cool.
And Shy is bad as well, hasn't improved in years.
I mean, if he wants to say that, I think that reflects more poorly on him than it does than it does Shy.
He's not the one walking away a loser.
Real recognizes real, and everyone is being real for recognizing Shy, besides Padipan. So,
but
I don't know what's going on, Padipan, but come on.
It was Unta. Unta was holding him. I think we blame the Australians. Can't trust them.
Yeah.
Australians.
Yeah.
Padapan is actually a very nice kid.
Yeah, he's very nice.
He did seem very nice. He couldn't even trash talk and hold a steady face. He ended up keeling over, hitting the floor, going like, no, just kidding, just backpedal. But don't backpedal.
Commit.
Do it with, commit. Do it with vigor.
It's a work in progress. Come grand finals, it'll be great.
We need Reiner to come back and then teach him a little bit. Maybe get him to, teabag, dab, whatever it was that Reiner pulled off before. But guys, let's start talking about this series because again, another 5-map game. Gladiators really came out. And especially on that final map, there was only one person's name that we were absolutely screaming from the rooftops. And Scott, who was it?
My boy Funny Astro came in clutch, like that sort of pinch hitter, because he did the same thing on Coliseum as well. He came in, he played that Lucio, and I really like what they did because opposed to what Patty Pan say, Shy absolutely dominated them in like the first couple of maps.
Not even close.
Not even close.
He was deadlifting against the best team in the world.
He was absolutely dominating, but my boy Funny Astro comes here on Ilios. Look at these stats. 6 final blows, 5 deaths, but look at the healing done and the damage done on Lucio. He got so many important frags, going absolutely crazy, really getting the Gladiators over the line, and honestly, it just enables everyone else to play their game. So I wanted to give him a special shout out because I think, he came in clutch in the kickoff clash. He's done it once again in the mid-season tournament.
There were so many points throughout that series as well where you had like all the stats in front of you and you're going like, Funny Astro has the same amount of damage as such and such, and he's actually like
Well, it's funny because, you know, Patty Pan just did a lot of trash talking, but like, I'm at the end of this Ilios map, I'm looking at the stats, I'm like, Funny Astro has more damage than Patty Pan. And I'm like, ooh, Funny Astro's doing a lot of work.
Hey, he won the game with the blade, right? He carried. Yeah. He totally carried, yeah.
Definitely.
That was great.
Come out with it at the end. I think we have like a couple highlights from that series that we could go ahead and take a look at. But again, Gladiators really coming out and showing up in that final map where it mattered most. But unfortunately, Spark just... What happened?
All right, so is this my therapy session now? Like, what's going on here? I mean, look, okay. I do think that, well, I'm just immediately jumping to the cope. Here we go. Hangzhou Spark was like the better team when it came to like the neutral battle, when they were able to play the Zenyatta, Tracer, Shy was able to play the Ashe and the Sojourn. Like, this performance here on Oasis was like amazing. Like, they ran circles around the LA Gladiators, whether it was with the Wrecking Ball, the Tracer. Alpha Yi had like a mind-blowing game on Tracer as well. Yeah. Just keep finding these picks, and then Shy on Dorado. Like, these guys popped off like the stuff I haven't seen since like Shanghai Dragons like last year and Dallas Field when they were like at the very peak of their game. It was an unbelievable series. But what was even better, like what made the series so complete, is like what we talked about. It was the Funny Astros substitute, the Lucio pick, to speed up the tempo and prevent Hangzhou Spark from being able to play their style. I mean, we're going to the Dorado highlights here. Like, I mean, just enjoy it. Like, really. This was an unbelievable performance from Shy. This might be like a top 3, top 5 carry performances we've ever seen in the Overwatch League on a map, this Dorado. So you gotta give credit to where credit is due. But you also have to recognize that it's so hard to make these on-the-spot substitutions that the LA Gladiators did with Funny Astro. Because we always criticize on the desk. We always criticize, like, you know, they're subbing this guy in for map 5 and it doesn't make any sense. And it's because these teams, they stick to their regiment, they stick to their game planning, what they've practiced. But this almost certainly, I mean, we don't know, but this almost certainly was like an on-the-fly decision to sub in Funny Astro and speed it up. And I have to recognize like the brilliance, the strategic brilliance of that and how it paid off beautifully to beat the Spark, who in my mind was the better team from the start of the match.
Well, I think towards the end, you really saw the differences in the coordination and, as you said, the adaptation, because on the other hand, we credit the Gladiators for that Funny Astro Lucio swap. On Colosseo, Bernard went from Wrecking Ball to Zaya for 30 seconds, to Wrecking Ball to Zaya in the last little second.
Hangzhou was not the better teams, but they had the better pop-off players.
They had the better pop-off
and then the team overcame.
Yeah, but I think that's something that Spark has always been known for. It seems like they're starting to fill in those holes a little bit, and it hasn't been as bad in the playoffs. But definitely in this match, when they got pushed against the wall, when all of a sudden the Gladiators, like, you can't just keep relying on Shy to pop off, they sort of fell apart. But, you know, this Shy performance is really the standout thing. And I always worry about the Spark of, like, if Shy can't do that, every time we see Shy not pop off in the way that we're about to see, like, it's just, it's kind of hard to watch a little bit, because Alpha Yi has been stepping up, but if without Shy, if you take Shy out of the game and he doesn't show up, that's what happens in these last 2 maps that we saw from the Gladiators. But
yeah, I mean, at the same time, though, like, I completely agree with you that, like, Gladiators had the better team synergy and, you know, teamwork. But also, like, this is Hangzhou Spark recognizing how powerful Sojourn can be when he puts so many resources into Sojourn. It was not just like Shy just like popping the overclock and just like, oh, I'm just gonna shoot all these people. Like, yes, that was obviously like what you see, but it's also super rich with a really good Brigitte performance. Like the armor packs, the Inspire, like rotating all these supportive cooldowns to put that resources into Shy. Like, that's the reason why they beat Seoul Dynasty the other day, because their backline was so efficient and so good at taking care of each other. So you really saw that at like the highest level in this series too. So,
you know what just came to my mind?
No, that's
It just reminded me of the 2018 Shanghai Dragons when they put all of their resources into Undead and just tried to pop off, but now they actually have Shy, so it works. So honestly, the 0-40 Shanghai Dragons were onto something. They just didn't have Shy.
You are cursed.
They just didn't have Shy.
You brought this up. How dare you?
I'm just saying, maybe they had merit.
That is cursed.
We should get out of here.
But he's the one with the correct predictions right now, Mr. 3 and 2 Spark.
Okay, all right. You know what makes me feel better?
Gladiators,
You know what makes me feel better? you're a Fusion fan, so enjoy your little parade. Bah, 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 bah. Atlanta Reign, Houston, that was a great match the other day. Good pick there, right? Yeah, Houston, yeah.
Dang it, Jake!
Dang it, Jake.
Anyways, that being said, this game coming to its conclusion, Gladiators are continuing onwards in that upper bracket. We could go ahead and take a look at all of our updated brackets as it is. And remember, the Spark is still in it. They're just going to be dropping down lower. So here we go. We have the winners bracket, and there, as you see, the Gladiators moving on to that next match. You can also take a look at the lower bracket and see where the Spark are falling down into. And that's right, I said, oh, wait.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, wait. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Philly fans, it's going to be okay.
I'm getting my revenge.
Okay, go.
Yeah, I'm getting my revenge here.
Shy's not that good. Don't worry. Everything we just saw, it's not going to happen to Philly. It's fine.
You have said some things. Me and the Spark and the teacup, we're coming for you, all right?
I'm so scared of Shy.
Don't worry, Philly always pull through in the end.
Super Rich, I'm putting on the kettle. Let's go.
I don't feel good about
Rebuild.
this at all. I don't feel good about this at all, but guys, we still do have one more game.
Oh, right. Oh, my God, I forgot about that.
To get to one more prediction for us to potentially all get right or wrong, and that's going to be the Shock taking on the Shanghai Dragons. Now, as we get into that game, I know we heard about the resumes. I heard we heard about a lot of thoughts in the pre-show, which was like,
very long.
Oh, very long. I'm not even wearing a watch. That's how long of a time ago it was. But just quick thoughts before we get into that game.
I think I went for the Shock and you went for Shanghai, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting match. It was... I honestly have the Shock. I'm pretty confident in them. I really like what they've been doing with Kaluge, with Proper and all that kind of stuff. Shanghai Dragons, they've looked shaky. You know, Fate says he has tricks up their sleeve, but I'm not sold.
I just need Lip to pop off with 5 maps.
We could just change the names, honestly.
Yeah, just change the names. That's honestly, like, that's kind of what it is. Shanghai, they play pretty similar to Hangzhou Spark.
Yeah.
They put all their faith in Lip being able to pop off on the Sojourn. Yeah, and then San Francisco Shock, they're the strategic team play. Well, not really, but, you know, they play diva up, so that's a strategic thing, I guess. Look, Lip, just pop off, all right? That's all I ask. Shy couldn't do it, but apparently I'm an Apex simp now, so here we are.
All right, that's totally fine. Being a simp is fine. Now, I do have to ask.
Thank you.
No, we shouldn't. Things we shouldn't say on broadcast.
I thought that's exactly what he just said. I'm just repeating it as the new kid here. I want to get your predictions before we get into this fourth and final game of the day. So, Custa, let's get you.
I hope we go to another map 5 banger. Honestly, I like quick pause before we move on. This has been some of the best Overwatch we've seen, one of the best tournaments we've ever had. There's been so many close matches. I hope this one goes the distance as well. They're all great teams and great players.
So, your map?
Map 5, San Francisco Shock wins.
Yeah. Quick 3-0 Dragons.
I'm going to be honest, I don't remember what I predicted, but I do want to see a full 5 maps as well. So, you know, 3-2 with whatever I wrote this morning. Everyone, we are going to take a quick break, but stick around because when we get back, we're going to get into that final match of the day. And do not miss it because it is going to be a doozy between the Dragons and
Come on! Please!
And we are back. It is time for the final series of the evening, and oh boy, have we been saving the best for last. A long-standing rivalry between these two organizations. It's the Shanghai Dragons going up against the San Francisco Shock. It's been a good long while since we've seen these two clash. Now it's here in Overwatch 2. Different roster on the opposite side. Shanghai Dragons widely looking the same. Now it's time for them to make battle and see who comes out on top.
It's crazy that you're saying saving the best for last, because what we just got is going to be hard to top. Look, usually in APAC you get 5-Map Fridays. Today is actually Friday for the two of us, so 5-Map Friday officially activated. We're going to take this all the way again. This is going to be epic, though. It should be. But look, San Francisco Shock, Shanghai Dragons, two championship teams, two of the best teams in Overwatch history. With London gone now, these are the only two championship teams, franchise-wise, that remain in this tournament, now clashing in the upper bracket. We had Glads versus Hangzhou being so damn good. Yeah, I think this match has got to deliver us all. It has to.
Yeah, I mean, so many people saying like that was, you know, maybe one of the best series that we've had so far in Overwatch League here in 2022. Saying, you know, oh, that last matchup goes up into the top matches of all time. I think this one could absolutely take the cake. And if it doesn't, honestly, it feels like we will have been robbed, because these two teams, this absolutely should go to the distance. It should be an incredible match between the two. Here's the starting five for the side of the Shanghai Dragons. You and I were talking a little bit earlier when we were hanging out with Mr. Connor Prince, and you said we're probably not going to see Lee Jae Gon, but here he is from the outset.
I was joking though, because they were memeing on him, but they forget that Lee Jae Gon in the map 1 versus Dallas Field absolutely carried on that brig. But the man that you have to worry about is Lip. We talk about Sojins, we saw how good Shy was. Lip is also an absolute freaking, not just on the Sojin, but also on that Widowmaker. So there's an opportunity, especially on that map 3 of Escort, whatever it ends up being. If Lip can play the Widowmaker again, it could get very interesting. Kilo's got his work cut out for him, but these two teams in 2022 could not be more different. You have the Shanghai Dragons with not a single rookie on this team. It's a team for the veterans, a team for the champions, a team for the MVP candidates, role stars, you name it. And on the other end are some of the top rookies in the entire world, all coalesced onto a single roster led by Violet. It really is Uncle Violet, and I think it is the count now 6 rookies on the squad with Violet. The prime of them being obviously Proper, second left on the screen. This is the guy you got to talk about. Disc is, again, contractually obliged to talk about him at all times, and probably for good reason. I think he is still the top rookie that we have had so far, and has been the top performer every single time that Shock get into trouble. This guy bails them out. He is phenomenal.
Yeah, he's just been taking the league in North America by storm. Now gets to try his hand against the current reigning champions, who have been getting back into form as of late. Obviously, an incredibly rough start to the season for the side of the Shanghai Dragons. They were playing under incredible, circumstances, given the lockdowns that they were undergoing, but still did manage to put up some solid numbers. Now that they are back in the team house, now that they are back on camera, they have really been tapping back into that 2021 potential that we saw from them that got them the championship victory. We'll see how they fare now going up against the two-time.
And there's a 7-match win streak for the San Francisco Shock that has not been broken. Their last loss was actually versus the Dallas Field in the Kickoff Clash tournament in Dallas itself live. Since then, 7 straight wins, haven't lost, looking phenomenal. Shanghai Dragons, though, might prove to be the toughest competition for the Shock yet. The last time that these two teams met, it was in that playoffs run where Moon picked Shock in the opening round and 3-0'd them. Krusty didn't want to pick Dragons this time, but the Dragons will find you anyway. Let's kick things off here. Back on Oasis, it's going to be University. Key thing to note is that Kaluj and Kilo are in. Usually you see Mikey on this map playing the ball. You get Sam in here playing a bit of Sojin as well, but it is going to be a different look for the Shock. They've been holding this in their sleeves.
Let's see. So far, the teams who have been electing to take us to Oasis haven't been coming up with wins on it. Can it be a different story for the side of the Shock? Come into this as the #1 seed overall. Gates have opened up. Minor differences here in the compositions. No Sojourn for the side of the Shock. You look here with the Ashe.
It's usually the APAC team that plays the Ashe, right? And it's the NA team plays Sojourn, but today we're going to get a bit of an opposite experience. Lip feeling himself with the rails. Oh! He survives, he doesn't Kaluj.
I think he got that. Kalush diving in off the back of the dynamite, finds that elimination, now looks for a little bit more. Fate trying to make his exit, but Proper gets on top of him. It's 2 quick kills here for the side of the Shock. The point lockdown goes their way with relative ease.
Proper as well onto Fled. I mean, that's going to be a very interesting matchup. Fled, one of our historic best races that we've had. Former MVP, Lip being taken down. Grand Finals MVP from last year. Shock looking pretty good so far.
Finn just sat way back, playing this off angle towards coast side and lobbing in those right-click charge-ups. His Fate under some pressure, does fall low. Izayaki, he'll just go ahead and nom up that healing though. Says, yeah, go ahead, keep getting chunked out. As long as you don't die, I don't mind. I want to get this nano up as quickly as I can. Fate now looking to contest that high ground, has to drop back down. He's instantly evaporated. Great focus fire, the Discord orbs flying across Finn. The target selection in this regard has been utterly impeccable.
Enemy in sight.
Yeah, Lip got slipped there as well. Could have ended up with a kill, but did get woken up very quickly. Very, very slow start for the Shanghai Dragons. 0 kills so far, not a single final blow yet to find an opening. And 4 for the San Francisco Shock, allowing them to get 50%.
Okay, dive into the back. There's that first kill. Fate heard you talking smack. Shuts down Kilo. Kalu's going to be taking a nap. And
just stating the facts.
Is able to go ahead and scoop the kill. Fate as well. Now going to be antied, sleeping. Gets not woken up, but won't be taken down. Stay safe. The flip is going to be there. 63% locked in for the Shock.
Yeah, just, you know, no opinions inserted there from me, just stating the raw facts of it. And the raw facts will have the Shanghai Dragons go from 0 to 5 kills. It's going to be the entire San Francisco Shock taken down. Starts with Fate, and it ends with a cap. 63% to catch up on, though. It is a bit of a distance to go as San Francisco Shock still have ultimates to play through. They haven't really had to ult yet. So here we go. Both teams looking to play through Bob to properly open up this as well.
I think you being a similar mind to me. Oh, I'll have to hold that thought, actually. Huge damage going through. The nade comes in. Kilo and Violet both just getting evaporated as they look for the rest of the cleanup. Shock unable to trade any kills. I was going to say, you should know by now that people don't like to listen to facts, Avril. They'll fight back against them.
He said Shanghai are doing poorly. He must be NA biased. There you go. Keep up. Make sure the energy is consistent at least. Make sure the energy is consistent, guys. Shanghai Dragons, 4 ultimates now. Shock on 5. The catch-up is here. So the opening kills from the Dragons does allow them to hold on to the point so far. Attempts to play this ball finally. Big stick, though.
Violet out. The nano boost did go forward onto Kalush, who's now up into the air with the Meteor Strike. Fate going to be taken down if Kilo finds him once more. Anti-it out. Kalush is rotating back up towards the point. Gets the punch there, knocking Limp away. Does come back in, though. Gets a great headshot onto the enemy Ash with the overclock rolling. Now, Shanghai Dragons have taken the lead.
Nice.
Proper down as well. Lip making his presence known after kind of getting farmed in the early days, but this is the Lip we were anticipating a bit. Comes up with kill after kill. Gets Violet on the back end of the fight. I believe that's 4 total throughout for him, as they will maintain this control. Now Shock. Last fight for them. No ults to work with.
They have to come in. Collusion entering first and hope that they can keep him alive. Shanghai Dragons, if they can just make this dive onto the back line. Lip is already still really far up. Looking for the initial kill. Fate goes in.
That he does.
Kilo!
Orb is out onto him. He's going low. Kilo going to be taken down. Fate finding the elimination. Overtime. Forced out. Dive forward. Kalush trying to take down Lip. 12 HP. Now down to 7. Proper. Manages to make his way forward. Gets that kill in the end. Shock having some presence here on the point, but widely it's just Kalush. Proper joining in once more. The pulse bomb. 23% away. Gets knocked back from the whip shot. Kalush antied out, has to make his exit for a brief moment. Fate as well. Solo. Proper is able to chase. He gets the melee hit and he finishes them off. And that kill alone is enough for them to get the flip. They're back in control. EJ Gaunt having to cut his way back. Everybody at an arm's length. And now the Shanghai Dragons, they're the ones who have to retake.
Really clutch coming in from the Shock as well. When you talk about retakes, they lost Kilo early on. They still contested and still grinded out that fight. So Shock, signs of life importantly. That could have been disastrous for them, but major plays, especially Proper result that we saw. Getting Fate down, putting a blink into the melee. Fledder on the hunt has been spotted. Dodges to sleep though.
The pulse goes out into the wall, but Finn still gets dropped. Nano is now going to be used. Kalush, the recipient once more. It's Proper rather. On the hunt, the stick is good. Lip knocked out of the fight. Meteor Strike going to be used. Kalush staying safe. The flip in the meantime has been there for the side of the Dragons. They retake control of the point. They still need a hell of a lot more if they want to win this one. The OT's bleeding away. No one's able to touch. Fleta cleaning up 2 in the back end. The Shanghai Dragons will nearly walk away with a win on University.
Not a C9, I'm going to call that right now. Everyone was basically dead on the Shock. Proper had to recall away. Kilo and Finn not really expected to touch there. When Kaluj dies and Proper has to recall, it's basically done. 5 alive on Dragons versus 3. And Dragons will finish things off. A very slow start, exceptionally low start there for Dragons. I believe it was first 50% for the Shock that they had capped out. Dragons had 0 final blows. Not a single kill from Dragons when Shock had 50% on the cap. Dragons will end that round with 19 frags. So from 0 to 19 in quite a quick fashion, you know. Shanghai, usually called, you know, the Shang AI. They take a little bit of time to download the strats from the other team, download what the other team are doing. Once that download is started, we'll see where it ends. San Francisco Shock now rolling out pretty much the same composition as before. Dragons now playing ball with Flitter on the Echo and a bit of Lip Tracer as well.
Legion on. Instantly knocked down low. Stays alive. Fate just goes rolling across the point here. Play a little ring around the Rosie, rotating around the map. A little bit of a scenic route for him as the point gets ready to unlock. Shock do have a little bit more of an inside track. Dive into the back of the stairwell. It's a massive pile driver here, but it's going to be Fleta who actually gets taken down, trying to play off the back of Fate's setup. Baited in by his tank. Follow-up kill there on the Lip. As the point lockdown will once more be there for the side of the Shock first and foremost.
Well played by Violet there. You see the anti-net coming through onto Fleta, locks him up with the purple. No chance for Fleta to get too much done after that. So here you're just seeing the Shock try and get further kills to stagger out the Shanghai Dragons. Not going to happen. Fate will be there to protect. And now Fleta will be the one taking up the Tracer. So a bit of a swap here. 2-player swapping does hurt for the Dragons. As far as looking at ult economy goes, that's 2 players resetting back to 0.
Chipping away. Shanghai Dragons looking to get this flip so far. Not too much of a contention from the side of the Shock. Maybe rotate down now. Slip rejoins the Sojourn in hand. Pulse bomb at the ready. Lip going low, and there's the chase. Proper gets on top of him once more. He's able to play off these setups from his teammates so perfectly well. And has been traded, but now Fate going to be taken down. It looks like the Shock should be able to hold this for a while once more. Anti out onto 2. There's the pulse bomb just for good measure. Proper cleaning up the supports. 50% now crested.
When we talk about good rookies this year so far, we've seen Alpha Yi versus Ryan, but here we go, Proper. Every single time another rookie looks good, Proper says, no, I am leading this Rookie of the Year race currently, and he is going to keep the Shock continually in the lead here. 63% and counting. Nano still available. Bob coming up for Kilo. Dragons finally looking at some important ultimates again. Lip and Flitter severely behind in ults because they swapped late.
Need to try to play catch up here. Need to do it quickly. Shock right now looking great, on pace for 100-0 on the round. Kalush going to be nanoed up, but it doesn't matter. They just get right on top of him. The back of the get the elimination. Lip moving up onto the high ground. Now going to be taking a nap. Violet putting him to bed for a little bit, and there's the kill.
There it is.
Going for the charge up. Takes him down, but Proper was dealt with in the meantime. Bob going to be occupying the point, keeping this contested. Lee Jae-gon just trying to boop him off. Won't be able to get enough distance there. Fate touches in, forces out the OT. Fleta taken down. Finn finding a kill once more, now has the Transcendence ready to go. Kluge gets the hit on the Lee Jae-gon, maybe even sending it off the side of the map. Didn't quite get to catch it. Izayaki dead as well, no supports, no tank. Lip dead. There's the closeout. Shock with a fantastic reply. An incredibly close first round, and now they just absolutely sweep him on Garden.
So they don't give any opportunity for the Dragons to make that comeback, right? It's not uncommon for the Dragons to be down by quite a lot of percentage points. When you go back to the Toronto versus Dragons matchup as well, Dragons are uncanny in their ability to make a comeback, right? Toronto started at 99 on, I believe it was Ilios Well. Shanghai comeback, 0-99, doesn't matter, they get the 0 to 100 here. Shock just don't give them any breathing space, which is exactly how you need to be playing against the Shanghai Dragons from start to finish. Proper Kaluge. I mean, that sleep dart as well. Multiple sleep darts from Violet that connects beautifully, allowing for kills. Lip sleeping there. He's thinking, it's one of the worst situations. You're thinking, maybe I'll wake up. I'm probably alive. Then you see Finn walk up with a 5-ball, clean you up. There it is. Shock will actually come out with the same strat as the LA Gladiators. It's going to be the Roadhog from Kaluge in a very similar fashion to Glad's trying to counter Bernard's ball. Kaluge wants to try and get Fate's ball, but Izayaki gets the first blood.
Yeah, quick first blood at that. Still 12 seconds until the point unlocks, so Finn will have an opportunity to rejoin. Does set them up nicely to posture forward, though, and try to go for that initial control. Pile driver in, gets the knock off the charge. Not going to be able to connect there from Izayaki. Kaluge goes for the hook, trying to drag Fate in, but there's just too much pressure being applied to the Roadhog, so ends up going down. Point unlocked. This time the Dragons able to establish control off the rip. We'll see if Kaluge wants to flip away, and yeah, he's going to go over to that Diva.
which has been kind of his signature pick so far. I'm personally still just waiting to be more convinced by the D.Va. He kind of showed this versus London as well. Usually waits until Eichenwald to pull it out, but here we go straight away. On Oasis City Center, the D.Va will make an early appearance. Is it going to be good enough? So, fresh swap as well. Kilo as well. 0 ultimate charge. Dragons had 700 HP worth of Roadhog to build up ults.
Fate kind of getting beaten and battered as he looks for an opening. Pops the adaptive shield, doesn't get too much shielding there. Stick comes in and it's a 2-1 special. Proper takes out Fleta, takes out Lip in one fell swoop. Fate, I don't even know what happened there. Went up the side of the map. I don't know. I don't care. All I know is that the Shock absolutely pounded in the fight. Kilo cleaning up 2 on the back end as well, and now they're in control.
Proper. So phenomenal on this Tracer. The double kills coming on through what he did on the previous round on Gardens as well. More than keeps Shock into this play. Now they finally get some percentage up, 20% and counting. Dragon's still working over towards some of their own ultimates. Fleta about to hit that pulse bomb as well. This Fleta versus Proper matchup has been super, super exciting, but Proper has made this one, is trying to make this one as one-sided as possible that he can.
Blue's just eating that damage from behind. Widely stays safe, but with the Discord Orb invested as well, he will get demech'd. Looking for the kill on the Baby D.Va. Take him low. Haven't finished him off yet, but he's also not gaining too much as far as that pistol is concerned to try to get back into his mech, but Proper and Kilo still just doing the lion's share of the work here for the side of the Shock. As Lip and Lee take on are taken out. Izayaki, pressure being applied, and he's actually going to pop the trance. He commits it here to the fight after taking down Finn. I feel like they can turn this, but I don't know if I'm fully convinced yet. Pulse bomb lobbed in. Proper not going to find the hit. Takes the recall out, back up to full HP, makes his exit, grabs the mini pack. Puts a little bit of damage there on a Fate. Shanghai Dragons, they use that trance. They haven't been able to make their way over to the point. They're trying to get this flip, but now Izayaki's going to be taken down. It's just Lee Jae-gon left alive. Shield raised, trying to survive the pressure being applied. He cannot. They break it down. Proper finds the kill, and the Shock are looking to run away with this map.
Beautiful stuff from Proper there, just staying alive, putting the pressure on, forcing the trance. And he might not be able to kill Izayaki. Well, they'll eventually get Izayaki down, but the Dragons is just struggling to put a lid on Proper. Lee Jae-gon going down without, they have to use a rally. It's 99 coming up now for the Shock. Dragons would have to make the comeback. Kilo also getting some brilliant opening picks. Looking to see if Lip can do the same thing.
Overclock v overclock. Finn with the Transcendence about to be up. Rallies is well available for either side. Lip searching for a target. Spots a few. There's the rally going through. He gets Kilo in the head. Shuts him down. And that's going to be a pause called in the middle of the action.
Okay. Deep breaths here. 99% open. And
Alrighty, well, huge kills going through. Looks like Avril might be having a little bit of an issue as well as we have this pause, so it's alright. You guys just hang tight with me. And we will see how this all develops. Not sure exactly what the issue is. Seems to be on the Shock side of things, but hopefully we can get this taken care of and we'll go right back into the game, as this is a very tense moment. What Avril was trying to say is that given the situation right now, for the Shock, even if they do lose out on this fight, should be in a comfortable position. And since they are already at 99%, the Dragons have to start from 40, try to build all the way back up to the top. But we'll see if they can even win this one out, because the Shock have been incredibly clutch so far. We'll see what occurs. And if I get any updates, obviously I will share that with you guys. But for now, we're just going to be hanging out and getting ready to go back into this. And I can hear you. I'm not sure if you're prepped on stream or not, but hopefully. Okay, seems like we are good. Avril's back. And yeah, we're still in a pause. Okay. Looks like he's still having a couple of issues, so it's okay. This is what happens. You got sometimes the online productions, and this can occur, but it's fine. I'm here, and I will keep you guys company as we get our way through these pauses. Of course, this is just things that happen. I've been cursed for so very long. Ever since Contenders 2018 and whatnot, even before then, some of the other games that I've cast, the long pauses have come through, and it's just, it's something that continues to follow me, you know? It's just, it is what it is, but you get used to it at a certain point. You just have to sit back and relish the pauses, and now you get to have a little bit of a podcast moment. Normally I have somebody accompanying me, but hopefully we can get Avril back into this and get everything worked out on his side of things so that we can carry on, and I have somebody to converse with. Otherwise, you guys are just going to be listening to the ramblings of a madman as I steadily decline into insanity, sitting here in a pause by myself. So either way, whichever way it transpires, it should be entertaining, at least for you guys. Because if the game starts up, then we're really excited, and if it doesn't, then I keep talking, you get to watch me go crazy. So there we go. Entertainment value, no matter which way you slice it. Once more, I think I'm hearing Apple. We'll see if his connection situation has leveled out, and if we're going to be good. But yeah, still waiting on the pause. Hopefully it's taken care of. I don't know what's going on. So, how are you guys doing? I hope chat's hanging in there, doing well. So, you know. I can't read the chat. Not going to. I mean, if I did, you guys would be like a minute behind, so it'd be kind of difficult to have a conversation, but I hope that you guys are hanging in there alongside me and have been enjoying the matches so far today, because it has been a pretty crazy day, as we have had kind of each and every day in this tournament, which is great. This is one of the things that we've been lacking for a while and have been really looking forward to, obviously, is international competition, and I'm really glad to see that so far all of the teams are very much delivering. We haven't really had too many one-sided affairs in this tournament series, and everything has been pretty damn awesome to watch. So I, for one, am super excited to continue things and just see how everything keeps going. So I hope that you guys are enjoying it as well. I know that it's depending on where you are in the world, it's late, it's early, it's in the middle of the afternoon. So for those of you guys who are waking up early or staying up late to be able to watch these matches, we appreciate all of you. I personally appreciate and love all of you. So keep fighting the good fight, which is, fighting against your needing to have to sleep. And stay in here with us, because if I can do this, if I can get up at 5 in the morning for a tech check-in and then start casting like 7 hours later and try to keep you guys entertained, then should be should be all right. I think you guys can hang in there. But I think we're going to be getting things underway in just a moment, so hopefully we'll be going back into the action, and I will be I will be your guide. I will be your ferryman, taking you through the rest of this map, it would seem, as we just continue to work on Avril's side of things. So it's all good. You're in good hands, as it turns out. So hopefully we'll just get this resuming here pretty quickly. Reading in the chat, Lee Jigon saying, Kaluja saying, please don't kill me. So it seems like he thinks he might be in a bit of a rough spot as we get ready to go out of the pause. And here we go. The action's going to resume. Lip, the overclock, now expiring. Looking for another target, had just taken down Kilo moments before we had that pause come through. Prophet getting tagged up as well. This rail still being held. Transcendent's going to be used by Finn. Everybody alive for the moment. Proper pulse pump nearly online. He finds Fleta. Takes him down to about half HP. The OT starting to bleed away rapidly. Violet gets on top of Lee Jae-gon, finds that elimination, and they can't get onto the point. Fleta steps off for just a moment, and all that build-up, all that wait to see what was going to happen. And it all comes to an end. So the kill on Kilo, be damned. The shock, they brush it off. They get the win. They spam the chat with some C9s. And they draw first blood over the Shanghai Dragons, moving up 1-0 in the series. I'm not gonna lie, I can't hear Avril. He's coming in really choppy every now and then. I wasn't sure if he was back. He's not. So you guys are just still with me for the time being, but there we go. A great lead for the side of the San Francisco Shock and a fantastic showing. They're going to be feeling great after getting this win. A team finally won on their pick when they selected Oasis to start off a series. That's something to celebrate all by itself. But now it's going to be the Shanghai Dragons, who do have map pick at their disposal. We'll see where they want to take us. For Hybrid, it's been a hell of a lot of Kings Row as of late, so maybe we'll get some more of that. I don't know. All I know is that we are going to take a little break, see if we can get Avril right back in here alongside me. But either way, I'll be here, and I can't wait to resume. We'll go to a quick little break, and we'll see what the Shanghai Dragons land on for their map pick.
뭐야? 이랭이 한 거였네?
뽀꼬댁? 아닌데. 형 텐션이 더 떨어졌어.
오늘 집에 닭다리 못 쓰고 은퇴해야지.
Don't know what you just said, but okay.
Guys, is everybody sitting down right now? We need to start getting everybody to sit down.
Can you literally shut the up?
Can you really just listen to me? Okay.
Me and Wub are the only people in the lobby.
Dude, you guys said what if you want.
Oh, we're playing Wub today?
Wub. Wubby. Whoops. Wubs. Wub. Whip. Whooper. Wub. Where's Wub? Dove.
Huh?
Oh.
You say my name?
No. Never mind.
Danny, every time I win an off-roll, on an off-roll hero, you need to type, you just lost to Hawk Ryan, you just lost to Hawk Winston. I need someone to type that in that chat.
Let's go. 야, 나 원숭이 소리 내줘 그러면. 원숭이? 아, 나 원숭이 소리 낼줄 몰라.
아, 하잖아.
해줘.
뭐야?
야, 되게 아, 이거 개 아파. 야, 방금 너목 나갈 뻔했다. 야, 조심해라, 야.
형, 다음 그 뭐지 리그 썸네일 형이다.
오픈 마이크 이제 원숭이 차석 앞에 영환이 합성해가지고 이제.
되게 카메라 잘 나오려고 안경 먹고 이러고 있는 거 레전드 잘생기거든 레전드.
I feel like today. You guys need to carry me.
I feel like too.
이 냄새. 야, 이 냄새. 와, 신민주 이 냄새 레전드.
The only thing that matters in this comp is the Ryan, so.
Yeah.
Alrighty, we are back, and hopefully everything is good to go moving forward. We've got Avril back in the driver's seat alongside me, and we are going to carry forward with this series. Shock, able to take the first map, their pick of Oasis. They lock it in, it looks good. Now the Dragons, as we move forward to Hybrid, are going to be taking us to Eichenwald.
2-on-1 finish there from the Shock there as well. Dragons could not bring it back on City Center. And I don't know if we got this one in the broadcast a little bit earlier on, but I was saying that is actually the first map loss of the Shanghai Dragons so far this entire tournament. They are actually 6-0 in map wins across their 2 matches. So they had looked pretty indomitable, but Shock coming through and proved that the Dragons can indeed bleed.
That they have. The Dragons, though, the question is, has this angered them or weakened them? Will they be able to reply, get into form, and look to shut them down and tie up the series? As mentioned, Eichenwald going to be the map pick for Hybrid. We'll be moving forward, seeing if the Shock can take a stretch lead. I mean, what a statement it would be if they are able to get a 2-0 start and force the Shanghai Dragons into a reverse sweep position and really set themselves up for success to move forward here in this tournament. Shanghai Dragons, we know what can happen when they are pressed. We know that even if they do get into that position, they are fairly reliable, and you cannot count them out if a reverse sweep is necessary. But obviously, you want to avoid that. They want to be able to come back into this and gain control in the series.
I mean, we expected that this is going to be a competitive series, right? A 2-1 finish on Oasis. Dragons finally losing their first map. The San Francisco Shock now also bringing Sam in over Kilo. So we have the Eichenwald. I actually did sort of tease this map while we were going through Oasis when Kaluj brought up the D.Va, right? This is actually a map that Kaluj has specifically been running the D.Va on. To be very clear, this is definitely what I would consider off meta, even from talking to, some of the other coaches as well to get their thoughts on where D.Va's place is in the meta. It's pretty unanimous across the board. Well, minus Shock here, that D.Va definitely isn't really one of the main picks on tank that you would expect. So Shock have definitely been the one team that want to do as much of this as possible. Dragons now tasting their first little bit of defeat in the Midseason Madness tournament. See if they can bounce back.
Well, here we go. Doors opened up. Same on the Echo, up in the sky. Proper, of course, just going to be on the Tracer. Why would you put him on anything else, given the performance that he's put up already in this series, let alone the whole tournament and season long. Making their way forward now on the attack. Shanghai Dragons getting ready to assault the point. Fate hanging back for just a moment. Lijigon out in the open. Shield bashes away to break line of sight. Still falling low. The shield is down. He's swinging. Instead of keeping himself protected, the healing throughplut from Izayaki is nowhere near high enough to save his cohort. Lip does manage to find one though, putting Proper in the dirt. Good headshot from him, but it's good trade. Play off the back of it. We'll have to just wait and see. Lijigon's going to be rushing to try to rejoin.
Yeah, it's 5v4 currently. Proper still needs to get back here from spawn. They're trying to dive on top of Kaluj. And if Dragons can get another kill, they can force a 5v4 once more.
Already, one tick, a second one getting ready to come through. Conceded by the side of the Shock. Dragons seemingly satisfied with that. Go ahead, pull back away from the point. Make sure that everybody is nice and safe, topped up on the HP bars, and look to re-aggress. There's the rollout.
Very big reset on the tempo. I mean, we saw the 2 ticks coming on through. We still haven't had any ultimates online for either squad, so this is just going to come down to neutral picks. We find one Izayaki twice.
I mean, they just rotate away from Proper. He still will get Izayaki on the end, but not before Izayaki claims 2. Big pickups now. Flutter finds Violet. Fate drop. Proper still alive. Pulse bomb at the ready. This is still turnable for the side of the Shock. Jump over to the side. Grabs the health pack, but with Cluj broken out of the mech, that is going to be the cap coming in. Thought maybe Proper was able to commit on that fight. Could have turned it around, but it is not. Here's Izayaki's POV.
Take a look.
The 2.
Yeah, so, you know, you see the Dragons, actually a multi-man dive. Izayaki part of the dive with both Lip and Fate. I mean, just looking from Izayaki's POV, he goes through that sort of left side and then instantly Lip slides in. Fate rolls in, and they roll 2 members of the Shock instantaneously. The Shock did respond with a couple of frags, but it's not going to be enough to save the point Proper. Did not get to use that pulse bomb, still has an available flitter as well at the other end. He'll be looking for his own pick.
From now, forward choke. Surrendered by the Shock. Not looking to contest it yet. As the cart moves up to the first corner, this is when they'll start getting involved. Kalush dropping down to the low ground, instantly chunked out to about half. Rotates up top to stay safe, get some long-range healing coming through. Nano is available. Pulse, not Fleta, not going to find anything though. No opening kill to be found, so the cart's still widely going to be locked into position as Dragons are looking to retake the castle here.
Yeah, this is likely maybe a defensive Nano because there's no great Nano targets. You could be Nanoing Sam, but he doesn't have the ultimate. Violet gets a kill though.
Or you just hold on to it.
Need to burn the ultimate at this stage.
Yeah, and just keep it held. Jigon inches the cart forward a little bit more, but now with Izayaki going down, it's going to be further staggers. But in deep, anti-nade out onto 2. The chase forward is there. Proper trying to get that execution. Can't quite get it, but does force them back. 3 minutes, 20 seconds now.
Very low.
Dragons.
Low ult trade game here as well because you see that one pulse bomb from Fleta, but the other 9 members are holding on as more and more ultimates start piling in. And this is probably what you expect, right? A Dragons member will dive on top of Shock, and Violet will probably use the Nano defensively on like Finn if he gets into trouble. Dragons trying to take a little bit of high ground control here. You see them rotating around the map. They've abandoned the cart. They just want map control.
Rally opened up from Lijigon. Proper. Looking to shut somebody down with his pulse. Takes quite a bit of damage there from Izayaki. Now they're aware of Proper's position. Nano goes forward. Out on a Sep. No overclock yet. Finn using the Transcendence. Both support ultimates burned into the fight here, but as the rally expires, they pile in on top of Lijigon. They manage to find that elimination. Overclock popped by Lip. We'll find one. Takes the head off. Looks for a little bit more. Some damage through onto Kalush, who now lets loose with that self-destruct. Throws it up into the air, but actually explodes just behind this castle wall, so it's not able to catch anybody. Does manage to make it back into the mech safely, however. Chance for a recontest.
Fleta on the hunt.
Nothing.
Slip though, he might even die to his own pulse bomb.
Oh man, what a shutdown there from Violet. Makes it easy. Rail to the head, Fleta out of the fight. Cart still being brought forward by Lijigon, but now the high ground is taken by the side of the Shock. Izayaki, he's left at the dry. No one there to peel for him. Gets taken down. It's quick cleanups here. Onto the supports. The Dragons once more back into the spawn room.
And that was nearly disastrous from the San Francisco Shock as well, but what you do see is a self-destruct from Kaluj actually buys time for both Kaluj and Proper to regroup with the rest of the team. Usually the self-destructs are not particularly useful in this particular meta. You'll use them to reset your mech. That's a situation where Dragons were probably going to look for the cleanup on the last 2 members, but they can't get the kills because of the Diva Bomb.
Oh man, Faye it's just getting bullied right now. Does manage to survive, but Lip cannot say the same. Another kill, another slow up. Speed keeping the cart locked there by the bridge, resetting the rollback timer. But in the meantime, everybody else is just getting picked apart. Izayaki taken down, propped with a sliver of HP, still holding on. Finn cleans up Fleta.
It was slipped.
Here's Lee on deck.
Oh no, Violet again. That
Fate
does the damage.
Okay,
yeah, they see it though. They see it though. They are going to be there in time.
Yeah.
Just in time. It looks like Fate backed up. I think Fate should have committed. There's a real small window there where maybe if Fate just stayed a little bit longer, but he'll get out with his life. I think he does want to value the fact that he has a flank going for him. No one there to mark him. You see that Violet's even maybe looking behind. Proper could be chasing, but they don't want to over-chase this one. They want to focus on the front lines here. Fake doing a lot of work, though, to keep Dragons in final fight territory. 30 seconds remaining, couple ultimates there for the Dragons, but really it is about Fate if he can maybe find a way to flank.
30 seconds.
I mean, he's just
trying to keep him busy.
He's buying attention and he's pulling the Shock back towards the point B finish rather than forward where they can try to cut down the approaching members of the Shanghai Dragons. Sam still looking to do that, though, as Lee take on the shield. Just fractured. Oh, low on HP, he dies. Lip will find Finn before he can use the trance. Izayaki just trying to keep everybody else alive now in the fight. 6 seconds remaining. The touch still needed to come through to force out the overtime. Someone's got to go for it. Fleta, low on HP, makes his way forward, gets it. OT forced. Lip finding an opening kill. Kaluj down to half, but holds on. And actually, he's going to open up with it. The rail will manage to take one down, but Lip's got nowhere to go. Ends up getting dropped. Fate limited by the pulse bomb as well. Transcendence now to keep everybody else pinned here to the cart. Finn just ushering them forward, keeping this contested. They want to end it right here, right now, and have a win condition under their belt. Rather than give them access to the castle itself, Izayaki eliminated. It's an explosion of death. Kaluj comes back on the Doom, cleans up two, and there you have it. Shanghai Dragons cannot make it to B.
Just lacks the damage there. I mean, the biggest thing that we see is the fact that the self-destruct once again is able to buy space. No remake for Kaluj. Lip will get that mid-air rail shot. However, because Lip had nowhere to run, the self-destruct kills him. What we even see there towards the end is Lip actually had an overclock. So had Lip stayed alive, or if he didn't die to the self-destruct, which at this stage didn't really look possible, right? Like he was dead to rights given the angle and trajectory of that Diva Bomb. That could have been a different fight for the Shanghai Dragons. You had the Lee Jae-gon rally popped as well, but the damage was not available. Only Fleta could really get more damage in. San Francisco Shock buying time for Kaluj to return. Violet with a major double, I think even maybe triple anti-nade hit. Combining with Kaluj punching a couple members, that is instant death in the Dragons. Did not have time to play any further. It's all done.
I mean, what a return. Just instant punch, pinned against the wall. They're quickly taken down. Fantastic return. And a great swap. You know, already found value with the self-destruct and is able to just go over to the Doomfist and shut him down even further.
The Shanghai Dragons, a bit of a struggle on that attack. I mean, I think the A eventually got there, which is decent. But that entire B offense seemed very Shock favored. Proper made it difficult. Kaluj as well staying alive in the Diva at a very critical moment in the middle of that offensive phase where, you know, again, two of them alive, proper on 1 HP, but Shanghai Dragons could not clean them up. And if it wasn't for Fate sort of backcapping, that may not have even been that much distance either.
Dragons now all into the defense. Need to have a strong performance. But Lip is taken down off the rip. Finn just catching him in the head. Great opening kill here. Shock now very much feel comfortable posturing towards Fate as well. Discord Orb is out of the hand, but I believe it's going to be Proper who's chasing forward, trying to get that kill. Lee Jae-gon, he's trying to peel for him. He ends up getting caught up in the crossfire. Falls. That's the point, capped. 5.5 minutes in the time bank as Fleta dives to the back end. They can't find a damn thing. The Shock break through, and they are very much hungry for this 2-0 lead.
I mean, they might get the kill on the Lip again. If that happens, then that's just going to be a long stagger. Dragons would love to be able to regrow properly, but that's certainly not going to happen with Lip down twice. Violet opens that one up big, though. He lands a double Bionate, which hits both Lip and I believe it might have been Lee Jae-gon at the beginning. Lip couldn't get healed up, and then Finn finds that kill. Pulse Bomb now into Izayaki. It just doesn't stop. Proper's pressure onto Shanghai Dragons is phenomenal. This is giving San Francisco Shock what should be giving them free push. They're actually on the payload at the moment. That needs to change. So finally pushing that payload up.
So making it push forward, but I mean, doesn't it even matter? Honestly, right now, the way that this is going, it feels like they could leave the payload there for 3 minutes and then just come back to it comfortably and be able to push. Time and time again, the picks are just coming through, and Shanghai Dragons just aren't playing together, and they can't play individually right now versus this pressure.
They don't have members. They're always down one. They haven't been able to reset properly because players like Proper and, you know, Finn Kaluge always in their face. Payload's been pushed onto the bridge now. Fate got slipped through. Maybe Dragons can actually get a fight going with 5 up.
But a falling low, nearly taken down by the nade there. Does have a pulse getting ready to come through. Builds it up there by shooting Finn, but Izzyaki once more picked off. The Nanowiz goes through. Can finds a kill. Violent gonna be traded though. Lip with a nice headshot. Trying to even it up, but now Lip is gone. You have a clock as he searches for yet another target. Sees the recall, whips the jump, but in the meantime, here's the cart. No one can contest. Fate down below half HP, and it's just that, yeah, there's just not gonna be a touch. There's just not going to be a touch.
Too far away. Fate was still coming back from spawn. Izyaki's too slow in the Zen. Flitter was dead, so not a single person could actually touch, and that just comes through from excellent snowballing on the San Francisco Shock. Again, credit to Vita for finding early bio-nade connections on towards A, that the Shock will be able to get picks from Finn as well, getting some really good damage, and they never let that pressure go. They fought in the neck of the Dragons the entire way through B, which was the biggest struggle for the Shanghai Dragons. Now on both the offense and the defense, you barely saw a fight from the Dragons at all on B. This now has to be a reverse sweep. We were hoping that this one was going to be a banger. Spark and Glads really showed what the top level gameplay could be, but currently Dragons are struggling.
I think struggling is putting it lightly. Honestly, I think you just need to go all in. This is an abysmal look for them right now. This is the Dragons doing their best Dynasty impersonation in this tournament. They are not showing up in this matchup. Now, again, as I was saying before, they are in a position where they have to reverse sweep. They've been good for it in the past, but they have never looked this out of sorts. Work cut out for them. We'll see if they can dig deep enough to get a map win on the board. Once more, they will have their selection. We'll see where they take us for escort when we come back from the break.
never met the San Francisco shot.
Some of the most hardcore carry performances that I've ever seen.
Just a depth of talent on their roster that can't be denied.
I mean, what more can you ask from the Shock?
This is going to be a wild ride.
Violet is cracked. He's out of his mind. I say that justice. Okay.
Face with everything right now.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Sam is deadlifting right now, actually.
Finish is doing so much, cleans it up like DPS and Yada.
San Francisco has cemented themselves as the greatest team in Overwatch.
And the San Francisco Shock looking incredible, just like our new legendary skin, the Royal Knight Mercy, on sale for a limited time. So make sure you guys grab it while you can. It's on sale until August 19th. Just 200 League tokens. You earn them by watching the stream. You should have enough. Pick it up while you still can. Anyway,
and even better when, as I'm pretty sure, you know, the winning team will get their own flavor of the skin as well, which at the moment, between Shock and Glad still in the upper bracket, I mean, Shock definitely leading the series. It's the final moments here for Dragons to try and pull something through. They are going to make substitutions. We're seeing Void and Bebe come on in. You're probably wondering what that's about. We're going to an escort map, Circuit Royale. Did tee this one up a little bit earlier in terms of a bit of a teaser for what we can expect moving forward. This was an incredible map from the Dragons versus the Dallas Field earlier on in this tournament. Lips, Widowmaker, Void obviously here to play the Sigma, Bebe and Easyaki for the double flex support. A comfortable matchup, I think, for a player like Kaluj on the Shock because Sigma is his best hero. The big test now will be if Kilo can match the Widowmaker of Lift. Now, if that happens, the Dragons are likely to topple because for the rest of it, Finn and Violet been phenomenal. Proper as well. Well, Proper does as Proper does, right? That's very standard stuff from Proper, the way he was carrying on that last map.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been a perfect performance the whole way throughout from him, and I mean, widely from everybody on the side of the Shock. Very little to ridicule at all. The Shanghai Dragons just have the pressure mounting against them time and time again. We'll see if the swap in here from Bebe and Void is going to be good enough for them to get the victory as we do get ready to go into Circuit Royale for Escort. But, I mean, it's everything to play for from here on out. Need that reverse sweep. You cannot afford to, you know, fall off for even a moment, because even while the Dragons are trying their damnedest, the Shock are just shutting them down time and time again. So they need to level up and they need to maintain that performance the whole way throughout.
And it would be a pretty comprehensive win for the Shock as well if they can sort of defeat every version of the Dragons. Which is to say that, okay, we're going to an escort map, the other players from Dragons come on in, and so if this is going to be a Dragons win, well, first of all, they're definitely going to go down 0-3, but Shock would certainly be cementing themselves on the top, and we talked about the fact that this is a rookie versus veteran battle where, you know, you can look at the Shock, you can look at some of their previous match wins, and you're thinking, you know, well, you know, they're just kind of beating up on some of the lower NA teams, you know, they're sort of winning against the, I don't have to name them, you can just look at the standings of NA and just confirm for yourself who they've been beating. But the point is now, it's not just those teams that they're favored to beat. We're talking about the Shanghai Dragons here, the champions of 2021, and Shock coming through with an entirely new squad, minus Violet, and currently 2-0 leading on match point. I mean, that's a big statement.
Absolutely is. Now we'll get ready to jump into this map and see if it's all going to come to a very fast conclusion or if the Shanghai Dragons can in fact fight back. Because as you mentioned at the top of the show, at the top of this match rather, Shanghai Dragons had not dropped maps up until this point, and now they themselves are in threat of being swept, which would just be, I suppose, poetic justice at the hands of the San Francisco Shock, but very much disappointing for Shanghai as well as just all of their fans and everybody who is hoping for a much closer series, including ourselves.
Finn saying, watch the piano. Of course, we had some Finn piano playing when was it last time? Was it during the kickoff clash, I believe? And Uber said beautiful when that happened. Shock guard tech, here we go.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
A nice finish.
I get a little scared though. If it's too good, we might get DMCA'd, so credit to Finn for at least just, you know, a little bit at the end there, bit of freestyle.
You're just gonna start playing Freebird on the piano, something like that, and get us in trouble. Licensed music only. He was doing a good job of it, though. But now, with the timer ticking down, swap over to the Zenyatta as the gates open up. Kilo here with the Widowmaker, looking for a pop shot from Lip.
And this is going to be the Lip Flatter special as well, where Flatter can also play the Sojin, but the interesting thing is we look towards the Shock side, that's also something Proper does. So it's time to be picking that one up. Early couple of shots coming through from Kilo and Lip, because you actually see the differential in the the ultimate charge there. Kilo has done a significant amount more damage, but no final blows, obviously.
Not yet. A couple chest shots. It's on the hunt, though. A little bit of a back and forth here between them. The barrier going to be broken down on the front lines. Izayaki out.
That could have been one.
That absolutely could have been a kill. He's going for a pop shot now, but everyone's pulled back comfortably around the corner, breaking line of sight. But this is a good amount of space offered up for free by the Shanghai Dragons. They know that they are in dire straits, but Lip, he does manage to open things up with a nice headshot. Looks for a follow-up there, but Proper sliding away, keeps himself safe. Here it is once more, and it's actually going to be Proper who gets the connection.
Yeah, has to be considerate there, because if Proper lands a headshot, he can actually die, but Lip will play the superior range there. And Proper won't be able to land that rail shot, at least not to the head. Still got the pressure on the Kaluj. Has taken down the Immortality field, which is down for both teams, and gets a kill to Bebe.
Yeah, was just kind of trapped in the corner there. Flooded as well, eliminated Kilo this time, getting some revenge. That's point A broken open with relative ease. Now one kill from Lip, making it look a little bit decent, providing some hope. It all comes tumbling down. Bebe for now just sat inside of the spawn. I think he's trying to stay quiet around the corner, but here's the hunt. And this is not going to end well.
And that's a good read as well in terms of looking at the respawns, understanding that Bebe probably got a bad spawn, which he did, and they'll be able to clean that one up. Lip's response is going to give Shanghai Dragons the opportunity to maybe push on out. If San Francisco Shock actually force a Dragon's ult here, just for them to leave spawn, that'd be huge. Currently free pushing payload, and Shock claiming a lot of forward ground.
Lip trying to get the way out. Flux does come through, but I don't know if Void actually really caught too many people there. Maybe Kaluj. Either way, the Immortality field was set up. He is in a bad spot, though. Void gets the accretion stun. They get the punish. They open it up just a little bit. The cart still, however, steadily making its way around this final corner towards B. The ults, in the meantime, is getting banked up from the side of the Shock.
And it looks like when Dragons actually use their flux from Void and push on out, Kaluj got cut off from his team. The rest of Shock had to back out, and Kaluj still very far forward. Had nowhere to go. Proper with the brilliantly sniper the Lip. Can this be the push from Dragons, or rather from Shock?
He's gonna look to make it happen, and there it is. Proper. Look, gets himself the 4K. Can he get the ace? He absolutely can. What a shutdown, and what a time bank. 5 minutes plus here for the side of the San Francisco Shock on the final approach. Matt Piggy, damn, Proper cannot be stopped.
Yeah, he's still going, nearly steady, but let's take him down. Proper was still happy about that, though. Signature little smile plus the head wave, tiny dance to the seat. It's not going to pop off the way someone does, but doesn't need to. He's got the pop off in the game instead. Flatter going down to Kilo. The swap now from Proper onto the Genji. Kilo could potentially look for another swap as well. It is often that you see the Widowmaker player actually swap off from the C offense, but that'll be Proper going towards the Genji first. He'll be the dedicated cart pusher now.
I mean, given the shots that he's hitting right there, I mean, doesn't get the headshot on the Lip, but still chunks him out. He might just be feeling it enough to stay on this pick.
Luja's flux, by the way.
No one can hide
He's looking for the challenge, grapple away. Kilo respecting Lip. A wise thing to do, even if he has had the upper hand for the most part. Barrier out, now gone. Kinetic grasp absorbing quite a bit. Kaluj gets
Void dropped.
Pretty hefty shield there. And yeah, Void does look to contest now as the card is so very close. It's a hug around the corner though. Hold it from here as the window comes through.
They need Bebe's window.
Blood up, he's dead. The flux now. Picking him up in the corner. Izayaki goes forward with the Transcendence, trying to keep everybody alive. Headshot. There from Proper gets Lip. Not sure if it was a deflector, just the Shurikens. Either way, it's a massive breakthrough. Mortality field is out the cart once more, pushing forward. Void going to be taken down. It's such a one-sided affair. An absolute explosion of death. The entire team evaporates. 3 minutes and 19 seconds for the Shock. They are hungry for the 3-0 win.
Yeah, they look like they're about to get that one as well. Shanghai Dragons have not really shown up on this defense, or indeed maybe even this entire series so far. Only 4 final blows across that entire defense, 3 of which came from Lip. The Shanghai Dragons, when push comes to shove, and we get towards the final moments there, Kaluj and Proper pushing the payload along. Lip can't find that pick. Violet will drop down the amplification matrix to seal the deal, and Dragons do not have a response. That one Kaluj flux that we've been waiting for the entire offense comes through in a pretty decisive manner, and it will allow the Shock to completely clean up the Shanghai Dragons defense and get that kill. And like you sort of mentioned as well, Proper shutting down Lip towards the end there, Flitter getting first blooded. Yeah, there's just not a lot to say about the Shanghai Dragons in terms of that defense.
I just felt like they're not really even loaded up into the lobby right now. As we take a look back at Proper. Oh.
Yep.
A little whippy at the end, but he gets the job done. He can,
well, I'll tell you what.
Can't really put too much pressure on him.
The whiffy at the end is actually, I would say, technically better for the San Francisco Shock because they're actually staggering Izayaki slightly. It's not probably going to amount to anything that they can use, but I'll take it. There's no piano playing from the Shanghai Dragons here. They got to square up and get serious because they, you know, to say they're in dire straits would be an understatement. Lip has tried his best. He's got some frags in there, but it's not been enough to carry them through.
Well, slow and steady now on this push. As the shots come flying from the Widowmakers, neither finding too many hits.
What it's worth,
Shock also
you do need to see you do need to see Flitter kind of come into his own here a little bit as well, because he was very invisible in that defense.
Yes.
No final blows, half of Proper's damage at this range. So, look, you might say maybe the side does matter. Well, Dragons are playing the other side now, so no more excuses. He has to show up.
Boyd having a rough go of it. There's Flitter.
Okay, there's one.
Getting involved. Gets one. Proper taken down. Hug out behind the statue. Good kill. Trying to open things up. Now he's sliding forward aggressively, throwing the nade, trying to cut off their escape, but Kilo off the back of that gets the shot, gets Lip in the follow-up. Now looks for a little bit more. And will be eliminated. Mortality field coming through the window as well, built up rapidly by Bebe, has it at the ready, throws it down, but Kalush gets Void. The push still going through, but Proper returns, gets Izayaki. The Shock are going to be able to hold this.
Yeah. Decisively as well. And that one hold here on A specifically, let's take a look at Kilo actually first and foremost. Really a pick onto Flitter, and then boom. I mean, barely a pixel, a microsecond there just to peek on through and find Lip, but knew the angle that he was playing at. This is now Dragons unable to match the 319. We probably didn't expect them to be able to match 319 anyway, just very difficult to be able to match, but that'll confirm it. A single lost fight means that Dragons are now just play for any sort of map completion, no longer fighting for 319.
Now looking to try to retake the card for themselves. There's the flux to start. Void picking up Violet, drops him down. Immortality field comes out. HP bars, however, are still quite low, but Void's is even lower, and it's non-existent now. The headshot comes in. Lip trying to jiggle around this statue to challenge, but it just can't do anything. He's going to try to grapple away, and he's still out in a dangerous spot. Proper takes advantage, gets the kill, and it's just such a wash.
That's the infraside advantage. I mean, Lip can't see Kilo. Kilo sees everything, including taking down Void as well. And there's a flux coming online for San Francisco Shock. I mean, forget about finishing the map. Dragons just got to focus on capping A, because this could be a disastrous full hold. Well, disastrous for the Dragons, would be celebratory for the Shock. Look at the ultimates, 3 of them lighting up. It'll be an OT push if nothing else.
They've thrown down. Overdrive at the ready. The Transcendence, the Flux, everything to work with. Fleta popping his overclock. Looking for some targets. Flux there from Kaluj. Not going to find any eliminations. Fleta, same can be said. No one playing close enough. Grisha doesn't get the stun here. He's continuing to play forward. Discord Orb is out on him. He's gonna be very careful. Transcendence out.
Got the clock.
That's gonna expire. Violet getting stunned for a brief moment. Manages to stay alive. Proper gets a headshot, taking down Lip. Violet gonna be taken out as well. Now the overclock rolling, seeking a target. The barrier broken down. Shot goes through. It's quite a bit of damage in. Can't finish the kill. Shanghai Dragons will hold on by a thread. They get the cap at 30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, so they have a slight window to play through now to give themselves an opportunity to push on towards C. This has to be clean. They have to get B as cleanly as Shock got it. And that's considering the fact that Shock should actually technically lose a single fight when Kalush got caught out here, so it wasn't 100% clean. But Dragons, they have to make up for lost time. A lot of lost time.
Absolutely do. I mean, even
coming up to Flux.
Even if they can just steady push through here, you know, matching the time bank, not impossible for them.
By the way,
is okay.
Oh, that's a shot. That's actually huge. Infrasight now, surely, as they push through the final corner. That's the perfect timing for an Infrasight to be about now.
He hasn't gone for it, but he nails the follow-up. Huge plays from Lip. That's what they've been lacking. Now he finds it. Looks for Violet, catches him. Three for Lip. What? He still doesn't even use the Infrasight. He's just holding on to it. Void taken down as Proper.
Not gonna need it.
Rejoins. Cart steadily advancing forward. Proper moves up. Let's keep this contested for now. Kilo comes back. Mortality field used just to exit safely. Wrap back around with the rest of the team. And the Shock, they're taking the fight to the Dragons. They're pushing forward.
Shock stabilized. Dragons couldn't proceed. I mean, they had payload control. They were looking for that cap, but then they slowed down on the kills, or rather, I don't know, I guess Lip slowed down, but the rest of the Dragons as well just backing on out. Kalush now has Flux advantage. Infrasight finally coming through. Kilo will be able to match in a hot second. There it is.
Pops it. They see each other through the wall there. Now they're really swinging out. Kilo now taking a more aggressive position, trying to put some shots down on the board. Pop shot. Blocked by the barrier. There it is.
Man.
Catches Lip.
That ruins the timing of Dragons. Dragons want a window there, but now, because they lose Lip, they have to reset. They actually can't make this play happen. They're just losing way too much time. This is going to be another OT push, potentially.
A minute remaining. Even if they finish the point right now, they would be starting with 2.5 minutes. 50 seconds shy of the Shock's finishing time. Right now, they're just going to be...
As soon as Bebe windows, Kalush is going to ult. Kalush is going to counter the window straight away.
They might have to double support ult just to get through this, and even that's not a guaranteed push whatsoever. Flutta trying to push up onto the corner, instantly met with some damage. Offers a bit back over towards Proper, just hugging in behind this pillar. Keeping himself safe. There's the Flux. As the window comes through, as you predicted, the Transcendence in response keeps him alive, and now they need to win out the fight. Lip gonna open things up, gets Kilo once more. The window firing. Blues playing back behind the corner, and Violet caught mid-jump. Lip once more comes up with 3. This time, surely they can win out the fight and get the push completed. The push forward pin going on the offensive, but Flutta will manage to finish him off, and with 10 seconds remaining, the cap on a B will be there, but it's a minute and 35 seconds as they start this final push, and Kilo comes right back in and takes down Flutta.
The only mistake there from the Shock was that Finn actually used the Transcendence. If he wanted to trans, he needed to do that while Violet was alive so they could play together. Then Proper can go for the overclock. To be fair, though, Violet did die to a snipe, so maybe the trans wouldn't have helped that much, but in either case, it ends up being one wasted ultimate still. Shock extremely favored to win this map considering the time left. Remember, 30 seconds remaining for Dragons when they cap A, only 10 remaining for the Dragons on B, and now about a minute left as they have to push through the entirety of C, a very difficult position to push on through, especially when they can't snowball due to the fact that Kilo got an opening pick.
Could have matching infras here in a moment. Kilo's just 11% off, so 1-2 shots connecting and he'll have it ready to roll. Lip will use his before Kilo can get it available. Drops down, looking for a target. Everyone widely just breaking these lines of sight. And there it is. Sees one for just a moment.
That's the mine.
Yeah, it's the mine taken down. Looks for him over at the stairwell. Can't get him. His infrasight now expired. Kilo uses his own window out from Violet. As Lip gets picked, Violet finding the kill. Barrier with not much HP. Void playing back.
Can't escape. Dragons are stuck.
In such a bad position. Proper looking to make his way forward. They play into the room, and Izayaki finds the opening kill. Finn finds the opening kill onto Izayaki. Mortality field does get cleared out. Here's the Flux, drops him down to the floor, but Proper immediately top back up. Void taken down. Kilo out of the fight. Someone's got to touch the cart, and nobody can. And there it is. The San Francisco Shock. They put their foot down. They say, okay, you're coming into this series, you haven't dropped the map yet. We're gonna make you drop 3 consecutive. They sweep the defending champions and move forward, knocking the Shanghai Dragons down.
That 7-match win streak now adds up to 8, but I gotta say, this 8th one this is the one that takes the sweetest. Take down the defending champions, a full team of rookies, and right on the end, they had everything to play with. Kilo as well, playing with the Venom Mine positioning. I mean, that is an exact spot that he knows that if he gets headshot, it'll hit the Venom Mine and not his head. So, played that situation perfectly. Violet coming down with the window, getting the kill into Lip, and that ends up being the beginning of the end. Catching Shanghai Dragons in the side room. Shanghai Dragons had no escape. They had to commit. They can't reset. No time remaining. They had to use all their ultimates, and Shock were not perturbed. Perfectly played. Gotta say, a flawless run through all 3 maps. That was a brilliant bit of Overwatch being played from the Shock, but really can't say the same for Dragons. Disappointing end for them.
Oh, incredibly disappointing. Not showing up at really any point. A couple moments, obviously, there on Oasis did make that a 2-for-1 for the Shock to be able to take it, but then from there on out, they found no purchase, no ground to stand on whatsoever. The Shock absolutely manhandled them at every twist and turn. And from the outset, while this was very much a team effort, we saw a hell of a lot of great plays from Kilo, but from the outset, the guy who really was just lighting up the kill feed time and time again is our player of the match, and it's Proper.
Who else could it be? I mean, I think everyone did show up in some cases, but this guy just farms MVP awards, he farms player of the matches, he really just gets all the attention for all the right reasons. It's hard to not just give Proper all the compliments. And I mean, look at this. So many situations where Shanghai Dragons would love to be able to get some players going. They'd love to be able to do anything here, but Proper shuts them down. This ace +1 towards the end. I mean, Proper is just even egoing the Shanghai Dragons on this particular map on the offense, and he can because he knows he's dominating. He knows he's got the Shanghai Dragons tightly in his iron grip, and Proper is coming in fresh as a rookie, but I think deservedly so, is the most hyped rookie that we've ever had, and he's living up to that hype and then some.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, an impeccable performance from him, whether it was on the Tracer, on the Sojourn, just incredible. But this was, again, if not for his hard carry performance that we were seeing, on Oasis and whatnot, I think that you could kind of throw a dart at the dartboard, and no matter which member of the Shock you hit, you kind of could make a solid argument for him. Everybody played to absolute perfection. And it's just so rough to see. This is not the series that we were anticipating, that we wanted. We sometimes throw around the term entertainment thieves. It's usually for when a team just, doesn't do well at all. The Shanghai Dragons, they robbed us of what could have been a fantastic match, what could have been the best series of Overwatch that we've had so far in 2022. They didn't show up in this one, and it doesn't look anywhere near close.
Yeah, and this is kind of reminding me of the early 0-6 Shanghai Dragons at the beginning of the Midseason Madness qualifiers, where they couldn't really sort of find their footing yet. And they did seem to be able to, get a grasp on the meta and start to come on through and improve. Things around Shanghai were improving for them logistically as well. But coming into this one, didn't drop a single map. Shock came through and can entirely sweep them. And I did say as well, if Shock actually beat them on Circuit Royale, then they have comprehensively beat them, because they beat every single different look from the Shanghai Dragons. And it's not even just the substitutions, but we had to question the Widowmaker part as well. Could Kilo outsnipe Lip? He ends up doing that. Pretty impressive. Proper absolutely outplayed Flitter there. That was not the best. That was absolutely not the best we've ever seen Flitter. Had an entirely invisible defense, 0 final blows, half of Proper's damage. It's baffling, I think, for the Shanghai Dragons, and they are probably at least glad they have another life to try and figure it out, but it's going to need to be a majorly quick turnaround. They go to the lower bracket now, and they go up against, I guess, the Atlanta Reign, is it? Yes. So that'll be a fun rematch for them. But we are guaranteed a Shock versus Glads NA upper bracket final, which means at least one NA team is going to make the grand final.
Yeah, I mean, NA right now putting up great figures, saying, you know what, we are the superior region, and right now they're able to put their money where their mouth is. There's still a chance for that lower bracket run to come through, but it just doesn't get very easy for the APAC fans at all, because you also have to watch 2 APAC teams clash against each other. One of them's going to be going home, so they have to eliminate themselves. We'll see what happens, of course, as the action continues tomorrow. That does it for myself and Avril, but of course we will have the desk breaking down everything that occurred today and setting the stage for some more matches coming up tomorrow. So make sure you guys stay tuned for that.
디스콜. 야, 소전 디스콜. 소전이야, 소전.
Bottom right.
소전.
나 천천히 해야 돼. Let's push. Back.
라이사이 소전. 야, 비하인 소전. 나이스.
Hey.
Welcome to the Watchpoint Post Show, everybody. I'm here with Finn from San Francisco Shock for the post-match interview. Finn, congratulations on the win. That was a clean 3-0 victory for the San Francisco Shock. Did you honestly believe that this was going to be such a one-sided affair? 일단 첫 번째 질문, 오늘 승리 너무 축하드리면서 솔직한 답변을 제가 좀 바랍니다. 오늘 경기 어떻게 보면 상하이가 좀 그래도 굉장히 동부 쪽에서 잘하는 팀 중에 하나인데 오늘 경기가 이렇게 좀 쉽게 승리를 거둘 거라고 좀 예상을 하셨나요?
네. 솔직히 좀 더 빨리 끝낼 수 있었는데 좀 아쉽게 1점 따여가지고 오아시스에서. 네. 그리고 작년에 크로스티 형이 상하이가 센쇼를 골랐나? 저희가 센쇼기 상하이를 골랐나? 근데 크로스 형이 화가 나 있더라고요. 그래가지고 저희가 복수해주겠다라는 마음으로 좀 오늘 다 같이 빡 집중한 것 같아요.
All right. I mean, I did actually expect this to be a very, very easy win for the San Francisco Shock. It was unfortunate that we gave them a round on the first map. We could have gotten it. We could have ended this match way earlier than that. Aside from that, I don't remember if it was San Francisco Shock last year that picked Shanghai Dragons, or if it was the other way around. But I just remember before going into the match that our head coach Krusty was very angry at the Shanghai Dragons. So before going into the match, we as a team told Krusty that we will get that revenge, and that's how it went down. All right, looking forward, I mean, based on how you guys played today, you guys are going to be going up against the Los Angeles Gladiators. Is there anyone from the Gladiators that you are sort of worried about for tomorrow's match? 일단 그 다음 질문은 이제 오늘 승리로 인해서 내일 또 글래디와의 경기가 있는데요. 이제 핀 선수가 개인적으로 보시기에 좀 이 선수는 좀 경기 도중에 나를 좀 힘들게 할 것 같다라는 선수를 한 명 꼽자면 누가 있을까요?
글래디 캡스터. 이유는 좀 잘해요, 캡스터도. 근데 저희는 프로퍼가 있기 때문에 저희도 세지 않을까. 네.
Right, Kevster, because he's pretty good as well, but I'm not too worried because we also have someone that's pretty good. It's proper, so I think we're gonna be pretty strong as well. All right, Finn, that is it for the interview. Thank you so much for your time, and again, big congratulations on the win. 오늘 승리 축하드리고 이걸로 인터뷰 마무리하도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
All right, let's head back to the desk, everybody.
Thank you, Danny and Finn. Danny, are you wearing a romper? Because Custa needs to know.
I was looking at it. It has a drawstring, so it might be a two-piece, but it definitely has romper vibes to it. So,
Johnny, have you ever worn a romper before?
I don't know what
looking...
the romper is, to be honest.
it's like a one-piece jumpsuit kind of thing, but it has shorts.
So if
Danny's worn
I only
before.
know one kind of one piece, and it's of animals. Oh, you thought I meant the anime. No,
I thought you meant the anime. What are you saying?
The anime suits we wore in the pre-show.
That's a 1Z, not a one piece. One piece is a anime/manga that apparently.
Look, I'm from Sweden. All right.
Started.
All right.
All right. You know what? That does it. It's a global phenomenon. Anyways, before I get too angry, congratulations again to the Shock 3-0. Guys, we led into today saying that this was going to be the banger of all bangerist matches, and it was a clean 3-0 sweep. And Finn even saying, "Oh yeah, I feel bad that we even gave him a point because I felt like we could have ended this a whole lot earlier."
Yeah, honestly, that's just, I don't know if the West is just bleeding into all these players, but the West is really toxic these days. And honestly, I get behind it. And when you play a match like this, can you really blame them? This was just straight up not close. Shanghai get this first point here on Oasis, but from there, it was just the San Francisco Shock show. It just didn't feel like the Dragons had an answer to the double flex support of Finn Violet, and then that just allows Proper to move around the map. Sam came in to play that Sojin, dominated. Kilo came in, also dominated. It just, I don't know, it felt like the Shanghai Dragons and the issues that they were having earlier in this stage really came to fruition here as they start to play against better teams.
Yeah, I think the tank flexibility of the Shanghai Dragons is proving to be quite the problem. And I think the San Francisco Shock, if I had to guess, their game plan was to bring out the Diva early with Kalush, of course, because they knew that Fate, he would be restricted to play the main tank roles. Winston, Wrecking Ball. He's not really a player you like to see on the Doomfist, or preferably the Zarya into a Diva, of course, because you can't, shield yourself from the Zarya damage. So I think the Shanghai Dragons, they're once more suffering from this tank flexibility issues. And when you have these very flexible teams from the West, like the Shock, like the Gladiators, this was a beautiful 5K, by the way, from Proper. But when you have those tank flexibility issues, the elite teams are going to expose you and take advantage of that. So it was a very strategic move from the Shock, and I mean, it paid dividends here. So
I also kind of want to question some of the decisions by the Shanghai Dragons as well. Going on to Agavold, that's a map the Shock have not lost this stage, and it has not been close. Like, Kaluj on that Diva has been a massive problem for every team, and Shanghai Dragons just kind of walked into that one. Then they go over to Circle Royale. Yes, they have Lip, and he has dominated some of the West team, or sorry, the East teams playing that. But you're going into double flex support. You're playing into the Zen Baptiste that we have for the Shock.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you're scared of Root because Kalush is gonna play Diva on Route 66-2, and then Dorado maybe. Hindsight is 2020.
Yeah, either way, hopefully this sweep is a wake-up call for the Dragons as they drop into the lower bracket, and we'll be able to take a look at the bracket in just a bit. But first, we've got to talk about best of the day.
Let's do it.
So many clips. This was a day filled with, multiple Map 5 games, but I'm going to bring up mine first, and this is actually probably my favorite defensive play of the day. And honestly, like, it was a very aggressive opponent.
I know what's
defense
happening.
came in really strong, and as you can see right here is Winston minding their own business, trying to eat their bananas and peanut butter, and just Roadhog tries to come in for the gank. And here we see it in slow motion. You see the extension, almost like the Zenyatta kick of sorts. So really, and then of course we have the coconut break. And unfortunately, this offense wasn't strong enough to break open that coconut. But you know what was strong enough? The shock sweep, because we do have the prediction coconut open on the table, and there is our flying, little flag right there. The lower third is covering it. No, there you go.
Oh, there we go.
That was our prediction coconut.
Oh, it was always like that, I
yeah, exactly. It knew that the shock was going to win. I don't think it thought 3-0, but we always knew. It was always written in the coconut.
Yeah, it took us 7 hours to open that coconut.
That's coconut.
7 hours. But those were my plays. Custa, how about you?
I also had a very aggressive play, but this was actually in the server this time. MN3, I'm going to go back to the Philadelphia Fusion Map 5 banger. Just like it happened today. Sometimes you think back to it and the great moments that happen. This is MN3 putting an exclamation point at the end of this series, putting the Florida Mayhem away with just some great plays. This was the one before that I thought they had won with, but Florida Mayhem had the point flipped. So MN3 just had to do it again. Comes in 99-99, gets a great pick onto Xe, stays alive, dinks out Checkmate with a double dink, and it's just clean. And I saw someone say this on Twitter. It's like it gave me shades of Carpe. Philadelphia Fusion's Carpe 28. I'm just throwing back to 2018 this year, this show apparently, but 2018, that
I
shot
had a
through the
moment
window.
also when I thought of my player days. So you get over it.
Am I getting old, Johnny?
It's all right.
Wait, you used to be a player?
Yeah, I was pretty good.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Wow. Brutal. Anyway.
Move along.
Anyway.
Johnny, you have a play.
Yeah, I was way more enthusiastic about this play before my predictions were proven wrong, where Alpha Yi was just an absolute Chad and popped off in the server. Usually, he did it on Tracer, of course, but this Echo play to dodge the pulse bomb, he gets stuck. I'd like to believe here. Here he goes. And then he duplicates in the frames. I mean, oh my God. We need to go frame by frame here, because I mean, this is, I haven't seen this stuff since the Smash days. I mean, there's like invisible pixels
iframes,
and stuff.
all that good
frames,
stuff.
It's unbelievable. So I just love that. I mean, the timing was impeccable, really. But then they went on to lose the match and everything. But that moment was.
Yeah, and actually, guys, I think we have a bonus best of the day from our newest member of Watchpoint, Custa.
Oh, baby! Exactly. Zoe has had her baby. Big congratulations! Woo! They're both happy. They're both healthy. So awesome to hear that go through. And excited to meet both of them on the Watchpoint desk. They probably won't be here, but I'm excited for Zoe.
Over 40 hours.
That's
wow.
Yeah.
Amazing job by Zoe, and I'm so happy for her and her family, of course, welcoming this beautiful baby into the world.
Yeah.
Think about it for a second. While we talked about Overwatch all day, Zoe created life.
Well, we created a narrative, and that is just as impressive.
We were dressed up in onesies.
Absolutely love that. Well, speaking of which, we got to know where this story goes. So let's go ahead and pull up our brackets to see how everything has shaken up with all of the results that we've seen from today's games. And we can see our Friday match, San Francisco Shock taking on the LA Gladiators.
Wow.
The fight of California for our upper bracket Friday match. And then looking at the losers bracket, we do see Shanghai Dragons taking on Atlanta Reign and the Hangzhou Spark taking on Philadelphia Fusion. And of course, this isn't the order that they're being played in. We'd have to look at the schedule for that. So the first match that we're going to see is the Reign taking on the Dragons. Then we're going to see the rematch of Fusion taking on Spark. Then, of course, the LA Gladiators taking on the Shock. And then that is going to be our fourth and final game of a mystery of whoever loses, I think,
No, it's whoever wins. I think it's the...
Is it the winner-losers
Don't
bracket?
quote me on this, but it's probably the winner of Atlanta, Shanghai, and Philadelphia.
Got it.
Yes,
so that's
kids.
the winner-losers bracket
Yeah,
right
two
there.
matches, yes.
The colors threw me off. I didn't know where we were anymore. But yes, that is our bracket and our schedule for the rest of the week.
Does Atlanta beat Shanghai after that performance?
Gentlemen,
I mean,
we
it's
have an
pretty
entire
bad.
pre-show tomorrow where we can be
Okay, no
talking
spoilers.
about this.
Sorry.
No spoilers. There's plenty more coconuts to crack open and plenty more. Oh no, I think we ran out of onesies. Our producer burned them as soon as he saw us
For
wearing
the best, I think.
them.
Yeah.
It's very unfortunate. But final thoughts before we say goodnight.
Honestly, great day of Overwatch. Except for the last one, that was some crazy Overwatch. I'm excited to see more of it tomorrow. And apparently the West is just the best. Who would have thought? Eastern teams in shambles.
I don't know how I'm gonna get over my Preds, really.
Oh no, Johnny.
I'm not gonna get over this all night.
Are you gonna Pred Spark against Philly again?
Yes.
No.
Yeah, keep the hat on. You better for that one.
No, because we know the Fusion are going to take it all. Totally unbiased commentary from me. But for everyone, thank you all so much for joining us and watching today. And we will see you all bright and early tomorrow in the afternoon. But that's an Esports morning. Bye!
Bye-bye! You look ridiculous.